Did you
Did I?
The Bill Maher scaring kids thing that he did yet?
No. Was it him interviewing another teenager?
Multiple children.
Oh.
Okay, cut out when you plug it in your headset.
Testing?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep, good. Yep.
Yep, we're all good? All right. Yes, I did say that.
Where he's just scaring kids. Talking about some,
and they're just looking.
He's talking about like being how they're going to be trans and stuff. And
it's
the
so
little
strange.
girl,
He's such
the
a
little
weird
girl goes,
dude.
"I have no idea what you're talking about, sir."
It's very funny. He's a very strange dude.
Yeah, I saw it on RM Brown.
Oh God. What did he have to say about it?
I mean, he just made a soundbite of that kid.
Of course he did.
Yes, I am. I am here in Cleveland. I am seeking the Republican nomination. I hear there's a very strong anybody but Trump feeling here, and I am anybody but Trump.
Let's capitalize
I'm cautiously optimistic. I admit my chances are slim to none, but this is America, and American politics are pretty wacky, and you just never know what could happen.
You're vermin to think about Donald Trump.
Once again, I have nothing bad to say about my esteemed opponent, Mr. Trump. In fact, I might have room for him in my cabinet under the Department of Assholes.
I'm trying to remember the DNC, the Democratic.
What a fruit tape. Am I right?
Hilarious.
Did you see that video I sent you on the Instagram?
Which one?
Yes, you reacted to it. You laughed.
Which one?
You laughed to react to the girl who threw up in the hot tub.
Yes. Very funny. Yeah. They were too focused on the girl in the back to even notice. Even the people on stream didn't notice. Very funny. Just doing the setup.
National convention from 2020. And I realized I had no memory of it whatsoever. I mean, it was probably for lots of reasons at that time. I don't know if I even watched it, to be honest with you. We certainly didn't do any live coverage of it. I think this was sort of right shortly after Michael passed, and we were in the midst of COVID and all these things.
Fake news.
But
COVID
this is
fake.
like somebody wrote, this is going to be the first time that Harris has ever addressed like a convention. And you're like, how is that possible? Well, here is her speech, her vice presidential nomination speech or nominee speech from 2020. Here's a clip from it. It's this is going to freak people out, I think, because it's so it's so weird.
Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Shouldn't play that music.
Keep going.
That's fucking awesome.
It was because of COVID. So she literally hadn't.
I love it.
That's
so funny.
Keep going. Music. But I want you to hear the applause. Okay, yeah, keep it down.
Big time for room tone back then.
But isn't that just so weird?
Oh God.
When it cuts away to like all those, like the 4 people in the audience.
The crowd is the
and then everybody's on Zoom. I mean, this is like, what a weird time that was.
It reminds me of basketball highlights from that period too.
Yeah.
There's no crowd.
Oh God.
And stuff.
Right. The NFL too. I mean, that's why that 7th ring for Brady doesn't count. But many people are saying.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Efforts to bring peace to Ukraine start the day's other headlines. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Kyiv today, offering himself, in his words, as a friend to try to end the fighting. He and President Volodymyr Zelensky discussed Ukraine.
Hang on. Are we seriously gonna forget, like, Putin kissing on him in Russia when Putin went to India to go kiss on him and shit right after like a heinous war crime happened? I don't remember what war crime happened because there's been so many. Oh, it was the hospital bombing, the children's hospital bombing. It was literally like a month ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, get out of my
peace
get
formula,
out of my
which
face.
calls for the recognition of Ukraine's territory and the withdrawal of Russian troops. Modi's visit comes after he sat down with Russia's Vladimir Putin last month. Today in Kyiv, he said India is ready to play its part in peace talks.
I want to assure you that India is ready to play an active role in any efforts towards peace. If I can play any role in this personally,
India is like
I will
the
do
main
that.
reason for the Sino-Soviet split as well.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, so like, it's like, so like, it was what Mao was like saying, oh, you're revisionist, right, to the Soviets, but he also, it was around the same time that Russia was like dealing with India, right? So like, what was actually going on is like Mao was pissed because India was doing business with another big world power, and China wanted them all for themselves. So it's not like they were like, hey, we're gonna do the Sino-Soviet split because we're, you know, we're devious and shit. No, it was like, you know, them not giving a fuck about like alliances and stuff.
I want to assure you, as a
India in
friend,
a few years,
The two leaders
India
also
already
paid
is a
tribute to
major world
children
player.
who've been
Like the only thing holding India back
Killed
is
in-
Pakistan, right? Like if India could extend their military force because Pakistan wasn't there, there would be a lot more of a preference. I mean, like their shipbuilding industry is really good. Like their navy industry is like really, really good.
The other
Probably,
option for Australia's nuclear subs was India.
Yeah, so like they're probably like number 2. Like I would say an Indian sub is probably better than a Russian sub.
in the conflict at a memorial in Kyiv. Modi is the first Indian prime minister to visit Ukraine in over 30 years. Turning now to the Middle East, the White House described ongoing ceasefire talks in Cairo today as constructive. National Security spokesperson John Kirby told reporters, "We need Hamas to participate, and we need to get down to the brass tacks."
I watched a video going over every country's submarines and the size of them. I can pull it up if you want. Yeah, it's a graphic video. Yeah. It's one of those little size comparison ones where it's like just models that size up. I'll see if I can find it.
Of locking in.
Here, see that? There's orange is ballistic subs, so nuclear subs. So India's got one. You know,
Army is on the attack in central and southern Gaza with explosions visible on the horizon. A UN official said repeated evacuation orders from the military have displaced 90% of Gaza's 2.1 million residents. Rail workers at one of Canada's two major freight companies have set a Monday morning deadline to strike. That comes just hours after Canadian National had resumed operating today. The company, along with Canadian Pacific Kansas City Limited,
their main nuclear sub, they don't give out to anyone. So the only one who operates their nuclear submarines are them. But there you go. So like China, France, India, Russia, United Kingdom, and the United States, they're the only ones that can do ballistic missile subs capable of carrying nukes. And they're the only countries with nukes too, you know?
CPKC have been locked in a dispute with workers over a new labor contract. All service was shut down yesterday after talks broke down. The government then forced both companies and the rail union into arbitration, leading Canadian National to get its trains moving again. Any suspension of Canadian rail service has a major impact on exports and supply lines here in the U.S. Multiple news outlets are reporting that at least 5 Secret Service agents have been placed on administrative leave following the assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump at a Pennsylvania rally in July. They include the head of the Pittsburgh field office that coordinated security with local police and a member of Mr. Trump's personal detail. In a statement, the Secret Service said it would not comment on a personnel matter. The agency faces multiple inquiries into that security failure on that day. Texas and 15 other Republican-led states filed a lawsuit today to end a federal program that gives immigrants who are married to American citizens a path to citizenship. They allege that the Biden administration created the policy for blatant political purposes. The program, which started on Monday, allows spouses without current legal status to apply for what's called parole in place. That means they can stay in the U.S. to apply for a green card and eventually...
They literally built alongside West Germany, but then they also have a sub that they bought from the Soviet Union at the same time. So like the subs that are still operational in their navy. So only them in Myanmar have these 2 Soviet subs, or these 2 countries that have this Soviet sub. But it's just funny because it's like India, and then India and France partnership for another one, India, West Germany for another one, and then Soviet Union, Russia for the last one. So just more on how India doesn't give a fuck. They'll just,
citizenship rather than having to return to their home country first. About 500,000 people could be eligible to take part, but Republicans say it's a form of amnesty for those who've broken the law. The Justice Department filed an antitrust lawsuit today against real estate software company RealPage. The DOJ filed a case along with attorneys general from 8 states, including North Carolina and California. They say the company's algorithm allows landlords to align their rental prices to minimize the competition. And that keeps prices artificially high for millions of renters. At a press conference today, Attorney General Merrick Garland emphasized the need for fair competition.
And Americans should not have to pay more in rent simply because a company has found a new way to scheme with landlords to break the law. And almost half of those households spend close to 1/3 of their hard-earned income on rent.
In a statement, RealPage said the claims were devoid of merit and will do nothing to make housing more affordable. On Wall Street today, stocks bounced higher after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell all but confirmed an interest rate cut in September. The Dow Jones...
Good evening, I'm John Yang. When 2 astronauts were launched into space in June, they were supposed to be home in time for the 4th of July. But today, NASA said they'll be in space for the holidays and into the new year. NASA officials decided that questions about the propulsion system make it too risky for the astronauts to return to Earth in the Boeing-built spacecraft that took them to the International Space Station. Now the plan is for Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore to return on a
other
space
countries. I can't find anything if they have before. Australia might have been the first to do a deal with them, but their subs are fine.
Yeah, no, they would have been a fine option, but I guess America is just...
America's are just better. Oh, by the way, did you hear that? I think apparently China's carrier just like engulfed in flames and is gone. Is that true?
I'm not. It was not a carrier per se. I believe it was a museum piece.
Okay.
But I could also be wrong there. I've heard conflicting reports. What was it called? The Minsk.
Okay. A museum fire is different than the one they're building in dry dock. If it's the one in dry dock, that's really funny.
Yeah, so the Minsk had been anchored in a lagoon near the Yangtze River for 8 years.
Okay, so it was a dead carrier.
Caught fire during renovations for it to become a part of a military theme park state-run. Chinese national radio reported on Saturday.
Much different than what I thought happened.
Yes. No, that was yes, that was one that I watched. Usually it's me saying the wrong headlines.
Well, that's what I was asking. I was like, did this happen? Did you read about this? Because I saw it scrolling and I was like, yeah, whatever, I'll look at that later. But speaking of misleading headlines, did you see the media bias chart came out for this year?
No.
It's pretty wild.
I can't wait.
So
ask away. That's what we're here for. I can't wait.
X vehicle in February. Officials say the veteran astronauts are prepared for the lengthy delay, but it'll be a hardship for their families.
They're gonna jump out of
When
it
they
and
launch,
master
they know
chorf.
that there are circumstances where they can
They're
be on
gonna
board
master
for up to
chorf
a
out
year.
of the
I know
space
this is a huge
station.
impact to their families, and it means a
For
lot.
a brick, he flew
Their
pretty
families are the
good.
pillars that keep them.
The goal? Eliminate hierarchies? Like install horizontal power structures? Yeah, dual power. Like, we played a video on it the other day, actually.
An anarchist is just somebody who prefers horizontal power structures as opposed to bottom up or top down.
Yeah, that's all. It's not that much more complex than that, really.
I'm strong. They're the pillars that we at NASA depend on for the workforce to keep us going.
Despite the series of problems with the Boeing Starliner capsule, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson says it will carry astronauts again in future missions. Ukrainian Independence Day brought freedom for 115 Ukrainian servicemen who'd been Russian prisoners of war. They were exchanged for an equal number of Russian soldiers who'd been held by Ukraine. The swap was brokered.
That set anarchy back 200 years.
What? Whoops, my anarchy symbol.
streamer.
Yeah, we need to fucking get that. We need to fucking get that sound. That's such a good sound. Okay.
By the United Arab Emirates. The repatriated.
Why won't that happen? Ask yourself that question.
Do you know, how is
why?
Dual power happens every day? Like
why is it not happening at the top?
Just silly. We establish more and more dual power systems every day. It doesn't nothing about anarchy depends on the government. We don't care if the government exists or not. It doesn't matter to us. The government's irrelevant to us. Like, it's the U.S. government's always going to be around. Like,
yeah, it's more or less creating. Think of it like what are the probably a really bad example, but the kind of how the reservations are self-managed, kind of. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that, or communes. I guess you
or
could use
workers unions.
Workers unions, like the Chaz thing that popped up would have been horizontal.
Yeah, but that's
theoretically, but probably not. But still, it's still an example.
The establishment of unions, which is literally what our company does, is that we're gonna just be a branch for unions and help union membership happen for journalists, like like Doctors Without Borders. Who's like, who do they answer to? Anyone?
But it doesn't need to. Like, you're misunderstanding.
We don't care. We do not care if it happens at a large scale or not. Anyway,
your feigned authority is irrelevant to us. That's the point.
Look at this. Here's gray zone. And then what's right below gray zone here?
That's on.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is that fucking awesome?
Who made this?
This is the official media bias chart.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
They have them below gray zone. Contains misleading info. This one is propaganda.
Amazing.
So it's like, okay, it doesn't say he's propaganda.
Barstool hits propaganda? What?
Where's Barstool? Oh,
right there. Right there. Barstool Sports. What the fuck? Go across.
Russell Brand's there with him. Lex Friedman's here.
Interesting.
In the center. Faith Wire.
Look at TMZ. Right up the top. TMZ, legitimate journalism.
Well, that's not what it says. It says wide variation in reliability. Mother Jones is in there in the TMZ section. Daily Beast, Salon. Yeah, fucking, you know, that Greg guy who is now Mint Press, who I said is a covert Assadist before he started working for Mint Press. So
was that USA Facts Pew Research? Bellingcat. Interesting. That's going to trigger everybody.
Yeah, so that's where I got this from, is he was making a joke. See, so it's like,
well, I guess if we source Bellingcat, we can pretty safe then, huh?
He says, Elliot says, Bellingcat is CIA crowd going nuts over this.
Other Hassan dweebs are probably losing their mind.
Yeah.
Ukrainians sang the national anthem and telephoned loved ones. In a video address said to be shot near the,
the
Russian
fact
border,
that Hassan's on it is just so
vowed
funny,
to make
though.
Moscow pay a price for the war that began 2.5 years ago.
But not Mint Press.
That's fucking amazing.
So yeah, Dustin, I didn't even read what Greg was saying, but he was calling out Newsmax or something in a tweet. And I was like, said something like, you know, bold of him to call out someone when he like basically is like justifies slaughtering Syrian civilians, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't even know what he said about Newsmax, but literally like Newsmax, I could live with myself if I worked for Newsmax. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand how you can work for something. Epoch Times, I could probably live with myself. Daily Wire would be hard.
Falun Gong is kind of like harmless at the end of the day.
Well, it's more of the Epoch side of things than it is like the Falun Gong stuff. Like, if there was a lot of Falun Gong stuff, I might step away.
Yeah.
I don't. Fox News, I think, is far worse than Newsmax. Daily Wire would be hard to work for, mainly because their work culture is awful. It's their work culture is really bad.
Mm-hmm.
But like on this other side, Gray Zone, I'd kill myself. Rolling Stone, I could do.
Tag the tweet in me.
You want this sent to you?
Yeah, please. I want to have a look.
And whoever wished misery upon our land shall find it in their own home, with interest. Whoever seeks to sow evil on our lands will reap its fruits on their own territory.
Earlier today, Russian shelling killed 5 in Konstantinivka in the east and 2 in the southern city of Kherson. 3 more were killed during Russian attacks in the northeastern Sumy region, and the Biden administration gave Ukraine a boost in the form of a $125
that would be fun.
$1 million military aid package. In southern Gaza, a barrage of Israeli airstrikes killed dozens of people, including 11 members of one family.
Well, it was when I was writing for the Daily Caller, I would specifically only take stories that I was happy to write about. Like if they're sending stuff that they wanted that was like sensationalized or whatever, they're generally pretty good with like fact stuff. Like they'll send back queries and stuff and make sure you actually like do that. But it's still the stories that they send. It's also sourcing Fox News a lot, so it keeps that thing, that loop, I guess, if you want to call it that, going as well. So it's like, I don't know, but that was also like 2 years ago. It is what it is. No.
I think most of these I could work for until you get to the section Gray Zone is in.
Yeah.
But even then, like Hannity is just Fox News.
I'm also not sure how involved he is in the Daily Caller, to be completely honest.
Yeah, probably just a CEO board thing.
Yeah, it was also very annoying because my email got flooded with these right-wing fucking money begging emails. Because I guess they give employee emails out to these fucking lists, which is very cool. Love that. That was half the reason I deleted the email that was attached to the fucking Substack. So fucking annoying.
Family. With the war now in its 10th month, health workers say conditions are deteriorating due to disease and lack of water, food, and...
Well, it's funny because basically what I was essentially doing was aggregating news into a single story. So I was sourcing multiple articles and I would be trying to find their source and then finding multiple corroborating sources. So this is like half of the reason that I did this job was because I wanted to get better at sourcing. It was shit. It was like $20 an article, but who gives a shit? It was work writing. I now have my name attached to articles that aren't just self-published. So there's that's there as well. There's benefits for it, but a lot of people don't realize as well. The media industry is incestuous. People at Fox News work at CNN, work at Newsmax, work at New York Times, work at everywhere, right? It's chop and change. Like these people write narratives for the outlets, and most people just don't give a shit. And that is the apathy that I really don't like. Yeah, very much so.
Medical care.
I
Since
heard
the
that.
war began, Israeli evacuation orders have displaced around 90% of Gaza residents. In the last month alone, according to the Associated Press, there have been at least 13 evacuation mandates. German police have made a second arrest in connection with a stabbing rampage at a festival in Solingen, which is north of Cologne. Police said it came after a raid on a home for refugees. The group, the Islamic State, has claimed responsibility.
I was just about to say ISIS.
Police say that on Friday night, a man carrying a knife killed 3 people and injured at least 8 others, 4 of them seriously. Earlier, police detained a 15-year-old who they say knew in advance about the attack but didn't report it. And the countdown is on for the Paralympic Games in
awesome.
Paris.
If you have
Torches
advanced
were lit in
knowledge and
Stoke
attack would
Mandeville, the
happen.
English village widely considered to be the site of the first Paralympic Games in 1948 for men injured in World War II. The flame will travel beneath the English Channel to France and wind its way through 50 cities before arriving in Paris.
You ever see the lighting of the Olympic torch when there's like a bunch of doves or pigeons on it?
No.
You just fucking incinerate all these birds.
Fucking hell. He wants dinner.
For Wednesday's opening
Yeah,
ceremony.
just type in
So to come on
Olympic
PBS
torch
News
birds.
Weekend, what the end of a COVID vaccine program means for the uninsured and the future of debt relief.
I would not show it.
Good evening,
because,
I'm John Yang. After
you
Israel and
never know what
Hezbollah
animal
traded
cruelty
cross-border
shit.
attacks early today, each side signaled there'd be no further escalation for now. Before dawn, about 100 Israeli warplanes struck more than 40 Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Israelis said it thwarted an attack. Lebanese officials said 3 people were killed and 2 others hurt. Short time later, Hezbollah fired a barrage of missiles and drones toward Israel, hitting, the group said, a military intelligence site. An Israeli Navy officer was killed and 2 other service members wounded. At a cabinet meeting this morning, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the operation was a success.
What happened today is not the end of the story. Hezbollah tried to attack the state of Israel with rockets and drones early in the morning. We instructed the IDF to carry out a powerful preemptive strike to remove the threat. The IDF destroyed thousands of short-range rockets, and they were all intended to harm our citizens and our forces in the Galilee.
Hezbollah's leader warned that precision missiles may be used in the future as the group tries to stop the aggression in Gaza. Efforts to reach a negotiated ceasefire in Gaza pressed ahead today in Cairo. In Germany, a 26-year-old man turned himself into police, saying he carried out Friday night's knife attack in Solingen that killed 3 people and wounded 8 others. Authorities say the man is a Syrian citizen who had applied for asylum in Germany and that he was motivated by the extremist group, the Islamic State.
No shit.
Russian missiles are hammering Ukrainian border towns as Ukraine's forces inch farther into Russian territory. In southern and eastern Ukraine, 4 people were killed and nearly 40 others injured in Russian strikes.
Wait till we get to the third
Well,
knife
Ukraine's Air
attack.
Force said its defense system.
Wait till we get to the third knife attack. Do you know what the third one is?
Intercepted most of the missiles. Some found their targets. A hotel housing a group of journalists was heavily damaged. Hurricane Hone passed just south of
It
Hawaii,
might not
dumping
be in
about
here.
a foot of rain.
What?
I said the third knife attack might not be in there.
What, the Sydney one?
Yes.
On the south
Who
side of the
did
Big
that
Island,
one?
enough to
Probably ISIS.
You think? Do
I
you have,
don't know.
have you had
They did
ISIS attacks?
Yeah, they stabbed a pastor or an imam or some shit in the face. In Sydney. Just after the dude did the mass stabbing in the shopping center.
Oh.
Yeah, people here are freaking out. They're like, "Oh my god, everything's going crazy! Government, do more! Restrict our rights!" It's fucking morons, idiots. I think I posted on. I think I might have posted it on Twitter. I literally took a picture of the screen of ABC News this morning.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
Researchers suggest lowering speed limits. We're the only fucking country in the world suggesting lowering fucking speed limits. Fuck yourself. Literally go fuck yourself. I fucking hate this country.
Extinguish fears of wildfires from the storm's winds. The island still faces other dangers.
What we need to do is limit shipping.
Another storm, Hurricane
vessel
Gilma, is still
sizes.
far to the east of Hawaii.
Why?
Because literally they're the size of fucking skyscrapers. So it's literally the reason why our logistics are so fucked up is because it's like, imagine this, right? You're at work, you have a day where nothing happens, okay? The next day, a ship that's the size of the Empire State Building shows up and you have to unload all of that. This is why China can push their EVs, because they have no choice. They need to clear all that shit from port to get more ships in. So if we actually took one of those ships and cut it into fourths even, our logistics would actually be better. It's just that the big containers, the way they are now, is saving the companies money. So it technically lowers the cost in that regard, but the processing also raises the cost. So it's not actually helping us. It's only lowering the cost for the company, not the people. It's actually backing up the ports, right?
Yeah, well, the other thing is that, like, with this...
And only certain ports can manage these ships now. So before we had dozens of ports in a certain area able to take a ship. Now it'll only be one. What happens to all the jobs in that other port? Now all those ports that could be processing goods are processing nothing because the ships are the size of skyscrapers now. And then we have people who can do imperialism like China going out and building super ports for people. And then they come in with an industrial trawler and scoop up all the fish in the region, and people starve to death.
I mean, it's a fair point. I didn't think about it like that. I mean,
with the first thing we do when we go to war is putting caps on those ship sizes, you know, in World War II. Like, the reason why ships were a certain size is because they put caps on it. That needs to happen with fucking actual shipping. Like, it's such a problem. We have the Ever Given getting stuck in the Suez, right?
Yeah,
that was bad. Then we have that bridge being hit, and then another bridge was hit right after that because the ships are so big now that like if that ship was 4 ships instead and only one of those ships hit that bridge, it would have been fine.
True. Because the other thing I think that we need to do is lower our expectations on fucking delivery times. You fucking impatient cunts. Yeah, because we've been the
drivers. Did you see this?
We have literally been gaslit. Hold the fuck on. I'm fucking talking. Jesus Christ. We have literally been gaslit into thinking that we want overnight delivery. We were fine with a week's delivery 5 fucking years ago. Oh, it takes a week to get here. That's fine. That's cool. Now it's like, if it's not here overnight, instantly impatience. Where the fuck is my package? Maybe we should chill the fuck out and actually just realize that people have time limits. Also, the AI boom is just corporations again gaslighting us. We don't want this. Fuck AI. Look at what it's done already. Anyway, the UPS driver
who almost died.
Gone.
I mean, they fucking passed out in their van on a highway because there's no AC in the trucks.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'll find it.
What, the big mail vans?
Yeah.
Crazy. I didn't know that.
Let me find it.
You bring up the Philippines a lot, Fudge.
Kamala Harris had. Here you go. 6 days ago this happened.
It's forecast to weaken before it reaches the islands.
They were fine.
And New York Yankees jersey worn by Babe Ruth has set a record for the most expensive sports collectible.
Candy bar.
It's the jersey Ruth had on when,
look at how fat he was.
He called his home run during the 1932 World Series.
Look at him waddle.
When a 6-hour bidding war ended at 5:30 this morning, an anonymous buyer had the winning bid of $24 million.
I hate this.
An auction house official called it the Mona Lisa of sports memorabilia. Still to come on PBS News Weekend.
Yeah.
Why more people and
the
money.
Mona Lisa also fucking sucks. It's a shit painting.
Cell phone video shows a UPS truck driving into oncoming traffic, running off the road and crashing into trees. If I were to record it, just Henry Wynn took
That's
this
crazy.
video, saying the UPS driver was visibly unconscious at the wheel.
When he swerved, he went over.
You see he's in the wrong side of traffic too.
Yeah.
The ongoing traffic, and then
Went into ongoing traffic.
Crazy. He's so lucky he didn't hit a car. Unfathomably lucky.
And I'm like Ocean, right?
What just happened?
Labor Union Teamsters Local 7.
Look at it. It's barely damaged.
Yeah, because I think it
67.
did. The trees were like smaller trees, so
So it was kind of a cushion.
like if you watch, it kind of drags through a few trees.
Posted the footage to Facebook, saying a driver from Longview was sent to the McKinney building to drive. The driver experienced heat-related symptoms and called in for assistance. The company once again did not follow their own recharge guidelines and asked the driver to drive himself in. This is unacceptable. The union says the driver survived the crash and was released from the hospital yesterday.
I hope he's suing the fuck out of them. I really fucking hope.
Statement, UPS says, we are aware of an incident involving our driver in McKinney, Texas. We care deeply about his safety and well-being. We are working with authorities to investigate and defer
No,
to
you
them.
don't.
We're sorry.
We care.
We're sorry.
We care. That's why we don't have AC in our vans or doors for your safety. So like you can literally get jacked at any point.
Yeah, pretty cool.
For questions. The incident came as a shock to another McKinney family.
And my heart just stopped because I cannot believe that it's happening again.
Last August, Nasa Lambert's husband, Chris Begley, was driving for UPS out of the McKinney facility when he passed out from the heat. Lambeth says she was out of town, and instead of calling 911 or taking Begley to the hospital, another UPS employee drove Begley to his empty home. Begley died 4 days later.
He had no idea what was going on. He was very confused. Nobody sent him to the hospital. I don't understand that. I will never understand that.
OSHA fined the McKinney UPS Center more than $60,000 for Begley's death, finding that Begley died from heat stress. The report says when a medical facility for treatment of injured employees was not available, the employer did not have a person or persons trained to understand and render first aid treatment or ensure other medical treatment was available. Nearly a year after his death, Begley's family says Friday's crash shows the McKinney UPS facility still hasn't done enough to keep drivers safe from the heat.
They're having their drivers drive themselves in after they have a heat event. That's insane, in my opinion. I don't know how they can fix it, but they need to fix it because people are dying.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and tops.
Thanks for watching.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, fucking...
Workers'
rights.
Where's the fucking unions?
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
She was great at the convention. We didn't look at any of her stuff, but like, you know, did you see there was a guy with guys with banners?
No, I didn't say anything else.
So like they put like different people did different protest events with like banners and stuff, and she's like immediately on it, ready to interview the guy as he's being thrown out. It was so good.
Hezbollah exchanged heavy fire over the weekend. Early on Sunday morning, over 100 Israeli warplanes struck about 40 sites in Lebanon. Hezbollah responded by launching hundreds of drones and rockets at Israel. 3 deaths were reported in Lebanon, 1 in Israel. Israel described its attacks as preemptive, saying the raid was conducted to blunt an imminent attack by Hezbollah. But Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah rejected that claim.
What happened was an aggression, not a preemptive action. And if we were to assume this was a preemptive action, it left no impact whatsoever on our military operations today, neither on its missiles, nor on its drones, nor on its fighters.
We'll have more on this story after headlines. Human Rights Watch has accused Israel of arbitrarily detaining and torturing Palestinian healthcare workers. 8 doctors, nurses, and paramedics recently held in Israeli prisons have described being blindfolded, beaten, held in forced stress positions, and handcuffed for extended periods of time. They also reported torture, including rape and sexual abuse by Israeli forces. Over the weekend, Israel bombed another school in Gaza, sheltering displaced Palestinians. Meanwhile, on Saturday, an Israeli strike on home in Khan Yunis killed 11 members of the same family, including 2 children. This comes as Israeli forces have withdrawn from the Hamad City portion of Khan Yunis, leaving the neighborhood largely destroyed. Rescue workers recovered 16 bodies from the rubble. Residents say they have no safe place to go.
We're a safe area. There is no safety. Where is safety? We flee every day. We get displaced every day under the rockets, under the bombing. I am alone with my little children. I flee with them every day from a place to another. I don't know where to go. They tell you about safe areas. Where is safety? Make me feel safe. Make the little child feel safe. We are tired people. It's enough. Have mercy on us.
Hostage talks were held in Cairo, Egypt over the weekend, but a deal has not been reached. Egyptian officials said neither Hamas nor Israel agreed to a number of compromises put forward by a mediator. Hamas has said any deal must include a permanent ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. At least 3 people died overnight in Ukraine as Russia launched a barrage of drone and missile strikes targeting critical infrastructure, including power and water supplies across Ukraine. The attacks come a day after 5 Russian civilians were killed in a Ukrainian strike.
Why continue to try and even have the peace talks? Like, nothing has changed. It's still you got to end the war. And that's the thing is Israel's like, oh, we're not going to agree to not kill Hamas after a ceasefire. That's not a ceasefire then, guys. So like, why are we even wasting time? Like, what is this fucking political theater? I'm so fucking sick of it. We like, oh my goodness, the ceasefire didn't happen again. Oh.
On the Russian city of Belgorod. Meanwhile, in the Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk, a safety advisor working for the Reuters news agency was killed and 4 Reuters journalists were injured in a Russian strike on their hotel on Saturday. Ryan Evans was a 38-year-old British citizen. In a statement, Reuters said, quote, Ryan has helped so many of our journalists cover events around the world. We will miss him terribly, unquote. The injured journalists are reportedly from Ukraine, the United States, Latvia, and Germany. 2 of them were hospitalized. Meanwhile, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv on Friday. Modi called for peace talks to end the war.
No conflict can be resolved on the battlefield. The road to resolution can only be found through dialogue and diplomacy, and we should move in that direction without wasting any time. Both sides should sit together to find ways to end this crisis.
In news from Iraq, 2 journalists were killed on Friday. And
nobody's cared that this, like, nobody brought it up at the DNC or anything. I mean, they did say they were working towards it, but when aren't they? Like, it's just so dumb.
The Turkish drone strike, the journalists, Gulistan.
Huh?
It's just so dumb.
Yeah.
Antara of Turkey and Hirabahadin of Iraq worked for the Kurdish outlet Shtark TV. A 3rd journalist was seriously wounded.
So,
another journalist.
Fuck, I'm trying to think who. I think it was The Guardian or something reported this as like as the Turkish narrative that they were PKK.
Yeah.
And like we're all calling them out because it's like they were like known journalists and known Kurdish journalists who were targeted by a NATO country and in another country.
Yeah.
Extrajudicial killing of journalists is what we're allowing to happen in NATO.
Different house. Temporary house for a month. And then the room will change again. Because we moved. So I'm also going to get a green screen, so I might have some fun with that.
Working for a Kurdish outlet was killed last month. Reporters Without Borders says Iraqi Kurdistan is becoming one of the most dangerous areas in the world for reporters. In U.S. election news, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has suspended, though not ended, his independent presidential.
Cut in here. Who cares
I also have a new background prop.
See, they pulled out this banner that says "Stop Arming Israel." Yeah. And the guys are ripping it away from him now.
Cringe.
You hear Amy yelling to him.
What are you doing?
See, Amy's trying to talk to him, and people are literally like blocking her.
Crazy.
Your name, sir? Sir, what's your name?
My name's Leanne.
See, she literally is in there. She's literally like they're throwing her out. They're trying to separate her.
Today we
and they're like, we can't. We literally can't pull her because she's a journalist and she has every right to do what she's doing.
Hilarious. I love this.
So she's slowing down the process of this guy getting thrown out, bringing more attention to it.
Yes.
Protesting the murder of children in Gaza and the continuing genocide.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
What did the sign say? It said stop arming Israel.
All right, thank you. Let's keep it going. We'll watch out.
And what happened?
You can interview him in the tunnel, okay?
And what happened
I just don't want you to break your ankles.
Then
I just don't want you to break your ankles. Sounds like a threat, bro.
Sign and tried to rip it out of our hands several times.
While Biden's on
Eventually they
stage too.
succeeded.
Yeah, that's
In
good.
the hall, okay? Let's get him there.
So anyway, total badass. Total badass, Amy.
Double dog eyes.
Just like her journalistic instinct to immediately be in there.
Yeah.
Endorsed Donald Trump. The
No,
two
she's good.
campaigned together on Friday in Arizona.
As we always say, she's the best.
Yeah.
Kennedy's brothers and sisters have
She's like the only credible person on that side of like journalism, you know? Like
Yeah.
like we obviously know where the bias is, and then even then she still doesn't exactly like buy into the bias a lot too. Like she still will present the Israeli side of something, but she'll go into depth about Palestinians dying and then be like Israel's response was we're defending ourselves or something.
Yeah, because she's a journalist. Like
But
that's
it's
how
just-
a journalist should be.
It's very interesting that she actually like even like allows the other side to give a talking point, because few in that field will. Like I
This
don't
is
think
true.
I don't think that's something we'd expect from Sam Cedar, but that's more of a talk show type thing.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be opinionated.
publicly criticized it.
I mean, it's like us. We're just cunts to everybody.
Did I miss the Ukraine talk? No. This
No.
is just news wraps. This is the intro stuff that we
Yeah,
do in
this
the
is-
first
this is the-
hour.
Mondays.
His decision. In a statement, they said, quote, "Our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today is a betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. It is a sad ending to a sad story," they said. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the son of Robert F.
Sauvage.
Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, both of whom were assassinated in the 1960s. On Friday,
Come
Donald
on,
Trump
triple
vowed,
threat.
if elected, to launch a commission on presidential assassinations and attempts.
And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that.
Why didn't you?
In other election news, Kamala Harris's campaign has reported she set a new record by raising
I believe he said that last time too.
He did. He also
Yeah,
said
and then he looked at them. I explicitly remember he looked at them and kept them classified. He chose to keep them classified.
$540 million over the past month since President Biden suspended his reelection bid. Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, will launch a Georgia bus tour on Wednesday. Donald Trump's golf resort in Bedminster, New Jersey, is hosting a January 6th awards gala next week when organizers plan to honor 20 defendants arrested for taking part in the deadly.
it's so funny because like you can
that's
literally connect the Bay of Pigs, Watergate, and the Kennedy assassination to all one guy.
Yeah. I always forget his name. I should remember
E.
his
Howard
name.
Hunt.
That's the one.
January 6th insurrection. Donald Trump
The
is listed as an
Irishman.
invited speaker.
You watched that movie?
Is he? Is
Yeah.
that the 3.5 hour movie that everybody says is good, but I haven't watched because it's 3.5 hours?
Yeah, but it's about like the Teamsters Union.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So like it had mafia connections, the Teamsters Union. So it's
Yeah.
about that. It's about the Teamsters Union and this guy. I forgot. He disappeared though. Nobody knows where he went. So it's like kind of like a It's like a retelling of their own history, right? So like we
Interesting.
don't know what happened to this guy. It's assumed he got whacked by the mob. And so like the one guy who's involved, who's like still alive and he's old as fuck and like in a retirement home, is like who it's about.
Yeah. Is that the dude with the mole? The Italian dude with the mole.
Yeah, Robert De Niro.
Face. De Niro, yeah. That does the his politics is awful. He should shut the fuck up.
To the gala.
But
meanwhile,
in that respect, that is my opinion of everybody, especially sorry, specifically celebrities. Shut the fuck up. Dance for me. That's what you're supposed to do.
I forget which group, but after one of the West African group, she referred to this military as American trained.
Oh, that's way better.
So after one of the West African, it was the military.
The military.
So it was the coup government that did some stuff. Well, the military, it must have been because like Niger were American trained. So, but yeah, I guess the framing. So it's easy to group conservatives into beliefs that the vice president controls gas and meat prices because I see a conservative family line. It's because nobody understands what government is and how government works. Because the thing is that the government just exists for them to blame everything because they're never going to actually come to the realization that it's like corporations that are the reasons for all this stuff. It's like actually it's capitalism. It's not even government.
But even my criticisms go beyond that as well. I say it is the government, but I say it's the government and like the government collaborating with corporations.
They could fucking take these people to town, but they won't.
Nope, because they benefit from it. They see line go up, they get money too. That's the problem. Line must go up.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, but I don't know. It's like I think she was implying that they wouldn't have the ability to kill if they weren't American trained killers or something.
It is strange framing.
It was pretty dumb.
Very silly.
While a Maryland man who threw a smoke bomb at police on January 6th has been convicted on a number of charges, including civil disorder and assaulting police.
So police can launch CS gas at journalists' faces
and knock their eyes out.
And nothing happens.
I think
but you throw one tiny itty bitty smoke bomb at the cops and you get assaulting the police charges.
Wasn't there a fart bomb or a stink bomb that they said was chemical weapons?
A chemical weapon?
And I was arguing technically you could say
it is.
What was that about?
Oh, I can't remember. I don't think it was a protest. I think we were just discussing chemical weapons and we got into the fart bomb.
No, somebody got charged and they said that they used a chemical. It was certain framing. Like some people were framing it that way.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Gaza campus protest. Somebody threw a stink bomb in and they said it was chemical warfare.
That's what it was. Yes, you nailed it.
Lee, who became a police officer after the insurrection, will be sentenced.
Epic.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? I thought they were in Niger. I thought Wagner was in all three of the Confederate.
Where did they just get wiped out?
It was Mali, wasn't it?
Was it? Well, Mali, they're definitely in because of the gold. I don't think Niger has gold for them.
Hold on.
That's why they're not there. There's no gold.
Yeah, true. They do like their gold. Wagner Group appeared in Mali in December 21. It's still operating as of March 24, so potentially still there.
Burkina Faso and Mali have them, but I don't think Niger has it.
Okay.
Because the U.S. is still bombing Niger. They're still operating and doing missions in there. They're stationing out of Chad now, I believe.
Okay.
So they probably wouldn't be very deep. And I believe the area with the insurgency is barely in Niger. Let me check. Okay. Do we know which country is Niger if we look at it?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Okay, I found this. This is from 2 years ago. So what is this measuring? 5 zones. So it's measuring violence, I guess. So it's like these are the zones where they happen. So and then I found this one. This is from Wikipedia. Little ink blot there. Oh, this one looks interesting. Ooh, low quality, but hey, that's showing you got the flags and stuff in this
I got
one.
something from France 24 from April. Niger's military government agreed in January to step up security cooperation with Russia, expelling French forces that were fighting jihadist rebellions. The African Corps, seen as the successor to Wagner, has confirmed it had arrived in Niger. They have air defense systems and trainers, but it doesn't seem.
So this is where
it doesn't seem like they have.
This is where the French mission was,
forces.
which is not. It's not covering the area of Niger where there's insurgency.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting, huh? Because it's like the French mission is like literally just outside the area where the insurgency is happening. Like, I guess they stage outside of the area where it's happening.
Fucking Burkina Faso is getting fucked. Jesus Christ. It's such a small country too.
Yeah, but it's really this tri-state region specifically here.
I wonder why that's specifically. There must be supply lines or something there that ISIS is going after.
Well, I'll find some more stuff and then bring it up.
The U.S. Department of Justice and 8 states have sued the property management software company RealPage, accusing the firm of helping landlords collude to drive up the cost of rent.
Boo.
The firm collects rental information from competing corporate landlords and then uses algorithms to set rents. Attorney General Merrick Garland accused the firm of violating the Sherman Antitrust Act.
When the Sherman Act was passed.
What?
So the terrorists operate here, but that's their safe haven, right? So while they're attacking just below the orange because they're operating in the orange and going outside of their area to attack into controlled areas. So that's why the French mission was taken to where they're like stationed from. That makes more sense now.
Interesting. Shit.
An anti-competitive scheme might have looked like robber barons shaking hands at a secret meeting. Today, it looks like landlords using mathematical algorithms to align their rents.
In Kentucky, a federal judge has thrown out felony charges against 2 former Louisville police officers connected with the fatal police shooting of Breonna Taylor in her own home over 4 years ago. The 2 officers had been accused of falsifying a warrant that led to the fatal police raid on Taylor's apartment. The officers, Joshua James and Kyle Meany, were not at the scene of the shooting in March 2020. We'll have more on this later in the broadcast. We'll be speaking with Taylor family attorney, Ben Crump. In Tennessee, a second former Memphis police officer has pleaded guilty in the police killing of Tyree Nichols, a 29-year-old black father who died after a brutal police beating. The former officer, Emmett Martin, pleaded guilty to federal civil rights violations and could face up to 40 years in prison.
Civil rights violations.
In Florida, a sheriff's deputy has been charged with manslaughter in connection with the killing of Roger Fortson, a 23-year-old black Air Force member who was shot to death in his own home. According to the Associated Press, former Okaloosa County Deputy Eddie Duran is just the 4th Florida police officer in the past 35 years to be charged for an on-duty killing. French authorities have detained the founder and CEO of the popular news and messaging service Telegram. Pavel Durov was detained at a Paris airport on an arrest warrant related to allegations that Telegram has been used for illegal activity. Durov is a dual French-Russian citizen. Telegram posted a message online saying, quote, "It's absurd to claim that a platform or its owner are responsible for abuse of that platform. Almost 1 billion users globally use Telegram as means of communication and as a source of vital information," unquote. The app has a history of refusing to cooperate with law enforcement. In Burkina Faso, a militant group with links to al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility for an attack that killed up to 200 people and injured 140. According to the Norwegian Refugee Council, attacks in
Okay, here's a population density. So where the attacks actually happen are where population density is.
Interesting.
Right.
The attacks on people?
Huh?
Attacks on population then?
Yeah, so it's actually because the military's stronger in these areas are why the attack's happening there, while the militants operate more in the Sahel region where nobody exists.
Yeah, they stage out of it.
Yeah.
What an interesting conflict. And nobody fucking talks about this shit. Nobody just, it just seems like nobody gives a fuck that ISIS is in North Africa.
Burkina Faso this year have killed more than 8,400 people. At least 13 migrants are dead after their boat sank off the coast of Yemen. Authorities are searching for over a dozen others who've been missing since last week, according to the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. The boat had departed from Djibouti in East Africa, carrying 25 Ethiopian and 2 Yemeni migrants. Annually, tens of thousands of migrants depart from the Horn of Africa, fleeing conflict, extreme poverty, and the impacts of the climate crisis, setting off on a dangerous journey across the Red Sea, many with the hope of reaching wealthier nations in the Gulf. In Norway, climate activists with the group Extinction Rebellion blocked an oil terminal at a major gas processing plant Saturday.
Nice.
Now we are outside the Karstad oil terminal. We have just begun a blockade of one of Norway's largest processing plants for gas in the North Sea.
Well, that's what we said.
So we demand a plan
is
for a phasing out of oil and gas
right
production
now,
in Norway.
we currently rate ISWAP as the most successful insurgency right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Afghan group, which allegedly has no ties to the Taliban. That group, ISK, like they're doing a lot of attacks. They're becoming more of they took over a lot of the ISIS central duties of attacking in other countries. I mean, they were also involved in October 7. Nobody talks about that because it's just so Hamas focused. You know, and that's where I think the connections are the most obvious. It's like, wait, you have ISIS guys and the Haqqani network involved in this October 7th operation?
It is, yeah, it is. People do not like when I bring that up. They are not a fan when it's like, did you know Hamas use Islamic terrorists?
Yeah, they hire contractors.
ISIS and shit. It was contractors to instigate Israel's genocide, meaning Hamas wanted them to go and kill Palestinians. How do you not see this connection here? I just don't get it. This is a logic gap in their thinking.
And there's not a lot of concrete reporting on it that points it out.
No.
It's only really, really, really people who already work for some fucking org that's obviously going to be pro-Israel because they're in the United States fucking imperial spectrum, like a lobby or defense contractor type group. They're the only ones who have recognized this and pointed it out.
Wait, who?
Who do you guys think put October 7th? Probably Sinwar. But the question is not the planning, because there's no evidence that the Haqqani network and ISIS assisted in the planning. There's just a contractor network. And so these guys already do contracts within Gaza. So it's not abnormal for Hamas to be doing contract work. And not only that, groups that will be against each other will still do contract work sometimes with each other. ISIS tends to not fuck with Al-Qaeda in general, but there was I forgot what I was going to say. Who was I going to talk about? Oh, when ISK during Trump, because Trump bombed them so much, they started hiring the TTP to do attacks. Right? So the attack that I believe killed the current so-called supreme leader of the Taliban, that was actually a TTP attack that was organized and planned by ISK, and they just had TTP guys do the suicide bombing.
Interesting.
Oh no!
I need to.
I need to know. People in chat are being bombed by Russia right now.
Oh no! What the fuck?
People are in danger of losing their lives if we cannot manage to remain under the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming.
Here in New York, dozens of feminist climate activists were arrested outside the Manhattan home of city CEO Jane Fraser. The action was part of Summer of Heat, a season-long series of civil disobedience targeting the funders of the climate crisis. And the Biden administration has been dealt a setback in its efforts to use the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to fight environmental injustice in Louisiana. On Friday, a federal court
What? Oh my god.
ruled the Environmental
really
Protection
funny
Agency is barred from
how the loopholes Biden has been using, but for good, like the climate war that he started. Like that's another underrated thing that he did.
This is true.
using the federal civil rights law.
Yeah, he really does. Like the climate core is very interesting too. I think it really stuck out when he brought it out. We were talking about it quite a bit.
Yeah, but he's brought it up in a few speeches since then. I want to say he brought it up at this DNC convention. By the way, there is somebody that we completely forgot on that list. We didn't rank Hochul from New York. She didn't even. She was so forgettable that we didn't even put her on the list.
Okay.
Isn't that funny?
Sorry, there's a message here from Uber. Apparently the Australian government basically told them that they have to pay a minimum amount for gig workers. So that's pretty big. Oh, I'm gonna have to look into this.
To prevent Louisiana from issuing permits to new fossil fuel facilities in an area known as Cancer Alley, a predominantly Black community. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
We begin the day's other headlines with extreme weather. A heat dome hovering over the Midwest is sending some temperatures into the upper 90s, and meteorologists say that's unseasonably hot even for summer. Nearly 50 million Americans are under excessive heat warnings and advisories. Some temperatures could reach record highs through tomorrow before that heat settles over the South by the middle of the week. And over in the Pacific, Hurricane Hone weakened to a tropical storm over the weekend, but not before dumping at least a foot of rain over parts of southern Hawaii as it passed the state. Floods shut down major highways on the Big Island, and Hawaii is not in the clear yet. Officials are watching two other storms, one of them shown here, Hurricane Gilma, could reach the islands by this weekend.
Wait, it's
Special Counsel Jack Smith is asking a federal appeals court to bring back.
Is that scale? Is that the actual size of the storm? It's bigger than the islands itself?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Just one missile.
For now.
Classified documents case against former President Donald Trump. The case was thrown out last month after Judge Aileen Cannon, who is a Trump appointee, ruled that Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. In its appeal brief, the special counsel's team said that Cannon's decision is, quote, at odds with widespread and longstanding appointment practices in the Department of Justice and across the government. Even if the appeals court reinstates the case, it would be unlikely to go to trial before the November election.
Who cares?
Turning overseas, Russia sent a massive barrage of about 200 missiles and drones across more than half of Ukraine overnight and into today. Ukraine's Air Force commander said the attack was the biggest aerial assault of the war. It killed at least 4 people and injured more than a dozen. In Kyiv, residents took shelter underground, huddled in subway stations. Officials said power and water supplies were disrupted in the capital.
Guy, you know?
President Volodymyr Zelensky condemned the attack in a video address.
Це був один з найбільших ударів.
There's a spot in the back of the cage that they've chewed through the pan, and I've got this felt blanket that I've stitched together. So I have different one. I have four of them that I can slide on the pan, so they can't chew it anymore, but it also helps block it. But then I also put this little ladder ramp. So I put this ladder ramp, I push it halfway through the cage so they can't do anything because it's like halfway out. Though there's a fulcrum there, right?
Yeah.
So they don't know to pull it back through. And then I put a piece of wood underneath the mat the pea mat that I lay down, but it's on top of the felt. And he's got this square piece of wood right now, and I see that the ramp that I have in there is now flipped up, like it's now diagonally up instead of laying flat. So somehow he jostled this thing out from under there.
He flipped his shit.
And is now like playing with it.
It was one of the heaviest strikes, a combined one, more than 100 missiles of various types and about 100 Shahed drones. And like most previous Russian strikes, this one was just as vile, targeting critical civilian infrastructure.
Meanwhile, in Russia, officials say they intercepted nearly 24 Ukrainian drones since last night. 4 people were injured. Dozens of people have died in southwest Pakistan in 3 separate insurgent attacks across the region. Gunmen killed at least 38 people in Baluchistan province, which borders Iran and Afghanistan. Separatist groups have long fought for independence in this part of Pakistan. Funeral prayers took place for the victims today after gunmen blocked off highways, dragged people out of their vehicles, and shot them. They also attacked a police station. The military said that security forces killed 21 militants in response.
Said something like the BLA is the PKK of Pakistan, which to him is like an insult, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, that's why they're based. The question is terrorism justified? You know?
Yes.
Like innocent people die. The thing is that it also comes kind of like a Hamas question where why does Hamas exist in the first place, right? So like we can condemn what Hamas does, but we can get behind the goal of Palestinian emancipation. And so that's what I think is the right approach for the BLA. The BLA has worked with also like insurgent groups like ISIS and stuff like that. But normally they only attack the Pakistani military and civilians rarely die. So and they are very linked to the PKK. Like the PKK are one of the few people that like advocate for the Baloch cause.
In Germany, Chancellor Olaf Scholz has vowed to toughen the country's knife.
That seems something they would do, is that they would post those books too.
Laws following Friday's late-night stabbing at a festival that left 3 people dead and 8 injured. Scholz visited the western city of Solingen today and laid a white rose at the scene of the attack. Investigators believe that the suspect, who turned himself in over the weekend, shares the radical ideology of the Islamic State extremist group. Scholz vowed to take action.
It's so funny because like
this was terrorism. Terrorism
this
against
is what these types of attacks that ISIS is always doing. This is what we thought Al Qaeda was going to start doing after 2001. You know, like people were scared in their day-to-day lives that another terrorist attack was happening. It's not till a decade later. Like it's like we envisioned our fear. You know, it's like almost like a children's story where what you fear the most ends up coming out of like your mind and imagination and becomes real, like it manifests itself, your own fear. This dude hasn't been listening this whole time.
I thought you were responding to the chat.
No, I'm talking to you.
Sorry. I saw hurricane things. Weather is interesting. And then I saw something stupid about hurricanes.
Whatever.
And they're like, hurricanes haven't crossed the equator.
I just won't talk anymore.
What?
Because you don't care about me. No, so anyway, like Al Qaeda, like they would never like do shit that ISIS is doing, like all these attacks on like random people, like random stabbing events, you know, like that was. That's literally what people can't be thought like Al Qaeda was gonna be.
Yeah, but these stabbing attacks can't be connected, though, can they? Like they have to be standalone.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like there was the shoe bomber after 9/11, so there was attacks that were inspired after 9/11, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was purposely like acting like I was a gaslighting girlfriend there about not talking because you don't care about me. So I just find that interesting with ISIS because like
it is, but again it's the same thing as like the shooting trends too. Like you'll see an uptick. Like there'll be a big one, then there'll be a couple, and then
Well,
echoes and echoes,
it's
and
like
it'll
these
peter off a little
people,
bit.
like sometimes like attacks will happen, and these people had like no contact with ISIS, but they'll swear to ISIS before they do an attack.
Yeah.
Like I
yeah.
want to say Pulse might have been one of those where the guy literally like had no
Something like that,
indoctrination
yeah.
with ISIS. Like there was no communication to ISIS.
Yeah, it was like a self-radicalization.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you there was a lot of like the right-wing content, like American right-wing content.
Oh,
in
there
there
still
too.
is. There still is. Yeah,
Yeah.
even like today, like Internet Archive is one of the Internet Archive deplatforms ISIS content, but still there's a lot of jihadist content on there still.
Yeah.
And I like think that it should be there. Like there's a lot of Mujahideen websites from the
Yeah.
Iraq War that should be
Archived and kept
archived.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But these websites, like this media from Internet Archive, still has the potential to radicalize people.
Oh,
Because
of course
there's a lot of it on there, and a lot of it isn't like Arabic too.
Yeah, okay. But like I bet it does, but you've got to keep it up. You have to you
Well, they
have to
do
preserve
take
this
down
stuff.
all the ISIS stuff though. If it's like directly connected to Al Qaeda and ISIS, Internet Archive won't archive it. But there still is it still is a large percentage of like ISIS media and radicalization that we still do see.
Comes from Internet Archive.
Yeah, it's like 20% or something.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
But YouTube's still the big one right now.
It's us all, threatening our lives, our togetherness, the way we live. I want to make it clear with regard to the perpetrator that I am angry and furious about this crime. It must be punished quickly and severely.
Schultz also pledged to get tougher on deportations after German media reports said the suspect was denied asylum last year but was never deported. Two grocery giants, Kroger and Albertsons, were in federal court today to defend their plans to merge as the U.S. government tries to block them.
This whole thing with arresting Telegram, right? If they take down Telegram, like it will genuinely kind of like fuck up Russian logistics.
Yeah, it really will. Like Russian information warfare will crumble essentially. Like a lot of it comes through Telegram, and I bet China's probably using a bit of Telegram now as well. Yeah, that too. Yeah, because I've heard that they use their phones for communication, not radios, because they don't have them.
Yeah, so obviously, Ukraine would also be impacted by this. Yeah, Telegram's more popular like in the East than it is the West.
Yeah.
Them. Such a merger would be the largest among supermarkets in U.S. history. The Federal Trade Commission says the $25 billion deal would eliminate competition and raise food prices during a time when inflation is already high. The grocery chains argue the opposite, that joining forces would curb costs and allow them to better compete with big store rivals, Walmart, Costco, and Amazon. The trial is set to last for 3 weeks. And it was mostly a down day on Wall Street today, but the Dow Jones Industrial...
Yeah, and I don't care.
And Lisa joins us now. So let's start with this decision by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to exit the race. What more do we know about his reasoning?
Kennedy spoke for about 50 minutes today. He spent a lot of that time talking.
Shush. Later.
Task, and my answer is,
do we care?
Go in Washington, D.C. We actually
About
have staff
what,
members
this?
who are working right now.
No, RFK.
If you're running for
yeah.
re-election, they have a little thing called the primaries in some cases, and the fact that there's another election coming up. So we're busy in our home districts from different parts of the country, different time zones. It's very difficult for us to get together other than conference calls. Jason and I were together in Normandy. He chose to jump out of an airplane. I chose to wish him luck as he did that. But
I don't care.
Candidates, it's unacceptable. And we are standing here in a bipartisan way to send the message that we won't tolerate it. So we're going to get answers. The American people have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions. What we hope to do here today is
to get an understanding of the
any of these people
this, security
of any importance, Congress members. Who are any of you? Don't worry, Special Squad Delta is out
for
here.
For many of us, it raises more questions.
What do you? Is that Beta or Delta?
We can
Both.
see it's not a large place. We can get a sense of the area and just how close these buildings were to that stage where President Trump stood that day. So for all of us, having an opportunity to see,
there was a fucking slanted roof joke in the Vermin Supreme interview. Did you catch that one?
No, I must have missed that one.
Jonathan Reel says it. I don't. There's also the thing where I go Alien or Predator, and he goes Alien.
Yes.
I've never been a fan of Drake.
Yes, I did catch that one. That
He's
was
got a lot of
hysterical.
witty jokes in there, but the slanted. I
Yes.
don't remember exactly what the slanted roof thing was.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
he
to
was
go
talking
back
about
and
when they
watch it.
arrest Vermin Supreme, or they take out Vermin Supreme, and then he's
yeah.
like, "We're gonna shoot Jonathan first." And he says, "We're not gonna do any. It's gonna be official with our kangaroo court. No slanted roofs."
Walk around and experience this was a really
I think I actually
critical
do remember that. Now that you say it, it was very quick, and he does them very nonchalantly and very quick. It's very good.
step in our investigative process. We
The
go
German
from here
army
to have
involved
the
in what?
opportunity to speak to many of the men and women from law enforcement who were here on
And the
that
ISIS
day
attack?
and have information and facts that they can give to all of us. We have been working since the day this task force was formed. We have been working on getting answers for the American people. The members of this task force aren't just bipartisan. We come from all around America and bring a background to this process that will help us get the answers the American people deserve. We have former military officers, intelligence officers, prosecutors, and judges. And between us, we understand how to conduct an investigation, and we are committed, all of us, to ensuring that we understand what happened on this day and that the Secret Service and their law enforcement partners are providing that transparency so we can ensure that any protectee, both of our presidential candidates and any protectee out on the trail, is kept safe. Thank you.
I have no
Lou
idea
Correa
what's
from
happening.
California.
I also want to thank the chairman, the ranking
Apparently
member for
this
putting
is-
this great team together. Congressman Correa from Orange County, California. I just want to say that this
touring
is
the
about
site?
democracy, about American democracy.
This is strange.
We have a campaign and elections for president and for other elected offices throughout the country. We want our
This is
candidates.
so weird. What the fuck is happening? So what? They're just walking. They're walking around the Butler site, being like, "Oh my god, this is where Trump didn't get shot." That's what's happening.
This is where the air hurt his faith. I have no idea what's going on in chat right now.
This is where we almost saw his head blow up like a watermelon. Historic moments. HD footage is what that would have been. So close. And now we have to watch 30 minutes of Congress members of no note touring it, talking about it.
Technologies such as the drone.
God, I don't care.
Wanted to play.
Oops.
Publish this.
HD.
Its entirety. Let's play in the midst of
What
one
is
of the worst crimes that we will ever witness in our lifetimes. I mean, gosh, hopefully. But it's one of the worst crimes in the history of humanity.
Are you trying to mock how I talk when you say cran?
Cran.
They're committing genocide. So with this being such a salient issue for so many voters, it was a major misstep and strategic mistake, in my opinion, not to give a voice to a Palestinian. And the uncommitted movement has just been resoundingly reasonable throughout this. This ended up being a symbolic ask because it's separate from the substantive arms embargo.
Repeat after me. No.
No.
That is not correct. No, spelled N-O.
No.
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 That is actually spelled N-A-U-W-R-E-I-G-H. Say no.
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 She's putting it on.
No.
No.
Wow. Everyone else in the world can say no and pronounce it correctly, but Australians are hopeless. Thank you so much for watching.
You're a cunt.
How to teach an Australian to say
Why'd
no.
they bleep it?
She's totally putting it on. I'm pretty sure Pretty sure she's putting it on.
A firm commitment on an arms embargo before getting into power. If she does it at all, I think she could be pushed in that direction. But even when they didn't get that met, they just said, okay, we're not getting the substantive concession. How about a symbolic one? And
I'm going to show you how to teach an Australian English. Let's start with the basics. Hello.
Hello.
Whoa. So, if you want to greet an Australian in the Australian language, you say, hello. Beautiful.
We speak English in Australia. I don't know why you Americans assume that we don't speak English, but we do.
Wow. I didn't understand the word you just said. Thank you so much for watching.
You Americans are dumb.
That's true.
And watered down the symbolic ask. The first request had been that Dr. Tanya Hassan, who was a doctor who worked in Gaza, speak at the convention. Now, that would have been seen as too divisive, maybe too illustrative of the actual realities of the genocide. As I just headlined, children are drinking out of puddles, and polio is spreading throughout Gaza at this moment. Then they pivot, okay, how about just a Georgia state representative, someone who's supportive of Kamala Harris, but who has a Palestinian background? They said no. The pressure campaign continued yesterday. Mother Jones published the speech just to show how it was not, how anodyne it was. And still, they did not concede. Now, outside of the convention, protests and ramped up. The Georgia State Representative Ruah Roman gave the speech outside the convention hall to other supporters of Palestinian human rights. And then last night, she was on the Native Land podcast, which Charlemagne is one of the hosts, or maybe he was a guest. I'm not exactly sure.
This might have been a crossover between the two podcasts, because it seems as if the Native Land is Angela Rye, Tiffany Cross, both formerly of MSNBC,
right,
and Andrew Gillum, who we obviously know is the former Democratic nominee for governor against Ron DeSantis.
I was not expecting to see Andrew Gillum.
All three names shocked me, actually. I was like, oh my, whoa. And then Charlemagne is here, as well as a few others, I think, from the Breakfast Club.
Right. So they invited her on. Kudos to them. And she gave the speech in its entirety. Let's play that for you.
And tonight joining us to talk to us about this really significant movement around Palestine is Georgia State Representative Ruah Roman.
And we sound like idiots like that.
Yeah, that's Queensland.
The fucking nasal whininess.
Fucking drongos.
Well, even Tanya says narrower.
Yeah, but she's a New Zealander. That doesn't count.
They also say it. Narrower. I love how he spells it out. It's like N-A-U-R-G.
It is very funny, yes. It's the first time I've seen anybody actually like spell it out like that. Very funny.
Codes wrote a wonderful piece in Vanity Fair. I hope everybody reads it. But we are honored.
Nobody's going to acknowledge her post on October 7th, though. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's platforming her.
What happened? What was her post?
I don't know. Anyone who's platforming her isn't going to care.
Yeah. Do we care? Like, really? Oh, no, she said
the freedom
something.
Fighters need to flip their phone sideways.
Oh, is that this girl?
No, that's Mia Khalifa.
Oh, was it? That's funny as fuck. Because I remember that tweet specifically.
Yeah, it was funny.
That is funny.
I fucking hate Mia Khalifa.
Thank you. My name is Ruah Roman, and I'm honored to be the first Palestinian.
I disagree. I actually like him when he does the non music interviews. I think he's really good at it. I think he really gets to the point. It's a shame that they claim.
Elected to public.
It's the girl that was meant to talk.
Yes.
And they said no.
That was on
the
her mic. I mean, you can hear it. You can hear the ringing.
Yes.
From it.
Mm-hmm.
Restoring access to abortions, to ensuring a living wage, to demanding an end to reckless wars and a ceasefire in Gaza.
It's not
and to those who
actually
doubt us,
distorting her
to the
voice.
cynics and the naysayers, I say, yes, we can. Yes, we can be a democratic party that prioritizes funding our schools and hospitals, not for endless wars. That fights for an America that belongs to all of us, Black, brown, and white, Jews and Palestinians, all of us, like my grandfather taught me, together.
That's beautiful.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I
wanted to play that in its entirety, just to show she didn't say anything that should be perceived as controversial, but
yeah, that almost sounded like a Reverend Wright sermon or something like that, with how caustic and volatile and but how inflammatory the rhetoric was. Saying yes we can. What is wrong with her?
Well, I mean, yes we can. We know who said that first.
Yeah.
The best friend of Reverend Wright.
So go figure.
These are the ties that you have to recognize, Bradley, if you're looking at politics. No, yeah, I mean it's unconscionable. I think Charlie Sheeher writes in that there's a Streisand effect here. That's also part of it. I think that cuts both ways, right? I think that the Streisand effect of highlighting suppressing Palestinian voices is also to appease the Israel lobby. Like there's a part of that the Democratic Party likes, and that's a difficult thing to admit, but it's the truth.
Why is it difficult to admit?
The fact that this is a headline gives the...
I always have such bad input.
Steven Crowder is quite upset right now that crime...
Where's Sam?
Oh, well, Thursday. It's a Thursday show when they let her off the leash.
Ah, okay.
Is down. Violent crime, all forms of crime for the most part, are trending downwards in this country. And this is difficult because the Trump campaign has tried to make this a part of their strategy. There's a really funny piece. Let's actually just turn to this before we get to Crowder in the Detroit News, because apparently Trump backed out of an interview with them after the numbers on crime were pointed out to him. We'll just read here. National violent crime data from the FBI showed the rate of violent crime decreased from 2017 to 2019 during the Trump administration before jumping in 2020 to 398.5 incidents per 100,000 people in 2021 and 2022, the first 2 years of President Joe Biden's administration. The nation's violent crime rate dropped, hitting 380.7 in 2022, according to FBI data. Do we have this up on the screen here? Because I'm going to read this part. However, the Trump campaign said Tuesday the federal data was, quote, totally unreliable at the present time because the FBI arrived at the statistics by using, quote, estimated crime numbers for law enforcement agencies that didn't report numbers. Okay, fact check here. The overwhelming majority of these precincts have reported numbers. There are a few that haven't done so, but it would mean a dramatic statistical shift. Like you would have to have all the so much crime concentrated in these specific areas for it to change this downward trend. Because as you see, it spiked in 2020 when we were in the midst of a pandemic, a once-in-a-lifetime shocking event where people were in economically precarious situations and also everybody's mental health was quite difficult. Now crime is on the decline. But Trump, in hearing about this, if we could scroll down here a little bit, Bradley. The Trump campaign had initially agreed that Trump would participate in an interview with the Detroit News on Tuesday, but after the newspaper began asking about the Michigan crime data before the event, a campaign aide and the presidential candidate no longer had time for an interview after the speech. So it was pointed out to him specifically that in Michigan, because they're always talking about Detroit and Chicago, whatever, that in Michigan, crime had gone down, and like the little baby that he is, Trump couldn't deal with the facts of that situation, and he withdrew from the interview with this local paper. Good luck with that when you need to win Michigan, buddy. With that said, Steven Crowder is also having a hard time dealing with this news about their entire narrative about violent crime and, the fact that their YouTube algorithms of Black people fighting in different areas or these like extremely exploitative montages of homeless encampments in various cities, that's not reflective of nationwide trends and is just there to reinforce their biases and fears. Here's Crowder.
Here's what Donald Trump said on the interview.
What he's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place.
Where?
Can we pause that for a sec? Okay, so Trump is claiming there that Biden instituted a nationwide
that was all
cashless...
distortion, I guess. It wasn't his dentures falling out.
No?
Because they post a cleaned up version of it. I haven't looked. But that's what was
I don't know. I don't care enough, to be completely honest.
Well, it's funnier if it's like a specific tech issue with Twitter.
Yeah, true. And they had to edit it to have it cleaned up because Twitter's such a shit show. I don't know whether this was true or not, but I did see someone posting on Twitter that Russians backed Elon's buy of Twitter. Again, unconfirmed. It's just something that I saw. Have you heard anything about this?
No.
No. Maybe we'll see something in the coming days.
This bail policy. That never, ever, ever,
Don't
ever,
go
ever,
quote me
ever
on
came
that.
close to
That's-
happening.
I
It was
said
never
from
proposed. It
consent.
was never talked about. Of all the Democrats I could think of that are alive and in a position to ever be president, Biden might be the least likely to institute such a program.
Yeah.
It's insane and
but it should.
untrue.
I'll just say, like, the cashless bail thing has gotten a lot of very stupid people tripped up. The idea that if you change to cashless bail, so okay, now all of a sudden we're going from cashless bail to just a typical bail situation. The person who decides whether that person is allowed to get on bail is a judge. The difference should not be whether that person can pay or not. That is a elitist, classist policy that just locks up people into Rikers. All the people that have problems with cash bail have no solution to what to do about Rikers or child detention. They are blowhards passing off a conservative agenda. So like the issue here is the judges. Like anytime someone's like, oh, that person would have been locked up if not for cash bail, a judge decided to let them out.
Yeah,
that's the judge's issue, and
the
it
cash
will happen
bail
sometimes.
And the cash bail reforms largely in these states throughout. I mean, I haven't seen ones as it relates to violent offenders. That's a lot of misinformation that's being peddled. I mean, specifically repeat ones. Like there are many instances of poor people, particularly people of color, being locked up because they.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Oh, they said it was. That's so funny. Two sons of two billionaires, Russian oligarchs under sanctions. So does that mean Elon's purchase of Twitter was done in violation of sanctions? Like how does that work?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
They can't afford bail, sometimes for crimes that they didn't even commit. People should Google Khalif Browder.
Because what's happened?
No, I just want to point out, Khalif Browder was held at Rikers Island for the jail there. He was accused of stealing a backpack. It didn't end up being true, but he was held in solitary confinement for years and eventually killed himself. He was a teenager at the time. Okay, so this is the kind of thing that cashless bail and these kinds of reforms are meant to stop, because we already prison the most people in the world.
Raw and percentage-wise.
And it's not because all these scary dudes are here in the United States. It's because we have a system
Yeah, she said raw number. Not true.
of incarceration that is inherently exploitative and needs reform. But even with all that said, with all of these things that they're saying progressive DAs are doing and that, Trump is claiming Biden is doing, violent crime since 2020, when there was a spike, and 2021, there was a carryover, has been dropping precipitously.
Yep. And we can talk about why it rose in a second here, but we can get back to Stephen.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what
Our country is becoming a very dangerous place.
Okay. Now, everything he just said is correct. I did not know that. Here's the CNN claim that both violent crime and property crime have actually dropped significantly in the years 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Here's the truth. It doesn't matter. It's far above pre-COVID levels in major cities, even accounting for the new misreporting. So from 2019 to 2023, if we're looking at that number, murder up 18%, assaults with a firearm up 32%, auto theft up 105%, even with the funding.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's all down because it's still up because of 2019. Well, what's happened since then is the coronavirus pandemic, which massively upset the entire world, including American society, which caused, a spike, and including these knock-on effects, say like massive inflation in housing prices, which causes more and more people being housed, which, by the way, isn't good for crime when people are in that level of desperation. So yeah, there's a explanation for this that's besides the nasty Democrats got into power, because guess what? That rise, Stephen, started when your boy was in office.
Right, exactly. Keep going. Oh, that's it?
That's it. It's just him saying it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't. That's all he provided?
He just gets like, he just gets mad. He kind of sort of just grouses about CNN fact checking and the whole fact checking industry, so to speak. It's not very substantive.
Just pull up the CNN article.
Next.
Black conservatives are everywhere. That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man for Trump. Pollsters can't get enough of them.
The historic levels of support the Republicans are getting from.
Someone pressed the back button. Meanwhile, this chinchilla over here is honking at me. He going honk, 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 honk. That's the sound he make.
I hate everything.
Honk, 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 honk.
I dropped out. This is not good.
Thanks, Obama.
We will be back shortly. Here we are. Shortly is now.
And the RNC was full of President Trump. We have the greatest economy in our lifetime. America is not a racist country.
Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me?
You've probably heard a lot of people talking about Black Republicans.
Yeah, here's the thing about the whole, like, how are we defining something being a racist country?
True.
Right? Like, it's
what is the standard?
Like, Israel, I guess, is a racist country. They have a clear policy, right? So, like, we have systemic racism. We have racists who live here. Like, what is a racist country?
Japan.
So, like, if we have less racists because we have more integration of cultures.
I would imagine there would be a significantly lower proportion of racists in America, to be completely honest.
No,
comparatively.
Statistically, it is. But like this, it's like one of those things where it's like, how do you actually fucking measure racism?
How do you quantify it? Yeah.
So the stat is done by people who like would care if their neighbor was not the same race as them.
Yes.
And
it's done by the racists.
Well, it's like that's just a question. The Pew Research question is if you would care if your neighbor was a different race than you. So America, at least, and that's the thing, is like people might say that, but then they might also, like, every day, if they have black neighbors, talk about how loud they are and like be offended by black culture or something.
Yes.
You know? So it's just saying that you wouldn't care if the person who lived next to you was of a different race. Is where, and America and Ireland, which is also Ireland has a lot of racism going on there too. If anything, Ireland's way more racist than America because they have less integration. But they also, which is funny because, you know, because they didn't ask him if it was a different religion, because then they'd be like, no, not the Protestants.
Black Republicans.
So it is with being a Black conservative. I equate it to being gay back in the 50s or 60s. You didn't come out the closet then.
And so you look at the people who really saying that about Trump. It's not no uppity Negroes. It's Negroes out the real hood.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to the problems that we see within the Black community or America as a whole.
Black Republicans specifically are some of the most disliked and unpopular political figures within the Black community for a reason. I'm pissed. Of the 4 Black Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives, none, 0 represent majority Black districts. I'm royally pissed. In fact, they all represent majority white districts, something they seem to be very proud of.
South Carolina is majority white, correct? Yeah, it's still. My district is majority white district. Your Utah is majority white district, right? Michigan, really. Florida, is your district majority white district? Well, how do we get here? Like, a lot of white people had to vote for it.
Oh my God.
There is an obvious disconnect, and that's what I want to explore today. I wanted to know what draws a Black person to identify with this Republican Party.
Trump has been for Black people, regardless of what the media say, for a long time.
The Bible says we perish with a lack of knowledge, right? So until you teach the people, that's the only way they're going to learn. So it's our job, me especially as a Black conservative, to get out there, get on the ground, and teach these people all about the Black conservative movement. And when you look at the movement now, especially right now, we speaking, baby.
I learned a lot about Black Republicans in these conversations. Their motivations, their stories, their goals. These are real people with genuinely held beliefs. Beliefs that I largely disagree with, and I told them as much.
It wasn't policy. It was white people.
It wasn't white people. It was
no. Let's be very clear. It was white people. No.
I tried to have respectful dialogue with them. So in this video, I want to share these people with you. But I also share some of my reflections on the experience of listening to, fact checking, and disagreeing.
I'm actually very excited to see this video.
With Black Republicans. I learned a lot about Black Republicans, and I think you will too. So with that, let's dig in. In talking to Black Republicans, I found that their most consistent ideological North Star was an emphasis on personal responsibility. For those I spoke to, there was a real value for rigid individualism as opposed to collective progress and identity. Take Topher, for example. He's a Christian rapper, has millions of followers online, and believes, according to him, in an individualistic approach to progress for Black people.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to the problems that we see within the Black community or America as a whole. And you can think about it, Black Wall Street, Harlem Renaissance, all that time, we was doing great. But when the policies came in and started destroying the Black community slowly and slowly. Matter of fact, it was supposed to get rid of poverty or at least lessen it, but we have more poverty now than we had back then.
I think you'll notice a theme of dissonance present in these interviews. On the one hand, for example, Topher endorses an individualistic approach to solving the problems we face as a community. But on the other hand, he points to Black Wall Street or the Harlem Renaissance, communities that I would consider on the Mount Rushmore of Black collective power. And he points to them as times we should look back on with admiration. And the question is, which one is it? Is it rigid individualism where we get it out of the mud on our own? Or is it about creating communities where we work together to build our collective resources? What's also interesting is that somehow for him...
See, I don't think this is that strange. I think this is pretty standard for conservative thinking. I think this is just conservative thinking. It goes against natural, like what you should really come to the natural conclusion. You've had a guided conclusion given to you. And that's how you get to that point. Like, but this, yeah, like the people that killed Black Wall Street are the people that they're supporting. Like, I don't understand how they can sit there with this dissonance.
These communities no longer exist because of liberal or progressive policy decisions.
But when the policies came in and started destroying the Black community slowly and slowly. Matter of fact, it was supposed to get rid of poverty or at least lessen it, but we have more poverty now than we had back then.
I think it's worth pointing out that this more poverty now than back then line is verifiably false. It falls in line with a theme that people like Byron Donalds have advanced continuously throughout this election cycle. The idea that we were better off in any way during the Jim Crow era.
During Jim Crow, the Black family was together.
Yeah, that's right.
During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative. Black people always have been conservative-minded, but more Black people voted conservatively.
It's worth noting that the Black poverty rate has been falling ever since Black people started receiving civil rights protections. It's almost as if these progressive policies worked.
Now, you mentioned Black Wall Street, brother, and I want to be very real with you.
Yeah.
Black Wall Street was Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood District, where Black people built their own community, had their own self-sustained community, beautiful economy, making it for themselves, and white people destroyed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't policy; it was white people.
Well, white people. It was
no. Let's be very clear. It was white people. No.
It was those white people.
It was white people in that community. Absolutely.
Exactly.
And let me just say this: Elaine, Arkansas, Rosewood in Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, the Sweet Auburn District, North Nashville, and Nashville, Tennessee. Each one of these communities were booming Black economies where white people, not in the same place, but it was the same group of people every time, destroyed those communities. So you can't say it's policy when when Black people do what they need to do and build for themselves, and white people destroy it. Yeah. So why is it that you would frame it as a policy thing?
I didn't frame it as a policy thing.
We can rewind it.
You said it was white people. I said it wasn't white people. It was those white people. And the reason why I'm saying that is because now we're trying to categorize all white people as evil. No. And what I'm trying to say is back then, because a lot of people don't know this, I'm gonna put this on record. Black Wall Street rebuilt themselves after that. 4 years after that, Black Wall Street rebuilt everything they had, and they prospered for the next 40 years until policy.
Never happened before. Have I gotten him to come out of his bucket?
What do you mean?
Like on stream like that? I've tried to flip him out of his bucket, and this time I did kind of grab him, but he came halfway out, and I grabbed him and forced him out, and he wanted to back in, and he was a little panicky, but.
He came in and destroyed it because they decided to build a freeway over the town, and that destroyed. So what I'm saying is, if we look at policy and the cultural essence of most things, right? It's not just policy, it's culture.
I was trying to draw a distinction between the nature of progressive policy, like the Civil Rights Act, or Supreme Court decisions to overturn segregation, and white supremacist policy, like destroying Black communities. But the subject kept changing. Lucky for you, I actually made a video about Tulsa, Oklahoma's Greenwood District. It was definitely white racism that destroyed Black Wall Street and other Black communities through explicitly racist acts of state-sanctioned violence. This is why an accurate, full telling of history is so important. Black oppression and Black progress have always had a collective quality to them. Black people have been, throughout American history, targeted as a group, from slavery to Black codes to Jim Crow to mass incarceration to anti-inclusion efforts today. But we've also made progress by harnessing the power of collective action during Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement, and even today during the Black-owned business boom.
From LBJ, that's why you say we have these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But all those policies have not done what they promised. Would you agree?
I would not agree.
So you think we're better off as Black people now than we were before LBJ passed those policies?
Yes, brother. We can vote without the threat of violence. Are you talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Is that what you're describing as a negative thing?
I'm not saying the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was. I'm talking about.
That's LBJ. I just want to be clear. That's LBJ who you said were we better off before LBJ? LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
I'm talking about the war on poverty.
I just want to answer that one. I want to answer that specific one first. Was the Civil Rights Act of 1964 bad?
I agree with the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Thank you.
But at the same time, I'm also put like this. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
I don't know what that means. Explain
what it
more.
means is I would rather, given the fact that even back then we still had our families together, communities were stronger back then. I'd rather deal with the dangerous freedom of not knowing and controlling.
They literally weren't. They were literally more divided than ever. Like, people say people are so divided now. No, they're fucking not. They're divided because they're idiots and they're being pushed into division. What this guy is describing is literally isolationist, segregationist policy, dividing communities along color line. What the fuck are you talking about? Insane. White and black drinking fountains.
People with policies as much as possible versus the peaceful slavery of being married and tied to the government.
Given Trump's well-documented history of saying and doing racist things, I wanted to know how these black people could be drawn into Trump's political orbit. So I talked to Pastor Lorenzo Sewell.
Yeah, so anyone that wants to come to church, they're able to come. So when President Trump called, I thought about it like you calling me and saying, hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who has 34 felonies. Hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who is a womanizer. Hey, Pastor, I want to invite a friend to church who could be a racist.
He's the lead pastor at a black church in Detroit that Trump visited earlier this year. And he was also a featured speaker at the RNC.
So all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question.
I gave him a little stick for his trouble.
Like, nostalgia is an interesting thing as well, because the nostalgia that people are reflecting on is
fake.
Hollywood media, video games. It's literally Fallout. They're idolizing the pre-nuclear war Fallout world. That's what they want. They want that weird white picket fence American counter-Soviet propaganda bullshit. That's what they want. Everything has always been the same fucking way. Nothing's changed.
There's a jingle. It's from Fallout specifically. But in Fallout 3...
I've set him off.
No, I can't play it. I can't play it because it's going to be copyrighted, but I'm going to send it to you. In Fallout 3, you go inside a simulation, and the simulation is like the perfect neighborhood. So it's even like an idealization of that ideal world that's in Fallout. Like you're in a sitcom that's in the world of Fallout. So
interesting. Okay. I mean, sure, you can call it an advertisement. Sure, advertisement. Yes, it probably was an ad first, but they saw how well it works, so they took it, right? That's how propaganda works. Propaganda is not original. It's taking human nature and using and abusing it. That's all propaganda is. It's playing on your emotions. It's why Twitter works so well. It's why that fucking Twitter whitelist went crazy so quickly.
Yeah.
Because it perfectly encapsulated everything that everyone already speculated about.
But so, like, if you listen to this jingle, it literally is what you're talking about. Like, the imagery that it should conjure in your mind is exactly that dream you're talking about. Isn't it perfect?
Oh my God. Yes. Yes, and it's like a hovering camera flying through the house, following the family. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes. Oh my God, it's still playing it.
It's like one
you
of the
can't deny the power of God on this man's life.
Yeah.
You can't deny that God protected him. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time?
Yeah. Yeah, it was never that way. That's the thing. Like, people, I've seen video of the 50s. It doesn't look like that. Looks like it looks like now, just older. Melbourne looks like Melbourne, except more houses. Like, I don't understand. Like, there's no difference. In fact, I would say that the 50s houses were likely bigger, with a lot of empty, useless space that wasn't accounted for, with a lot of gross colors like greens and browns.
Time is this? Could it be?
He just realized I put his wood back and fixed the thing.
Why should black people support the Republican ticket and Donald Trump specifically?
That's a good question. You know, what I would say to any black person is this, specifically about the Republican platform. I would say, look, do your research, right? I would say, look back to 170 years ago in this state where a group of patriots stood up and they started that grand old party to stop the expansion of slavery. If a black person said, well, Pastor, Donald Trump is racist, the Republican Party is racist, well, let's play that theme out throughout history. Let's look at who was the party of slavery, who was the party of Jim Crow, right? Who's the party of the slave codes. Well, those are Democrats. Let's have that conversation. And when you look at when the Senate was integrated, those were black Republicans. When we look at Frederick Douglass, black Republican.
I think
so that's on the political side. Why I believe that a black American should be willing to look at the Republican platform in terms of my political convictions as a pastor, my conviction in my heart.
Yeah, it's like the American party system doesn't change at all, and it's exactly the same as it was in 1777. Yeah, post-declaration.
A black woman's womb is the most dangerous place for a black child to be. So, if a black American, specifically a black woman, my conversation would be, give our black babies a chance. Look at the Republican Party in terms of President Donald J. Trump. This is what I would say.
So
Don't look at the container, look at the content.
But the only decent argument I've heard for abortion is the Kanye argument of like black babies are being aborted more than white babies. And it's like, it's to keep our population down. While that is a fucking psychotic thing to think, it's a better excuse than anyone else has offered me about why abortion should not be legal.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Yeah.
Right? Don't look at the man, look at the mission. Right? Don't look at his past. Look at what your agenda is for your community in the future.
Conservatives are leading the charge to remove protections for voting rights, protections for maternal mortality, interventions in California, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are all issues that pertain directly to the people that I know that you serve in your community. Why should they support the party behind the hindrance, the advancement of the very things that I know you stand for?
Sure. Black people that I know, that I represent, that I've had these conversations with, they don't want to be put in a position because they're black. There's not one black person I know that will say to me, Lorenzo, I deserve this position because I'm black.
But I want to, you know that's not what DEI is. DEI is about fair hiring practices, opening up opportunity.
It's almost like it's a trend among conservatives to be concerned about their racial offspring.
Like creating pathways.
But you're smart. You're an intelligent man. And those that would say this, I believe they're very intelligent. It costs more money not to hire the person who's the best than to be racist. It actually costs more money. So if you're the best at what you do, right? And let's just say I'm a racist. So let's just say that, let's play that out, right? And let's just say, hey, there are 20 white guys that are not as competent as you, but I'm not going to pick you because you're black. It's going to cost me more money.
They don't even know that this qualified person exists, right?
Sure, I hear you.
The pathways are the problem. And a lot of what diversity, equity, and inclusion is doing is creating those and helping to clarify those pathways.
I think his argument was a good argument. At the same time, I recognize it as fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like he's got a much
argument,
more.
At least he has one.
Exactly. It's not just like Trump is cool. He's actually got reasoning behind why he thinks this way. Still dumb, but at least it's not a logical leap that just defies all expectations.
By person getting the job, when we know, you and I both know, that there are plenty of qualified black people or Latino people or women who don't end up with jobs.
100%. And I agree with you. I do think relationships and proximity matter.
In his book, The Grift, Clay Kane details the history of how black conservatives have thrown black people under the bus to get ahead personally. From black Republicans like Isaiah
wrote the book called The Grift. Do you know about this guy?
No.
Booker T. Washington?
No.
Montgomery and Booker T. Washington to modern black Republicans like Clarence Thomas. Clay Kane makes the case that the modern black Republican is likely, if not assuredly, a grifter, a person who is doing that which is politically expedient rather than doing what is right, doing whatever they need to do to get that all expenses paid trip to fancy places. I couldn't help but wonder if some of the folks I was talking to fit that description. So I asked Pastor Lorenzo whether or not he was a grifter.
In my reporting, I've spoken to Clay Kane, who wrote a book about grifters, how sometimes black Republicans will align themselves with political power for their own personal advantage.
Sure.
What do you say to a person who says, hey, like, you're a talented, gifted person, but we didn't necessarily know who you were, but now you're speaking on one of the biggest platforms in the world tonight?
Quite frankly, I don't need another opportunity to speak. Has the Republican Party said, Lorenzo, we're going to write you a big check? No. If they did, it's just going to go right to the community anyway, right at the end of the day, because that's where my salary goes.
You've mentioned Frederick Douglass and others from the 1800s, early 1900s. In those times, black Republicans were elected by black people.
Sure.
Today, black Republicans.
So he's like Frederick Douglass, except less recognized. But classic Born as a Slave became one of the people who helped abolish it, like Frederick Douglass did.
Yeah. Exactly. Incentivize, make things cheaper, make rent for a 4-bedroom house reasonable, not $800 a month or a week. Sorry, fucking ridiculous. An hour and a half outside the city. It's stupid. Why aren't people having kids when you can't even afford to feed yourself? I wonder.
They're elected in majority white districts.
Agreed.
Why is it difficult, maybe even some would say impossible for a black Republican to be elected in a black?
That's a good question. You know what? I'm wrestling with that. I think the biggest problem is the Republican Party, in my opinion. They have, I believe, drifted from their roots in terms of.
Exactly. Like the fact that the origins of abortion is from eugenesis is not relevant to the conversation. It's beyond that now. It's like I bet you there's some shit that you can trace back to the Nazis that's pretty fucking good. You know what I mean? Like there's probably some medical thing that the Nazis did that nobody was doing at the time. Right? You can't assign political motive to a medical technology. Go ahead and clip it. I don't give a shit.
What did she say?
I said there's probably medical advances and shit that the Nazis did that are very useful today. Right.
Yeah.
Or
the guy who invented Zyklon B, unironically, his other inventions has saved the most lives out of any other medical invention.
What was it?
I believe it's the Heimlich maneuver.
Seriously?
I think.
That would be very funny. I mean, yeah, useful shit like bussing in cops from out of town so they're more brutal.
Of black people having authority within that party. I don't believe the Republican Party has learned well.
Oh, really? Hold on, let me enable it.
How to support financially those who are black Republicans that want to come out the closet. I equate it to being gay back in the 50s or 60s, right? Or even 70s. You didn't come out the closet then, like the movie Philadelphia, right? Because you could be ostracized. So it is with being a black conservative. We have been, the Lord has blessed our church. He's been very kind to us to really serve our community. However, me just having President Trump at our church, if I could play the voicemail, sir, these are the ones I haven't had time to delete. If I could send you the emails where it's like, really? I mean, people that I thought loved me, they're like calling me everything but a child of God. I'm like, hold on for a second. Can we have a conversation? Why are you like?
How has that made you feel?
You know, I was a drug dealer. I was a street pharmacist, right? So.
What did you say? I don't know how to turn clips on. Sorry.
I'm trying to find the guy who invented it.
People that you love hurts. I have to be frank with you, you know. But other people that don't know you, don't understand your motives, I get it. When tensions are high, motives are questions. And tensions have been high in our country as it pertains to politics. So people question my motives. I understand that. But for the people that love you, it hurts. It really does. And that's the reason why black people won't come out the closet.
A relatively small percentage of black people will vote for Trump this November. But I have a take and I want to share it with you. A more inclusive and racially diverse Republican Party could be a good thing. American conservatives and Republicans have made the lives of black people difficult on purpose. From the Southern strategy to welfare queens to anti-woke, anti-DEI stuff today, American conservatives have galvanized their white base by making the lives of black people harder. It could be a good thing to see more black Republicans if it means that the Republican Party is becoming actively hostile.
Fertilizer. So the main guy who contributed to synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, right? So he won a Nobel Prize for because he invented this process. It converts atmospheric nitrogen into pneumonia and hydrogen.
Huh.
So it's like how they pull the nitrogen out of the air to make synthetic fertilizer. That same guy who was a Jewish chemist, his research was later used to make Zyklon B. I don't think he did it himself.
Okay. Okay.
So that's what it was. So he has saved more lives than he's killed, basically. Because it was the wartime. Any chemist back then basically has their hands in chemical weapons.
Yeah.
To the racists who have called that party their home for the last 60 years at least. Make American politics inhospitable to racists. I'm all in on that platform. But the reality is that racists
need to tighten up that
Yeah, no, that is what their argument is for forced birth. And that's the thing is like, I think that any argument that isn't around that has a soul and God said it's bad is a more legitimate argument than any conservative has about why they want abortion to be banned. You know? And then even then, the people who say that it's a human life, I don't believe them that that's what they want. I believe that they actually want to police women's lives and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, it's more about controlling women.
Yeah, and it's like they literally are actually just evil.
Yeah.
Racists who have called that party their home for the last 60 years at least. Make American politics inhospitable to racists.
He really needs to tighten up that slogan.
I'm all in on that platform. But the reality is that racists.
A better way to 2A has a good one. Make racists afraid again.
Or at least racism enablers were present and accounted for at the RNC. They were given stage time, had exclusive access, and seemed central to the whole operation. And I'll tell you what did not feel central. Black people. I actually attended the Black Delegate event during the RNC, and something really interesting happened. The event was taking place away from the main convention center. And in the middle of it, unexpectedly, former President Donald Trump's motorcade could be heard approaching the event from a distance. People have been having a great time before that moment, but you should have seen the excitement on people's faces when they realized it was Trump approaching their event. It really felt like this big moment of acknowledgement, the perfect punctuation in a banner year for Black Republicans. Journalists and news crews were scrambling to get into position to make sure they captured that moment when he comes to this event.
Also something that has
then
nothing
his
to do with
motorcade
what we're watching. I was reading back about the guy who invented the Heimlich maneuver. His first invention was basically the chest seal, how you can drain the wound.
No shit.
Because his inspiration came from seeing a Chinese soldier die from a bullet wound to the chest during World War II.
Huh.
A claim that was disputed. A medical assistant disputed it. Said that didn't happen.
Drove by. It turned out he wasn't coming to the event. Amazing. It wasn't on his schedule. It just happened to be along his route.
He waved at us.
The disappointment for this group of Black Republicans was tangible and kind of poetic. And I think that's my big concern with the future of the.
I don't like the word poetic in this sense.
Wait, is this for Twitch or YouTube? Twitch. That we're doing this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm using all my peripherals except the one I need.
Republican Party. The RNC had quite a few.
Yeah, I don't think poetic is the right word here. I think, like, you can mock these people all you want for being sucked into the grift of the conservatives, but it's just kind of depressing. It's the same thing as seeing all these fucking losers spreading Russian propaganda. It's just depressing. Like, why are you just believing things? I don't know.
Drive by acknowledgments that Black people exist, but little to no substantive action plans for how they would show up and be present with and for this community. And if I'm honest with you, I think that's on purpose. The only way the Republican Party becomes this ideologically conservative but racially inclusive big tent party is if there is a fundamental rejection of the people and policy and practice they currently hold as sacred, near and dear to their political vision. As long as the GOP makes racial justice a political issue worth fighting against, a majority of Black people will never vote for the party. As long as teaching Black history is woke, as long as race-conscious solutions to race-conscious problems are demonized, as long as they commit to denying racism's impact on society, Black people, by and large, are not going to vote for them. But these guys may, and that might be good enough for them.
Have you done the split stuff yet?
No. I've been exporting all the stuff so we have space on the drive to stream.
Money.
We can't stream if the stuff isn't exported. Maybe if you clipped them ahead of time, I would be ahead.
I have a single fucking day free a week.
I'm just saying.
A single day.
So, exactly. So I'm doing other shit that I have to do. That
yes,
I can't
and
do
this
the
is
affiliate
about
stuff.
making money so we can register
but we
it.
can't stream if they're not there. It needs to be
takes
done in
5
order
minutes.
to stream.
Like,
yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm
In
probably gonna do it
1920,
tomorrow.
according to federal data, there were about 900.
Okay, so next we can continue on to Trump stuff. We can go to Ukraine. We can go back to the RFK shit. Or we can hit China and the stabbing stuff and a lot of death, international death. What do we reckon? Yeah, the bots come in every now and again.
I'll get it in a second.
It might be on the Jack one.
No.
No? Oh, it is on the actual proper one. I got it. Goodbye. Wait. Why can't I ban?
Because I already did it.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, my question still hasn't been answered. What are we moving to? We'll just continue to Trump.
25,000 black farmers in America, or about
Black farmers.
14% of all farmers. A century later,
Don't tell
there were
Steven
only
Crowder.
about 42,000, or about 1%. Much of that is a legacy of systemic discrimination in agriculture department programs.
Why are
Ali
you
Rogan
dancing?
reports on how the Biden administration is trying to help farmers who have been historically excluded from government assistance programs.
Do you want to be picked up?
Today,
in
black
help like
farmers
Zapata?
own less than 1% of U.S. farmland, according to the Agriculture Department's latest farmer census. But efforts are underway to help these farmers reclaim their lost land. Last month, the USDA issued over $2.2 billion in payments to black and other minority farmers across the country. It's a move the department hopes will offset decades of discrimination these farmers faced when trying to secure loans. John Boyd is the founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. Mr. Boyd, thank you so much for joining us. You yourself are a fourth-generation farmer. I'd like to ask you about the discrimination that you personally have faced over the course of your career.
The discrimination that I faced was more in-your-face, blatant type of discrimination. There are many black farmers in the area experienced. You know, I was called the
Like Steven Crowder
Yeah.
in your face.
Was Steven Crowder the one that said black people don't know how to farm? Who was that?
Oh, he's like, I'm gonna plant this corn. I'm gonna buy a plow, man.
Yeah, it's like, are you just
And
conveniently
they're like, I didn't
ignoring
know you could
American
grow
history?
Hennessy.
Fucking hell.
N-word. I was spat on. I had my application torn up and thrown in the trash can in front of me. And this person that was responsible for making farm loans in my local county office would only see black farmers on Wednesday. So we named it Black Wednesday. When white farmers came in, he would bring them in, service them. And one particular year, this farmer Earl, he passed him a check for $157,000
That's not the only service they got. Gluck gluck.
in front of me. After he told me, a qualified borrower, that he wasn't going to lend me $5,000 of his money. This farmer walked out the door and he said, "Hey, Earl, I need you to come back in and fill out them papers because I used last year's numbers to make this loan." So here, this farmer hadn't even applied, and he didn't even process my loan application there in front of me. That type of discrimination put thousands of black farmers out of business. We've lost millions of acres of land because of blatant discrimination that we faced for decades. This went on for decades, unchecked by Congress, president after president. I visited with every president since Jimmy Carter to talk about discrimination that black farmers faced in this country. So a very, very long time.
And as you mentioned, these are systemic issues that happened all over the country for farmers like yourself. And of course, many farmers, yourself included, feel that these payments have been well overdue. Tell me about the journey that it's taken to get to this point.
Well, first of all, I'm proud to have led the fight that led to this $2.2 billion payout. These payments are timely for thousands of black farmers who are facing farm foreclosure. These payments are timely for farmers who can't pay their bills and send their kids to college.
The
And
monetization
this wasn't
page won't even show up.
black payout, the way that people are describing it.
It's
These
under
were
settings.
payments made
No,
to
I'm in the settings.
No. It's under a different setting. It's fucking dumb. Give me a second. I'll find out. I'll figure out which one it is.
Black farmers and others because of the discrimination that we face at the hands of the United States Department of Agriculture. The very federal arm that was supposed to be lending a hand up
the affiliate
for black
onboarding.
farmers was
that's the one.
denying us the opportunity to farm in this country the way the white farmers did.
And I know you fought to get an additional $5 billion in debt relief, but that was held up in court by white farmers who argued that they were being discriminated against. Can you tell me about that?
When I first started this campaign 41 years ago, my farm was in federal inventory right along with many other black farmers. 120%, 100% for debt write-off.
I must say, I appreciate the 3 buttons open. It's a very baller move.
Needed to be the special counsel, and you.
In 1920, according to federal data, there were
hands of the United States Department of Agriculture. For decades, this went on for decades, unchecked by Congress. President after farmers faced time.
Farmers like yourself in point.
These payments are timely for thousands of black farmers who are facing farm foreclosure.
There we go.
These payments are timely for farmers who can't pay their bills made to black farmers and others because of the discrimination that we face at the hands of the United States Department of Agriculture. The very federal arm that was supposed to be lending a hand up for black farmers was
so it's the
denying us the
whole ag
opportunity.
department that's fucking them over as well. I feel like this is bigger than just like PBS and alone. Like this should be a civil collective lawsuit. I feel.
Well, like, cause like you know how like look at the grass, right? So like all these people who are the farmers, they're literally descendants of the people who specifically stole the land and colonized it, right?
Yes.
So it's the farming industry is that systemic.
Yeah, it would be because they're not going to give up all that land, and if they did give up all that land, they'd be selling it off for millions.
Because land was power before actual wealth was power.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So like you could be wealthy as fuck if you didn't have land, you couldn't vote. Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
So like the landowners, especially farmers, are so powerful.
To farm in this country the way the white farmers did.
And I know you fought to get an additional $5 billion in debt relief, but that was held up in court by white farmers who argued that they were being discriminated against. Can you tell me about that?
Fucking God. Oh my God. It's literally the whole like equality. What's the saying where it's like when you're the oppressor, equality seems like oppression. Something like that.
Yep.
Whatever the fuck that saying is, it's literally that verbatim in court.
41 years ago, my farm was in federal inventory right along with many other black farmers. 120%, 100% for debt write-off, 20% to pay the taxes. We are still in court, in federal court, represented by Attorney Ben Crump that's looking to seek those $5 billion in actual debt relief. We didn't get it. It was blocked because white farmers were suing us in federal court around the country. They were successful in 2
courts. I hate when they do that. The United States is at the top instead of in alphabetical order. So I'm sitting here scrolling through trying to find it, and it's above Afghanistan.
Temporary injunction in place blocking the $5 billion. I'm currently reaching out to the Biden administration, and I'm asking them to make that happen by executive order, the $5 billion, the same way that they've done for student loan debt forgiveness by executive order. So they felt the pressure of large-scale white farmers and basically said, hey, we don't want to move forward. We're going to do some other initiatives to replace that. But I'm steadfast and I'm holding my feet firm because land is the only way to pass down generational wealth. So the next generation of black farmers, my daddy and grandfather said, land is the only way to freedom. Every good and great thing comes from land.
I'm very disappointed he didn't say my daddy and my granddaddy like all fucking other Americans. Such an American thing to say.
Food to put on the table, timber to build a house, clean drinking water. And when you lose the land, people, you lose a part of your identity, you lose a part of your history. And we've lost in this country. At the turn of the century, we were tilling 20 million acres of land. We're down to 3 million acres of land. So we want our land, and I'm not going to give up the fight. By the grace of God,
I need a code from the Authenticator app.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have one of those?
Yeah, I've got it set up. I will send it. I was about to say it. We're streaming. I know it changes anyway, but you got like 10 seconds. before it changes.
Yeah.
You're good?
Mm-hmm.
Going to bring relief for black farmers in the form of land ownership in this country.
Finally, the Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance commented on these payouts, and I'd like to play the sound for you.
The Harris administration, for example, handed out farm benefits to people based on skin color. I think that's disgraceful. I don't think we should say you get farm benefits if you're a black farmer, you don't get farm benefits if you're a white farmer.
What's your response to him?
Oh,
That he could
Face
say
the
that,
Nation. He
to
was on Face the
nation's
Nation.
black farmers, the oldest.
I mean, that must be a different one.
Did we save it? Was it Meet the Press that we saved?
It was Meet the Press that we saved.
I fucking hate these. I'm convinced they are the same thing. How is this happening again?
That is very funny. It's 100% Meet the Press.
Occupation in history for black people in this country. We were slaves. We came
And what did we just see?
We came through on sharecropping.
Was that
and to
Face
have
the
someone
Nation
who
and
wants
just-
to be vice
Face-
president of
Face
the
the
United
Nation,
States make those types
It's
of
so
comments.
funny that we
That's
should never
not the way
keep
of the future.
track
That's
of
not
what
the way
one's which.
bringing this country together. But to have him say it was based on skin color when it was totally based on discrimination, and he knows that as a member of the Senate. So his comments to me are deplorable, and he needs to apologize to black people in this country and directly to black farmers.
John Boyd, founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, PBS.
To be the special counsel, and you can move forward with this case. Now, the reason that, and there's 81 pages here, the reason that Jack Smith's brief starts with the Constitution is because it has to. The Constitution is the thing that gives Congress the power to say, when it comes to certain members of our government, like the Attorney General, you have the power to appoint other people to carry out your duties. So that's why we begin with the Appointments Clause, and then we move on to what the specific statutory authority here is. And Jack Smith, in this brief to the 11th Circuit, spends, I think, dozens of pages saying, here are the statutes that allow me to move forward. And that, to your question, undermines what Judge Eileen Cannon said, which is, I don't see the federal law that allows your appointment.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of her big issues also was sort of the idea of limitless appropriation, that essentially this office is funded by this fund that sort of doesn't have a bottom, if you will. Now, from what you've been able to read from Smith's filing,
no
and I know it just
bottom.
came out, so you're probably still reading through all those 85 pages. Did he delve into that at all?
He did. There is an appropriation section. There's an appointment clause section, such a great question, and also an appropriation section. And he does, of course, talk about the funding and why, in his view, it's not limitless, and why, in his view, it is well within the power that has been granted to Merrick Garland by Congress. And one thing that I do want to mention, of course, yes, you're right, and thank you. I am still quickly reading through. But if you look at the summary and the introduction and the conclusion, one of the things that Jack Smith keeps emphasizing is the idea of Judge Eileen Cannon is on an island, that we have, and he goes back decades, we have long allowed for attorney generals to appoint special counsels and to give them the money they need to investigate, and then, if the facts call for it, bring a case. And he talks about not just the specific statutes, but also the history of allowing special counsels, and also our understanding, both our understanding based on case law and our understanding based on people who function in the Attorney General's office, that would allow for this to happen. So he's really trying to make Eileen Cannon look like a complete legal outlier here.
And so, Jessica, I want to bring in CBS News Justice Department reporter Rob Legary from our DC Bureau. Jessica, I'm going to let you keep going through this filing, and you can flag our team when we have something else you want to add. But
how are we doing? Is this one good or next? Is it done? What are we doing?
I mean,
I can't hear because I got actual headphones
That's
that
fine.
aren't wired.
I'm doing a form, so
Fair enough.
I'm not even managing stream. I haven't looked
Okay.
at it. I didn't even know you weren't there. So,
I said I'll be back.
well, I'm
Yeah,
busy
I just
doing
put
the
a.
form. I'm not listening to anything.
Fair enough.
Rob, from what you've been able to read right now, what is sticking out to you? We've been discussing a little bit with Jessica, just some of the top lines of Smith's arguments here.
Right, yeah, just to pick up where Jessica aptly left off, one of the things that Jack Smith keeps going back to is not just what it means for.
I'm actually curious. What's the account called? Because I might have seen this before. Because there's been a few Japanese weird accounts popping up.
This case, but what Cannon's order means for other cases, other appointments, both in the Justice Department and the executive branch. Jack Smith and his team basically laying out that if this case was adopted as law, this would mean that other appointments, both at the Justice Department and at other executive agencies across the executive branch, would be disqualified and not be able to assert the power that they say that they have.
No, I
So they
haven't
point
seen
to
that
other
one
things like
before.
deputy associate attorney generals and other people within the federal government that exist not by congressional appointment and confirmation, but by the appointment of the attorney general. So the historical precedent here that he says bolsters his claim, and then the historical ramifications of what this could mean if it was adopted across the board.
Robert, from your reporting, was it surprising that Smith's team is appealing this, or was it always assumed that they would bring this up to a higher jurisdiction?
Okay, next.
It is looking more and more like a classic case of a person assembling all the right evidence, but coming to the wrong conclusion. You remember General H.R. McMaster, the Trump National Security Advisor, whose tenure lasted a little more than a year. Now, all this time later, in the course of promoting his new book, McMaster has pulled back the curtain on what his old boss was really like in the course of his national security responsibilities. First, McMaster describes the ex-president's impressionable nature, something he expanded upon this morning.
The story of the book is in large measure about how our team worked together to help him make the best decisions. And what he would do is evolve his understanding over time and at times make really tough decisions. But also the story of the book is how difficult it was for him at times to keep that decision, in part because people know how to kind of push his buttons. You know, this will make you look weak to your political base. This will, you know, so I think that in writing the story, I'm hoping to, if he's reelected, to inoculate him a little bit, you know, so that he's not that easy to, you know, to manipulate, you know, and to appeal to, you know, maybe some of his insecurities and some of his predilections.
Let me underline, bold something there. Easy to manipulate. Now, combine that observation with another. In 2018, shortly after Russian agents poisoned a former Russian military intelligence officer in England, McMaster walked into the Oval Office to discover Trump writing a flattering note to Vladimir Putin on the page of a newspaper detailing Putin's praise of Trump. Trump asked McMaster to deliver the note. When he got home that night, he confided in his wife, quote,
he wrote him
after
love
over a year in
letters.
this job, I cannot understand Putin's hold on Trump. So put those two observations together. A Russian dictator with a hold on Donald Trump, a man entirely impressionable and prone to flattery. But instead of concluding that Trump is thus disqualified from being commander-in-chief, McMaster suggests Trump just needs competent voices around him. Joining us now, member of the House Armed Services Committee, former Navy pilot, Congressman Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey, Matt Dowd is back with us. Congressman, first of all, your evaluation of H.R. McMaster's conclusion there.
Well, I mean, first, that would presuppose Trump would have competent people. Or
Can't wait to buy a Porsche like Hassan with Twitch money. That'll be great.
around him in a second term, which I don't think anyone believes. I mean, look at his vice presidential pick. I think that's been a true failure to date. And then it also suggests that somehow having competent people around him helped him to get to good decisions. And I certainly did not see any sign of that while I served when he was in office. In fact, I remember going to the Situation Room to question the administration about the rumors we were hearing about Russian bounties being placed on soldiers' heads in Afghanistan. And the response we got was the reason there was no response from the president on that is he hadn't read his briefing materials. So I don't think the conclusion is correct. I certainly don't think the assessment of the problem even goes far enough.
And the love letter to Putin on the
Hooray,
newspaper?
you've earned a subscription badge. It just showed up on
I think
screen.
we have seen again and again and again.
Like on the Twitch stream, it just popped up on stream.
Oh yeah, because it'll start giving badges to people, I think, now that we've got monetization, because we can fuck, now I have to set up those animation things. Okay, I'll do that tonight. And then we can have fun little animation stuff. Sound bites.
There you go. Completed. Now
excellent.
So
fantastic. We also got a new patron, everybody.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, I gotta add the name.
Good thing we started investing in Twitch, and now suddenly we're getting patrons again.
Hey,
months,
how about that?
Oh, wait, what
now,
is it? 6 to 8 months of us trying to get YouTube
oh god, something
to
like
fucking overturn a fucking ban when we should have just switched to Twitch anyway.
Yeah, exactly. What can you do? They have an accent in the name. I don't know what the accent is. I gotta get it. Hold on.
And that Trump idolizes dictators and autocrats and strongmen. It's not just Putin. I think he spoke admiringly of President for Life Xi of China, has made some nods towards the dictator of North Korea. These are the type of people he admires. I've never seen a president of the United States speak so disparagingly about the United States and our values, and so admiringly of our adversaries across the world.
Of course, Congressman, a primary takeaway of this convention was the way that Democrats appeared to have wrestled the party of national security mantle away from Republicans. Take a listen to Leon Panetta, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands
Oh, bro,
what our
this was one
military
of the
is
speeches
for.
I wanted to look at. Because
really?
this guy opens his speech about talking about how he was there when they killed bin Laden, basically.
Interesting.
It was pretty fucking funny.
Mm.
The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps.
Congresswoman, I want you to do the side by side for me as you see it, which is if you take H.R. McMaster at his word, you have a former president who was impressionable, prone to flattery, under the grip of a Russian dictator, and you have Kamala Harris who wants to restore the global order. How do you make that argument to voters in this final stretch before the election?
So I think what we saw at the convention was a really strong advocacy for the U.S. and our power abroad, meaning more ability to take care of people here at home. The better ability to fight for our economy globally will result in better jobs and affordability here at home. And it's interesting because somebody said to me at the convention, you know, it's interesting, she's really pushing back against the politics of old. And I said back to this person, it doesn't feel that way to me. She is talking about the politics I grew up with. She is talking about this strong defense of the Constitution, this belief that our nation is better because we are a diverse nation, an innovative nation, that we have the ability to create freedom and opportunity for so many various and different people, an experiment really that hasn't been successful around the world in the way it has been successful here at home. And we are going to continue as Democrats to fight for those beliefs and values.
I take Matt Dowd, Congresswoman Sherrill's point, which is perhaps it is not that Democrats have changed their messaging or they're leaning into anything. Perhaps the contrast is really about the extent to which Republicans have absolutely conceded this terrain.
Well, Donald Trump has no interest in being any kind of strong person on the international scheme and on the international platform and building any kind of coalition. As I listened to you talk to the Congresswoman about this, I was thinking to myself, what is this like? I was trying to think of an analogy. And you know what it's like? It's like if you came home and it's Valentine's Day the next day and your son or daughter who's in the second grade is filling out Valentine's, and only person people are giving Valentine's to are the bullies on the playground. And you're like, what are you doing? And why aren't you giving it to X, Y, and Z, all of our good people, and contribute and do all this and help the class and all this? Why are you only giving them to the bullies on the playground? And it's because people fear them. And that's what Donald Trump, only thing Donald Trump respects is some kind of level of autocracy where people fear you. Or not because you love the Constitution, or not because you love democracy, or not because you love being part of a coalition that lifts everyone up. It's he, no matter what the person is, whether it's North Korea, Hungary, or Russia or China, he loves, or he is entranced by people that instill fear in others. And that's what he attracts to himself.
Congresswoman, I am the mother of a second grader, so that analogy really lands with me. But I also want to talk about sort of the future. Should there be a second Trump term, specifically the people who he might elevate to key positions? The Atlantic just this morning, they got a new piece on Kash Patel, a presence, as you know, late in Trump's first term, who stands to play a major role in a second term. Quote, Patel appeared singularly focused on pleasing Trump. Even in an administration full of loyalists, Patel was exceptional in his devotion. This was what seemed to disturb many of his colleagues the most. Patel was dangerous, several of them told me, not because of a certain plan he would be poised to carry out if given control of the CIA or FBI, but because he appeared to have no plan at all. His priorities today, always subject to a mercurial president's wishes tomorrow. Patel disputes this characterization. What wouldn't a person like that do if asked, how dangerous, Congresswoman, is that as described for someone like that to be in charge of agencies like the CIA, like the FBI?
Well, to torture this metaphor as a mom myself a little further, it's not just as if Trump's giving Valentine.
I think they're just waffling about Putin.
Because I was doing a form, so I have no idea.
So was I. I was fixing the runner at the bottom so it accurately reflects the people that are paying us. So this was mostly just noise, which makes sense.
Democratic president.
MSNBC. It's dog shit.
Nominee Kamala Harris portraying herself as an underdog candidate and a fighter. She addressed her party's convention on this closing night here in Chicago. Right now, we're getting reaction to this speech from some undecided voters in the crucial battleground of Pennsylvania. Since Gary Tuckman is in Allentown. So, Gary, who's with you, and what are they saying about the speech?
Well, Anderson, we do come to you from Allentown in the heart of the beautiful Lehigh Valley in eastern Pennsylvania, and we are with 8 residents of the Lehigh Valley who've been watching television with us tonight and watching Kamala Harris' speech. I do want to say they all have something in common, as you said, Anderson. None of these people before tonight have made a decision about who they will vote for in November. And at least one person here before tonight wasn't sure she was going to vote at all because she doesn't like either of the candidates. Also, what they have in common, 5 of these people, they're all 5 of them, loyal union members from the UAW local, United Auto Workers here in the Lehigh Valley. So thank you all for being here. First thing I want to ask you, I want you to grade the speech, okay? A is excellent, B above average, C average, D below average. We all know what F is. Let's start with you. How do you grade the speech?
We all know what F is.
I gave her a B+.
B.
B+.
A.
B+.
A.
C.
C. So mostly A's and B's with 1 C. I want to ask you why you made the decision you made. First of all, we start with Scott, who is the president of the UAW local here in the Lehigh Valley. Scott, what grade did you give it again?
B+.
How come?
I gave her the high grade because I thought she looked very confident. I liked how she spoke from her heart. I liked her message of unity and the division that we have in America. I like her fight for the middle class and families. The reason I didn't give her an A was I thought she needed to go into a little more detail on some of her plans, of how she would, do some of the things that she envisioned.
Okay, Lindsay, you're in sales. You're the person who wasn't sure she was going to vote for anybody because you don't like either of these 2 candidates. I'll ask you more about that in a minute. But first, what grade did you give the speech?
I gave it a B.
How come?
I thought it was a good speech. I mean, she did what she was supposed to do. I liked that she was talked about her upbringing, made it feel a little more like personal. But yeah, I thought it was a good speech.
Okay, Andy, you're also with the UAW. You make cars and trucks for us Americans, so thank you for that, along with the rest of you. Your grade again was?
B+.
Welcome, B+.
I liked her plan for the middle class. Like my wife's a nurse. I'm an auto worker. I'm as middle class as you can get. I just felt like she should go a little more in depth, but I guess I understand you can't really go as in depth in these speeches, but a little bit more would have been nice.
Okay, Donna, is your mother?
Yes.
Donna's a retired dental hygienist. Donna, what grade did you give it again?
I gave her an A.
And how come an A?
Because she hit all the points that I wanted to know about. I wanted to know more about her economic policies, her foreign policy. I know she couldn't go into depth about that, but I mean, I felt that she looked very presidential. She sounded presidential, and I think she's going to be a unifier.
Yeah, by the way, going into tonight, Andy was 60-40 with Kamala Harris. You were 50-50.
We got to
I
go
agree.
see this type of footage with people who got convinced after Trump's speech and see what they say.
Yeah.
I think we can find that.
I'm sure.
I'm just gonna Google undecided voters now voting for Trump.
Yeah.
50, which is interesting. We'll talk more about that in a second. Patrick, also with the UAW. The grade you gave it again?
A B+.
How come B+?
Well, she was very confident in what she was saying. She showed leadership ability and understanding of the topics at hand. But again, she didn't go in depth. I did like what she said about what she's going to try to do for the middle class, about a tax break for us, which would be very nice, but still a little bit more information on some of the things that she's planning on doing.
Sean, also with the UAW. The grade you gave it again?
I gave her an A.
How come?
I was looking for policy information. I really wanted to see some substantive policy information. And I thought she did give enough. I like what she gave on military, what she wants to do for our veterans, and with border control. I just think that she has a lot of good ideas, and she's very well spoken. I think she was very professional.
Sabrina is your daughter and also a UAW member, helping to make cars and trucks for America. Your grade again?
A.
How come an A?
I think she was very well spoken. She was very clear on what her policies were and elaborated
Check
on
out
them.
this article came up when I Googled it. This article is funny.
Rights for women.
And Brian, you're in real estate. You're a nice guy too, like everyone in this panel, and you gave the only C. How come you gave a C?
I love it.
And
then if you couldn't tell that this article that I sent was partisan, at the top it says, "We're in the last 27 days of the most important election of our lifetime. We're in the final countdown to Election Day 2024, when the United States will make a choice between Kamala Harris' hopeful vision of our future and Donald Trump's dystopian promise of vengeance and authoritarianism."
Well,
so I guess these
Ground
people
News-
are anti-MAGA.
Yeah, well, Ground News, is this the New Republic article you just sent me?
Yeah, so I assumed it was like a right-wing thing, but it doesn't seem like it.
No,
considering-
it's Ground News, which we have an affiliate link that you can see. Actually, it's not in the description. I didn't do it. I'm an idiot.
You suck.
You can use our affiliate link to get
That's
Ground
not
News.
there. It's not
Ha-ha.
there.
But
Dreg has a Zog video that's really funny.
I know. I put it on the list for Friday. I'll add the Actually, no, on Twitch. Fuck YouTube. I will put it on YouTube, but I'll put it there in a second. On Twitch, you can see there's a little link code there. You can click that, and that gives us money. It helps. The Ground News is really good. Like I've said it a couple of times, and it's not just because I have a link. Like I've wanted to pay for Ground News for a minute just to see how it was, because all of these these news apps that congregate everything into one always suck. The one that I used first was like News Voice. That sucked. There was another one that just would give me endless fucking notifications. That sucked. This one actually seems to have legs on it, which is really good. I've found myself reading more news because Ground News is that good that I can actually go through and not have to hunt for articles is a great feature, honestly. Use our link. Do it. Do it now.
A lot of her personal history, which was great, but I still don't feel like she's ready. I feel like more so.
John, you should install the widget on the browser. So anytime you go into a news article, it shows you at the top the bias rating for the article and the story, as well as where the outlet sits.
Where's the widget?
I think Chrome Store probably is probably the best place.
In Chrome Store?
Yeah. And then you just log in with the account and it should automatically do that on news websites.
I don't. Okay. I'm not sure if it's saved to this Google.
She should wait. I don't want to, per se, vote for someone that is a backup.
All right. Well, but I'm going to ask you shortly. You're obviously not ready to vote for Kamala Harris.
Right.
I'm sure about that.
Right.
But what I want to ask all of you all together at this point, like I said, none of you were ready to make a commitment to any candidate in November. Please raise your hand right now if you're now ready to make a commitment after today. Wow. I'm just kind of surprised about it. We haven't rehearsed this. I'm going to make that very clear. We'll let's answer this. 7 of you are now ready. Scott?
Yes, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Andy?
Yeah, Kamala Harris. Yes.
Yes,
Donna?
I'm voting for her also.
Sean?
That's cheese.
Sean?
Yes, Kamala.
Sabrina?
That's cheese also.
Patrick?
Kamala.
That's cheese.
Brian?
Trump.
That's also cheese.
Trump.
It's all cheese.
And finally, Lindsay?
Still probably not voting.
So probably you don't like either of them.
Nope.
Okay.
What led to you all making a decision? Was it that decisive of an evening, Scott?
Yeah, I really, as I said before, I really liked her confidence. She's really seemed presidential. She seemed very confident. Like I said, she spoke from her heart. I liked how she filled you in on her background, that she struggled, her mother struggled,
All right.
middle class family.
Donna, you were 50-50 going into the evening. What made you make a decision?
Well, I've been doing research since she was, the nominee, and I like what I'm reading. And here I've been watching the convention, and her speech was just.
Okay, I can't find it.
That just sold me.
And
it brought up a different thing. I found a preview widget, and it's like Fubio TV.
Weird. I guess it's on Ground News itself.
I'm on Ground News. I can't
Yeah.
find the widget specifically.
Extension. Hey everyone, you should do it too.
Brian, you decided on Trump. What about tonight? Because when we met last week, you were undecided. What about tonight made you decide you were going to vote for Trump?
Her speech was great. I like how she went into personal history again. It was just not moving for me.
But it made you think that Trump's a better candidate than her.
He's here for it. He's a little bit more aggressive. She's aggressive in her way, but I think she'll be aggressive in the next term.
So Trump over Harris for you, Harris over Trump for most of you. What I will tell you, 75 days now until Election Day. So Lindsay, you have a few more nights to sleep on it. Thank you all for coming and joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anderson, back to you.
Gary Tuckman, thanks. That was fascinating.
It was fascinating because instead of talking about the curious, which we often talk about, we have Kamala curious. There are some people who still want to know more. They're not all the way there. And I think, that is going to be an interesting dynamic in some of these battleground states where there are still swing districts. I don't necessarily believe we can have wild swings the way we used to, given gerrymandering, et cetera. But there are people who want to know more.
One of the things that was said there's no doubt about that one of the disadvantages she has, and Scott's talked about it a lot, is she's the vice president. So what did she do as vice president? The advantage she has is people don't know a lot and they're getting new information. And that new information, certainly the way she told her story tonight, the way she shared her views was, I think, important. The two things that I want to mention is I think that the line that probably tested best in this whole speech was, I will be a president for the whole country, because that's such a contrast with the way Trump presents himself. And then the whole end of the speech was a paean to America and basically going at
next. Now we're on.
And she mentioned thank you about 50 times. Did you see the beginning? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wait, why this?
Thank you.
I sent you a link
Thank
of
you,
the
thank you,
Trump
thank you, thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her?
Real voice. You hear that voice crack? Real voice.
Joining us now by phone, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald Trump.
This was literally right after. I mean, look, it's live. They're still dropping the balloons. He's been like truthing from the toilet for a while now. Finally calls in.
Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything, but she didn't do any of it.
It actually does sound like he's calling from the toilet.
She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history.
I suppose we're in debunk mode, so I suppose I should go over this too. You can't actually just close the border. It takes like a law. It does, as a matter of fact, require some kind of law to do things
she
like
just
that.
goes in and she
like the
pulls a
law that,
lever.
say, for example, they
Before
tried
this,
to
I
put
sent you the
through,
thing. It's the
in a
CNN
bipartisan fashion, which Trump
people, but
encouraged.
it's people who were the undecided voters.
Yes.
Trump. I wanted to
Apology.
see. They're like, I wanted to hear more policy. I want to hear how unhinged the people are in comparison.
Still haven't decided who they're going to vote for president in November. 2 of them have decided. This gentleman right here, Kevin, for Donald Trump, he knows that already. This woman here, Paula, for Joe Biden, or the Democrat who might eventually take his place, she knows that already. But what I want to ask you all first at this point, all 13 of you, what you thought of this speech, not a yes or no answer, if you thought it was good or not good. I want you to give a letter grade to it like you're in school. So I'm going to start here with you. What letter grade do you give that speech?
B.
C.
B.
C.
D.
D. A.
C.
B.
B. C.
What is this, a white kid's report card? Ugh.
A. B.
I guess it is.
So B and C seem to be the most prevalent grades. I'm going to start with you, Kevin and Dawn, married couple right here. You are both still undecided about who you will vote for. Tell me what the most important thing you thought about when you watched the speech.
I was listening to his tone of voice, to his way of speaking and encouraging us and bringing unity to the country and those individuals that might be outside of the Republican Party.
What grade did you give it again?
B.
Dawn, what grade did you give it again?
I gave it a C.
And what did you think of the speech?
They quite literally don't live in the same reality.
I thought the beginning was really good. I was looking for unity, speaking outside of the Republican Party. And I thought I heard we a lot and not so much about himself.
Kevin, you're supporting Donald Trump. You've already said that. You gave the grade of
a B.
What did you think of the speech?
I thought it was too long. I think it started off slow, but as it progressed, I believe it got a lot better.
Lena, you gave what grade?
A C.
A C. And Lena and Rich are also married right here.
Yes.
Why'd you give it a C?
Because his rhetoric hasn't changed about the election, 2020 election, and I'm really concerned
What did I do?
that we're going to have another issue depending on who wins.
The Ukrainians are waiting for us to cover
And
Ukraine after
really
this.
praying
Hey,
that
yeah, it's coming next.
if Trump wins, the guardrails of democracy will hold.
Rich, what grade did you give it?
So I gave his speech a D.
Tell me why.
It started out great, but then he went into mistruths and grievances and attacks, and it just totally contradicted itself in terms of what he wanted to achieve with unity.
Hello, the grade you gave it?
D.
And you're supporting Biden?
Yes.
Or whoever takes his place if that happens. What did
Yes.
you think about it?
I think, I do believe he started off with a pretty good tone for him. I thought it was good, but then he lapsed back into the Donald Trump of old.
Okay, up there in the corner, Robin and Kirsten, mother and daughter. The grade you gave it?
I gave it an A.
And why'd you give it an A?
The thing I was looking for was a change, and I felt I heard that change in his voice. I was looking for his discussion on getting unity together in the country, as well as the border control and inflation.
Kirsten, what grade did you give it?
Oh,
C.
my
And
God.
why?
It's right.
It started off.
Isn't it just? Isn't it just though?
How does Mac know we're monetized? How does he know that if he just came in?
He's lurking. Been lurking in the chat the whole time. Oh my god. I love that the screen that's screen sharing is not the one that gets priority pick for the play pause button.
Strong, just like some other people have said,
Mhm.
but the same old thing. It went from him probably just reading the teleprompter and actually reciting the speech into his whole song and dance of just putting his own spin on things. And that's where I feel like a lot of his points get lost.
Gary and Nancy, you're a married couple too.
Yes.
You gave it what grade?
We work in the information.
Good first
space.
name, by the way.
Everyone is spies.
YB.
You ever play Goldeneye?
He went into
No, I
some
never did.
negativity. I was expecting much more negativity, but he did go a little bit of negativity and also some exaggerated statistics and exaggerated goals of getting us to number one in the world as far as schools go and stuff. Those are just unrealistic.
Okay, Nancy,
you know,
what did you give it?
I gave it a B.
You know the statue
I
part?
thought it was
What were we
not
gonna
negative
use?
on
Was that
women,
gonna
which
be
I
for
was
this
sort of
background we almost used
expecting.
it for?
I thought his
Yes.
tone was.
Yes, it was.
For this, that because we've been thinking about what to do for thumbnails, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe something with that, but you have to fucking meet a guy in the statue level in Goldeneye, and he ends the conversation goes like, "Oh, now I must go because I don't want people to think I'm a spy seeing you." And we're like me and my brother are like playing it together, you know, like we're like I'm like watching him play or something, and he goes spy and shoots the guy in the back and kills him and fails the mission.
That's very funny.
Was pleasant and something that as a leader that maybe I would be proud to have him as a leader with his more relaxed tone.
Susan, what grade did you give it?
A C.
And why did you say C?
Well, I was led to believe that there would be a change in his approach
So were we.
to people. And I don't feel that he met those expectations.
Yeah, because they were like, "Oh, Trump's changed. Trump changed. We're gonna get policy," and we were excited.
We
We're like, "Well,
actually
Trump
expected
policy?"
it. We actually expected it.
No, but like, oh, Trump policy. I'm excited. I like knowing Trump policies that I can list off and say these are the only policies that I like, because then they can't come back with, "Oh, but I like this." I'm like, I agree with you. Give me other shit.
Expectations like others. I thought he started out strong and then went downhill.
Ray and Barb, you're a married couple too. Ray, you gave it what grade?
I gave it an A.
And why'd you give it an A?
Because it's Donald Trump. He was who he always has been. And even though with the incident that happened Saturday, he still came.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's what it might have been. That was a funny fucking joke. I laughed.
Came out as himself.
Barb, what grade did you give it?
I gave it a B.
And why did you give it a B?
I gave it a B because, like so many people said, he started out good, strong, grateful, thankful, and then into bragging.
Have any of you changed your mind? 11 of you were undecided. Any of those 11 made a decision based on this speech, or is it still the same?
I think I'm more decided.
And what have you decided?
I've decided that I will support Trump.
Anyone else make a decision yet?
I have. I've made a decision to support him.
So 2 of our 11. Anyone else?
Aye.
The 2 of you.
Trump.
Awful.
Trump. So 4 of our 11. You gonna watch Biden in 5 weeks?
Oh yes.
Give us
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Biden. Yeah, Biden.
I want to see the same people brought back though, and see what they say about this speech. You know,
Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be very interesting.
the absolute normie who's like airheaded about policy and shit like that. Like I think Hassan says this. Like they just care about vibes.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if that capture card ends up working well, we could be able to stream Civ 6 at some point, because I can stream it off the Xbox.
I don't have it on Xbox.
Isn't it crossplay?
Only if it's the EA browser and the Steam browser.
Oh.
It's crossplay in that regard.
Fine.
At that point, 7 will be out. Yeah, but like fuck 7. First of all, like Have you seen what they're doing with 7?
Is it super cartoony?
No, they made it so you can be a leader and then any country, so you can mix and match the leader and
I
country
hate
bonuses.
that. I hate that.
So it's like there's gonna be a meta on like what's the most broken leader and country, and it's gonna
suck. I just want naval combat. Let me fight.
Yeah, they need naval
battles.
combat.
Holy shit! I use the
It
might have been the Islanders, the Kiwis, I think, or Samoans, one of the two.
Yeah, the Maori.
Yeah, the Maoris. That's where
They start in the water.
Yeah, they start in the water, and you get good fucking ship builds. I also played the Vikings, so you can go on and off the land at will.
Well,
that's
Vikings,
a great perk.
The Vikings are a fun one because all you do is do the coastal raids and that's how you like support your economy.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was doing. The Vikings were a lot of fun.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you have to like lock in what you're doing like way early. Because like I'll go for like a lot of times like you want to do military even if you're going for cultural or science because you want to just inflict pain on the enemy so you can get like the tech or culture lead.
Yeah. Well, what I was more thinking is because what we could do is maybe alternate on a Friday. Maybe we just we could do it through the Xbox, do a normal stream, do a normal talky politics stream, but have Civ in between videos or whatever.
I don't have an Xbox.
You didn't have a capture card either.
Yes.
Like this is what I'm saying is while I'm here, we could do this or something else because I can use the laptop as the streaming platform and the Xbox as the gaming thing, and then it works. So potential. Also, we could maybe do with the capture card straight to Twitch streaming, possibly New Vegas. Maybe. I'll need to double check whether it's on the Xbox or not. That's all.
Every
Bioshock?
region of Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials confirmed that a British system.
But they don't even have the religious win condition in the next one. And honestly,
Seriously?
I think like the religion stuff is kind of like dumb. Like it's like I'll take the passive bonus from it, but then like I don't care what religion. Like I never go religion for anything. I don't care what religion my cities turn and shit because it like doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, the faith win conditions are strange. I'm not a massive fan. I think the game that I'm playing at the moment, I think I'm playing Persia. And I'm fighting at the moment. I think I'm fighting Germany.
Germany's really good
for domination, or is the other way? I'm fighting Persia as someone I can't remember. It's been a while since I played it.
Attack in the Donetsk region. Sam Abdelaziz has been following this. And Salma, let's just talk about the British citizen who died here. This was a target on a hotel in the region of Donetsk. It's a hotel, as I understand it, that many media outlets have used before.
Yes, and this is definitely an attack that has caused shockwaves through our community, a community of journalists. This is a Hotel Sapphire in Kramatorsk. And Kramatorsk is very close to the front lines, but it is a Ukrainian-controlled city. So people use it as a base, NGO workers, journalists use it as a base in order to cover that conflict. And that's exactly what this Reuters crew was doing when they were staying at this hotel in Kramatorsk. It was struck by Russia, of course. Several people wounded, one American wounded, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, a British citizen who was hired to work with that Reuters crew to keep them safe, a former British soldier, was killed, Ryan Evans, in that attack. President Zelensky, of course, squarely pointed the finger
a lot of
at
people
Russia and called this a deliberate attack. Said that it is intended to make it ever more.
Is she Scottish?
Can't tell.
I'm hearing an accent.
And like the only reason why I think Civ 6 is better than Civ 5 is that the trade routes make the roads for you, because like I don't have to use workers to make the roads by hand, and that alone is why we'll play Civ 6 over Civ 5.
That is true. That's something I didn't actually know was different. I thought the trade routes just did that.
Yeah.
I really struggle with keeping my population happy.
Oh,
know
it's
how.
easy.
I have
You
no
just
idea.
no. What they don't explain it properly, and also I believe that is a feature that they're getting rid of in the next one. Actually, all you need to do is get luxury resources.
That's it.
Yeah, you can literally trade the opponents for them. But that's the thing is on PC, the trade mod is like really good because trading the natural trade mechanics in Civ 6 are dog shit. So like I've
Because they
only
reject
ever
them and shit.
well, the trading mod in Civ 6, what it does is it like you literally go into a trade menu and you pick the resource that you want to trade, and then it gives you the deals that all the countries will pay. Like it shows the maximum payout they'll give you per turn or all up front.
Seriously?
Yeah, so it simplifies everything for you.
Well, that's
And
lame.
if you want to also trade for luxury resources, you can then see who has them and stuff. And also like you can also trade for culture stuff too.
Yes.
Difficult and dangerous for journalists to cover that story.
In terms of this attack, I mean, we obviously report on these attacks all the time, but this was so widespread, wasn't it, geographically?
It's quite extraordinary. So this morning, Ukraine's Air Force saying that they received...
You hear the accent? Is it Scottish or Irish?
I can't tell. I haven't heard her talk enough.
In terms of this
sped
attack, I mean, we obviously report on these attacks all the time, but this was so widespread, wasn't it, geographically?
It's quite extraordinary. So this morning, Ukraine's Air Force saying that they received drones, missiles, attacks coming.
You heard it? You heard that little accent there?
Yes, but I need to listen to it more.
Yeah, I can't quite pick it.
Stop pausing her.
Every single region in Ukraine. What was the result of that? We know 3 people killed so far, power outages across the country, people told to run into bomb shelters in Kyiv and other cities and towns. It's a reminder yet again of how Russia targets civilian infrastructure as a way of expanding the cost of this war very far from those front lines as well. Is there a sense that this was in retaliation
I've never heard the accent
Ukraine's
before.
advance that continues in the Kursk
strange.
region? We saw, remember last week, Putin vowing a response, a strong response to that. I mean,
Is
is this
this
all
all
in the
UK?
calculus of what has been happening in Kursk? One can assume, of
This
course,
is
that it is
CNN,
within
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why
because they're
that's
all
why I'm like-
English.
Yeah, well, this is London in the background.
Yeah. So it's the UK CNN.
Yeah.
Wider context that Russia continues to respond and continues to try to find ways to weaken Ukraine, to weaken President Zelensky's standing, to weaken unity
She might
within
be
the country.
Welsh.
Again, far from those front lines where soldiers
Maybe.
are fighting. But this is part of a continued Russian strategy. We've seen this since the very beginning of the conflict, where Russia has tried to target power infrastructure, water infrastructure, just the very basics of life to make it difficult to just exist in Ukraine.
I want to take a look at Russia launching this missile and drone attack aimed at energy infrastructure, really across Ukraine during the overnight hours. As we heard from Salman Abdulaziz, 4 people were killed in total, as Ukraine's Air Force says. It detected missiles and drones targeting almost all regions, from the frontline eastern regions of Kharkiv in the east, but even down to Odessa in the south, Kyiv to more the central part of the country. So obviously a wide swath here. So I just want to get your take. What is the strategy here, especially across such a wide array of targets at once?
Well, good morning, Omar. Yeah, the big strategy for the Russians is to inflict as much terror as possible on the civilian population. A lot of the targets involve the civilian infrastructure, especially the heating system and the power plants. So because all of that is fairly centralized in the Ukrainian cities, that makes for really ripe targets from a military perspective. And so what the Russians are doing is they're trying to inflict basically hell on earth for the civilian population. And then what they also want to do is cut off as much as they possibly can supply routes and the ability of the Ukrainian military.
Okay. For people who know about Twitch, what are the emotes? Are they the stuff that when people subscribe, it pops up on the screen? Is that stuff? If so, I have ideas.
To reinforce their soldiers and Marines in the different areas of Ukraine, especially in the east, but also eventually in the Kursk region, where they've, of course, invaded that part of Russian territory.
And you mentioned the Kursk region. We're going to zoom in, but just for viewers, it's this small region up here in the northeast part of the country. But as you come in a little bit closer as well, you can see this is right now just zoomed in a little bit for our folks. But as those broad strikes have been happening, President Volodymyr Zelensky has talked about how they've advanced up to 3 kilometers in Russia's Kursk region and have taken control of 2 more settlements. What is the significance here, and what are your realistic expectations for that campaign?
So what the Ukrainians are doing, Omar, is they're basically taking as much land as they can. They're not going to be able to advance extremely far into Russia, at least not under normal circumstances. But what they are trying to do is they're trying to grab as much land as they can.
Oh no. Oh no. This is. I'm gonna have so much fun.
Okay, I sent you a Welsh accent thing. It was very hard for me to find one that was actually clear, and they were just talking naturally instead of like putting it on. So that's the best example of Welsh accents I could find. So throw that video on. See if everyone agrees that she might be Welsh.
Ground control, this is Davis. There's nothing left here. There's nothing around me for miles. I'm just all alone in the vast emptiness.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but you Welsh?
Oh my god, yeah, I'm from Swansea.
No way, I'm from Swansea.
Never. Where to?
Near Clydach.
My dad's from Clydach. He's died.
Okay.
But you see, like, that's barely an accent, though.
Yes,
you know?
it's
it
barely
sounds
anything.
It sounds very flat, like the American accent.
I think you nailed it. That's very interesting. Okay.
I want to wait. I didn't finish. Oh, never mind.
No way. They butcher or Daisglodion?
Daisglodion!
Daisglodion's your dad!
Oh my god, small universe, isn't it?
Hey, anyway, I'll let you get on.
Oh, nice to meet you anyway. Ta-da!
Ta-da now!
What the fuck?
And to swap potentially for the land that Russia has taken in Ukraine. They're also taking Russian prisoners, and they've already exchanged some prisoners with the Russians. So the Ukrainians are getting their prisoners back from Russia, and the Russians are getting their prisoners back from Ukraine. And that is part of the effort that Zelensky has in order to take the war to a part of Russia, but also to tell the Russians that their border is not inviolate. They can actually go in and move fairly much at will in certain parts of the border region along Ukraine's border with Russia.
There was a massive Russian assault on Ukraine overnight. Just moments ago, the Russia's defense ministry announced it hit all its targets. More than 100 missiles and up to 100 drones hit multiple cities across the country, leaving at least 4 people dead. President Zelensky is calling it one of the largest attacks that Ukraine has faced yet. All right, to you, Brigadier General, how long can Ukraine continue to fend off Russia when you see an attack like this one?
Well, thank you, Sarah. That's a very good question. This is a war of attrition. Neither side is truly capable of conducting decisive military actions against the other. So what you're going to see is continued actions like this, attacks against the people, attacks against hospitals and schools and apartment buildings. I mean, that's right out of Vladimir Putin's playbook, because that's really all that he can do. His military is just not good enough to really penetrate Ukraine. They've been on the Donbass now for 2.5 years. Again, a war of attrition. He's simply targeting energy. He's trying to make things painful for the people, try to put political pressure on Zelensky.
You guys gonna watch if we put ads on the stream? You sit through it. Would that be? It's fucking. I fucking hate it. I fucking do not want to do this, but money. I'll try and make them as short as possible. I think I can control them. I'm just sort of looking.
Honestly though, like, I don't care if ads show up for me unless I'm actually like sharing my screen and streaming.
Yeah.
Like, I actually support advertising even if it's long and obnoxious, because it's all everything's better than what we were in, like when it was TV, and also like the content that was geared to keep people for ad breaks, where like the show, nothing would happen in the show until the last 5 minutes. So if you're watching like a documentary where they're trying to find Bigfoot or something, it would always tease you just to come back from the commercial break.
Yes. So I now understand what Hassan talks about when he's like top of the hour news break. Or ad break or whatever the fuck he says. So your scheduled ad minutes per hour is 3-minute ads per hour. So it is what Twitch is saying. So I'm just communicating with the people watching us so that they're aware of what we're gonna be implementing, I guess. Okay, so this is the other thing. While we're streaming, because we are very attentive of the chat, say ad is playing, we'll stop. We'll stop until
we have to
everything's
trigger the ad.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well then that'll be easy. Everyone can go get up and go get a drink.
Yeah.
And then nobody gets advertised to.
Well,
and
like
everybody
Hassan
wins.
does it where it's like if you don't want to miss anything, pay us, basically.
And I just don't think that that's going to work because the Ukrainian people are incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, Ukrainian people having been there a couple of different times, it just makes their resolve even stronger when they see Russia do something like this. But the question is, do they have the weapons? Do they have the ammunition and the number of soldiers that they need to try and continue this until which time they're hopefully able, in Zelensky's words, to end this war?
So affiliates get 55% ad revenue split for 3 hours of ads for an hour of content. That's not awful. I'm going to do this after the Ukraine stuff.
This video posted online by Ukrainian special forces on Wednesday shows strikes on several pontoon crossings in Russia's Kursk region.
Hey, cluster
Ukraine
bombs.
says it destroyed them using U.S.-made weapons. Reuters was able to confirm parts of the video from the river coast and terrain, which matched satellite imagery of the area.
Did they kill their team?
Kyiv has announced a string of battlefield successes since it unexpectedly
Is this ham processed?
crossed into the Kursk region earlier this month. But Russia claims its forces halted Kyiv's advance in the Kursk region and says it has gained ground in eastern Ukraine. The military is responding to the Russian push there, according to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, by strengthening.
But if you guys have ideas for emotes that you want for the Twitch chat, just tag me in Twitter and I'll write them down. I'll start a document and I'll make a bunch.
Yeah. So, well, we also we still want to drive our main monetization to Patreon.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
That's what I wish would happen is if somebody subscribes on Patreon, you could give them premium subscriptions to any.
Yeah, that would be something. But I guess if we make it to Twitch partner, maybe they would give us a contact and maybe we could organize something like that. So that for a certain tier they get a premium subscription to the Twitch streams as well. Or we just move off Twitch entirely and go straight to Patreon. I just stream on the Patreon or stream onto a private website, simul stream to Twitch and put more focus on the website. But I don't know. I feel like Twitch is a good website for this kind of stuff because it keeps people engaged. People can ask questions as well. You know, I just think it's a much better format for this kind of thing, especially because what we're doing is media literacy stuff. So there's that as well. Well, YouTube fucked us. That's the problem. So we're trying to move away from YouTube, but it's only so hard. So I'm slowly uploading the LTech library to Rumble. I don't think it's going to go anywhere on Rumble because people on Rumble tend to not have brains. But yeah, it is what it is.
Has it gotten any views over there?
I would have to check, but I think the Kurdish one got like 30 views in the first week or so. So I don't know.
Strengthening its forces around Pakrovsk. Drone video released Wednesday by the Ukrainian 68th Brigade showed artillery strikes on Russian troops east of Pakrovsk in Donetsk region.
And a kitty cat. Where is Bisky?
Both sides reported being targeted by major drone attacks. Ukraine smashed through the Russian border in the Kursk region on August 6th in an attempt to divert Russian troops from the rest of the front. Its foreign ministry says Kyiv has made bigger territorial gains there than Moscow has made in Ukraine this year.
Well, you'd want to hope so.
Victoria Nikitina works on a painting in her Seattle.
Prioritizes you.
Sorry, say that again?
Being monetized on any of the platforms prioritizes you.
Yeah.
As well. So that's one of the reasons why the permanent demonetization fucked us on YouTube.
Yeah.
Even though we weren't, and that channel had been monetized in the past too.
Mm-hmm.
I just stopped using it for 2 or 3 years when I was really sick, and then some update happened.
Yeah. Imagine if they did show up. Wouldn't that be funny?
Oh my god, BG's so cute right now. He's just
What's going on?
He's just in a little box.
Mm.
Oh my god, Zapata has the wood again. Zapata just pulled up the wood. I just saw him do it.
Right now we're doing Ukraine, so this is the major story for today, and then probably going to try and skip the American politics stuff, but we'll see what happens.
Washington
A lot
home.
of it.
Soon the native of Dnipro, Ukraine, will set her brushes aside and head to work.
3 times a week at night, I clean a Seattle nursing home.
From 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Yeah, that is an issue, but I don't think what we're doing is done on Twitch. That's the other thing. I'm pretty sure like there's news stuff, but I don't think everybody is kind of just hobby
Also,
activists.
the hour that we do it is not an active hour, so there's
Yes.
that as well.
Yeah, which
so like
is
while there is a lower rate of people joining the stream, it's also less saturation.
yeah, true. But so
And also, we're
hopefully-
still doing everything on YouTube that we do on Twitch. It's just that we're more focused on having people go to Twitch because that's where the monetization is going to be.
Yeah.
Also,
So I
if you
think-
have
yeah.
both pages open to double our views,
Yeah, we get
then
double
you won't
views.
miss anything when the ads play because you can
Yeah,
just switch it
that's
to YouTube.
That's true. Just go to YouTube while the ad's playing. Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Graveyard shift. Nikitina vacuums, washes floors, dusts, and takes the trash out.
Which means maximum length ads. 5-minute ad breaks.
Did you see the non-electric vacuums?
What
Or
about
did
it?
I actually send that to Pega?
Maybe. What are you looking at?
Maybe I could have found a different job, something closer to my profession, but I don't speak English. I just don't.
Nikitina worked as an interior designer back in Ukraine, but in October 2022, a rocket fell close to her home, persuading her to leave. She moved to the United States where her daughter lives, thanks to the US government's Uniting for Ukraine, or U4U program. She says her time in America has been tough.
To be honest, I just wanted to fall asleep and wake up back at home.
Nah. Not double ads. We're demonetized on YouTube for covering the Houthis.
University of
Only-
Southern California psychologist Albert Skiprizzo understands Nikitina's reaction to her new surroundings, explaining that forced relocation can quickly turn into psychological trauma.
This wasn't a choice. Most people are running for their life.
No shit.
So
That is very interesting. I bet there's a few of them. I bet there's been a heaps that have come.
they're going and bringing all the baggage, the psychological baggage of living in a wartime trauma-laden environment, and then adding on top of it the adjustment.
Irina Trehitka hails from Irpin, Ukraine, and now lives in Seattle. She also came to the US through the U4U program, along with her husband and 4 children.
Ми так думали спочатку, що ми залишимося лише на місяць.
We thought we would just stay for a month at my sister's place, but when we arrived, I felt so safe. My kids were safe. So we stayed, but my husband went back.
Isn't it funny? People coming from Australia to going to America, like, oh my god, you're gonna die. People coming from Ukraine is like, oh my god, it's the safest place ever. It's just a
To
funny
Ukraine on business.
She says taking care of her kids keeps her going. Rizzo says doing everything for the kids can mask feelings of isolation and homesickness.
If you have children, young children, then it's not so much your needs. You're considering the needs of your children.
Psychologists say the best way to deal with feelings of isolation is to seek support. And while there are no special psychological aid programs for Ukrainian refugees in the US, the local Ukrainian community has become a haven for both women. But even with new Ukrainian friends, Nikitina says nothing will ever replace home.
My life was there, and everything remains there.
For Christina Shevchenko in Seattle, Washington,
got a dollar.
NRS, VOA News.
Moscow's mayor says one of the largest Ukrainian drone attacks on the city has been prevented, with at least 11 drones intercepted and destroyed. Russia also insists that they will repel Ukrainian forces from the Kursk region. The Russian military is now building temporary bridges across a key river in that region. CNN's Clay Sebastian live from London this hour. Good to see you. Now, tell
Oh,
us
is that what was happening? They were hitting building construction that Russia was doing. Epic. That river didn't look very wide.
Yeah, they were barges. They used the barges. Yeah.
Okay.
More about this Ukrainian drone strike on Moscow overnight, and the size of the attack seems to be quite relevant.
Yeah, it's been a pretty large one. These are, as you know, John, extremely regular. We see Ukraine quite often targeting across the border with drones, multiple regions, but hitting the Moscow region particularly hard this time. 11 drones.
Pre-rune. He does huge essay PowerPoint presentations on YouTube. They're like an hour long. It's like PERUN, pre-rune or P-rune. Yeah.
Never.
He was saying that with the Kursk offensive, like Russia actually did this to Ukraine not that long ago. Like the Kharkiv offensive was Russia finding a place that was weak and hitting it. And then they were saying that they were worried about Russians hitting another spot. And so they literally, like, the buildup was them sending forces to that spot, and Russia ended up not attacking that spot. So like that's when they built up, is when they were saying that they were worried Russia would hit another part after that Kharkiv offensive.
So instead of just leaving and packing down, they utilized it and launched. Interesting.
Yes. But he's saying it's like it's not really any different than what Russia did a few months ago on the Kharkiv offensive.
For the Kharkiv push. Yes, interesting.
His videos are like very good though.
Yeah, could they circle around behind Russian lines, or is that too much space to move between?
Depends on what you mean by that.
Because
I'm some big arrows for me.
Well, I'm also not sure where the lines are. Actually, you know what I do have? An iPad.
Russian Ministry of Defense today was shot down over the Moscow region out of a total of 45, targeting multiple regions. And the mayor of Moscow is calling it one of the biggest drone attacks on the city ever. Now, we don't know what the targets were, but we do know that when you see these drone attacks from Ukraine, usually it's a mixture, right, of targeting something specific like a military base or installation, an energy facility of some sort. Over the weekend, for example, we saw a major fire break out in an oil depot in the Rostov region due to a drone strike. And then on the flip side, there's also this sense of destabilization, right, of trying to cut through the propaganda facade and get the message across to the Russian people that they are in fact at war. And that propaganda machine is really in full swing at the moment now, more than 2 weeks into the Ukrainian incursion in Kursk, because the Russian media, and taking their cue from the Russian authorities, really attempt to prove to the people that this is an isolated incident and a terror attack. And look, this is what you're seeing from the Ukrainian military. They are also doing their own messaging, really trying to show that they have the initiative in the Kursk region and are hitting very hard back at Russia's resistance, which really 2 weeks in is only really starting to take shape. John?
It does seem that the Ukrainians have exposed, a weak point, to say the least, in the Russian military. This top-down chain of command. But what has been the Russian response to these attacks? I mean, are they sending more troops in? Are they, what's the latest from there?
Yeah, so in terms of the military response, initially we saw a sort of motley selection of different groupings. We've seen reports of, elements of the Black Sea Fleet come in. The Ukrainians have talked of troops coming in from the likes of Kharkiv and Zaporizhia. Lithuania even suggested they were bringing troops in from the Baltic enclave of Kaliningrad. I think the sense, certainly from talking to experts that I get, is the resistance is now taking greater shape. We may start to see a more coordinated response. But in terms of President Putin and how he's been dealing with this, we see this sort of haphazard crisis management playbook that we've seen play out in the past. I want to show you an interesting split screen, because we've seen him in southern Russia in the last couple of days. And on Tuesday, you see on the left of your screen in Vladikavkaz in the Caucasus, meeting with the Russian people, greeting them, and compare that to what's on the right in Dagestan just a few days after Prigozhin's aborted mutiny. These are relatively unusual scenes for the president, really an attempt to sort of reassert his popularity. And of course, he continues to claim, and did so somewhat strangely on a visit to Beslan for the 20th anniversary of that terror attack. He continues to claim that what's happening in Kursk is in fact a terror attack. Take a listen.
As for those opponents and enemies of ours that I mentioned, they continue this work of trying to destabilize our country. This is obvious. And since we fought terrorists, today we have to fight those who commit crimes in the Kursk region, in Donbass, and Novorossiya.
So it's pretty clear what he's trying to do there, trying to project the image as well of business as usual. Putin's set to meet with the Chinese premier in Moscow today, his third big international meeting since the incursion into Kursk, really trying to show that they have this under control.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today condemned Russia's overnight and early morning barrage on his country as vile and said it involved dozens of kinds of missiles and drones.
Ukraine's leader said there were deaths and dozens of injuries and that the attack caused a lot of damage to Ukraine's energy sector. The barrage began around midnight. It continued beyond daybreak in what appeared to be Russia's biggest attack against Ukraine in weeks. Russian forces fired weaponry at 15 Ukrainian regions, more than half the country, officials said. Ukraine's power grid operator has been forced to implement emergency power cuts to stabilize the system. Water supplies in the capital city of Kyiv were also disrupted in the attacks. So far, 4 people have been reported killed, another 13
Looks like he's already working on it.
Overnight, Russia appearing to respond to Ukraine's recently successful incursions with a nationwide attack, pitting Kyiv and the areas near the country's largest nuclear power plant. ABC's Alexis Christophorus is following the developments from New York.
A more than 12-hour-long nationwide attack in Ukraine. Russia launching more than 100 missiles and attack drones during the morning rush hour toward at least 15 regions. President Zelensky calling it one of the biggest combined strikes of this 2.5-year-long war. At least 5 people are dead. The Russian Defense Ministry saying it carried out a massive strike with long-range precision weapons. The attacks mainly targeting Ukraine's already bomb-damaged power plants. Video verified by ABC News showing a missile hitting a reservoir near the Kyiv hydroelectric power station. In the city, residents took shelter underground in train stations. Amidst the assault, life went on. This woman saying her folk band continued their rehearsal in the metro. People gathered around to enjoy the music. According to the head of Kyiv's military administration, Ukraine's air defenses shot down around...
Okay. So. Right. So see where the purple arrow is?
Yeah.
So they push up there, right? And let's say they take the whole region. Could they then push down that way?
Well, yeah, but Russia would theoretically be pushing up that way too.
They would reinforce, right? But would that not pull them out of like this area here? Right? Would that not pull them out of there? I feel like this could be.
You said they would reinforce. You say that, but the thing is, are they capable?
Well, that's just it, like, right? No, I know, and this is what I'm saying is like maybe there's a bigger use for this region. Maybe like the buffer zone. Sure, that's the excuse that they say, but surely there's a bigger reason for it, like. That's a big move, like to take a part of Russia while Russia is invading you is a pretty big dick move. There has to be more. There has to be more reason for it. I just don't believe that it's such a short-sighted thing that they're just like, we're going to take this and just hold it. Why? Because we want to. There has to be more to it.
Well, that's what that video that I was referencing is about.
I couldn't find an appropriate map, so I had to just screenshot Google Maps.
Yeah, that's the best point is you have to pull the artillery in. Do you see fucking, I think I was also in the video that I was just referencing, Russia fucking bombed their own artillery positions.
Did they really?
Yeah, because they were like that confused or something. Well, he doesn't make concrete conclusions or anything in the...
I mean, is the artillery, what is artillery range? I thought it was like hundreds of kilometers.
Well, the thing is, if you're pulling it into you have to put it behind your line.
Oh yeah, right.
Because if they were firing from inside Ukraine into that region for then you'd be firing towards your own forces.
Yeah, overshooting is a big danger there. Yeah. Fair enough. I was just curious. I'm like, I wonder.
15 missiles and drones. Earlier this month, Ukrainian forces launched a surprise offensive into Russia's Kursk region. Kyiv's mayor says power and water supplies were disrupted in parts of the city, and with winter coming, there's mounting concern that there will be rolling blackouts across much of the country. Alexis Christophorus, ABC News, New York.
A huge Russian missile and drone salvo launched at Ukraine on Monday targeted energy facilities nationwide and left several people dead. Thousands of residents took shelter underground as sirens blared through Kyiv overnight. I would like to see a response to Moscow so that they will feel what we feel, says this woman. In the southern Zaporizhia region, this woman says she heard a loud explosion and sought safety.
You hear what she said?
Later, she found out her brother was killed in
That lady.
Yeah, what about it?
She said,
My resolution? Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them.
She did
Keep
indeed.
bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
So I was too distracted drawing on my Google Maps with my iPad and actually utilizing the thing that cost me a lot of money that I don't fucking use. Like this is a great setup. I'm really honestly pretty happy with this setup with the iPad next to me and the computer.
why did this one not show up? Oh, no. I'm just scrolled up. That is the one I was looking at. I thought there was also... Okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's a cool map. Damn.
Yeah, maybe you should have paid attention. Yeah, you can literally click incursion frontline there.
How, like, what's the timing on this? I'm assuming hour buffers, like couple hour buffers.
It says you continuously updated by the people at Project Owl.
Okay.
Published yesterday at 18:56.
Okay. Interesting. I'm going to bookmark this. Cool. Thank you very much.
In the blast. She says she couldn't get too close because his house was blocked off. I was still shaking, and then I saw him, and I couldn't recognize him, she says. Ukrainian officials say Russia launched more than 200 missiles and drones in the attack. And neighboring NATO member Poland reported a drone had probably entered its airspace during the bombardment. Kyiv said the attack targeted power or other critical infrastructure in at least 10 regions. This is the aftermath of a strike on one power plant. Power cuts and water supply outages were reported in many areas, including parts of the capital. President Volodymyr Zelensky said work was already underway to get power flowing again.
Why?
Monday's attack was the most intense in weeks.
What do you mean? What? Oh, interesting. The units that they don't want people knowing about.
It comes as Ukraine is claiming new ground in a major cross-border incursion into Russia's southern Kursk region. Meanwhile, Russian forces are steadily inching forward in Ukraine's east. Both Russia and Ukraine deny deliberately targeting civilians. Each said its attacks are aimed at destroying infrastructure.
What do you mean notifications? Like sending notifications out? It should send notifications when we go live. I don't know.
But we just got we weren't affiliated until, I don't know, because I just did the paperwork. So it.
Well, yeah, we just sort of set it up. So we're not sure yet. Not sure.
Critical to the other's war effort.
Voice of America attended the 55th exchange.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. I basically said anybody who wants to suggest emotes and stuff for the Twitch chat, just send it to me on Twitter or Instagram, whatever. Send it or tag the page, the 5th Gen page, me or John, whatever. It really doesn't matter. And I'll make list and then make them sometime this week, hopefully.
Of the prisoners of war between Ukraine and Russia, which happened symbolically as Ukraine celebrates its 33rd Independence Day. This is the first prisoner exchange between the two countries since Ukraine began its operation in the
Why are they all
region.
bald? Because they're
115 Ukrainian prisoners of war returned home. According to the Ukrainian Coordination Headquarters for the Treatment of Prisoners of War, all servicemen are conscripts, including those who were captured in the first months of Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022.
Today, we managed to return 115 of our heroes home, and the total number of our freed citizens to date is not 3,405, but 3,520 heroes and heroines.
Ukrainian soldiers look exhausted but happy to be home. Many of them, like Yevhen, who did not want to give his full name for security reasons, spent 2.5 years in Russian captivity.
2.5 years. It is, of course.
2.5 years in Russian jails. Now I'm going to go clap Russians for Ukraine.
Well, they were all conscripts, so they probably.
Oh, were they?
Ukraine probably isn't going to force them back in if they were already conscripts.
No, and I imagine there's some that will re-enlist.
Yeah. I
imagine.
mean, maybe they get a buffer.
Yeah, maybe.
They might get
It's very
redrafted.
difficult. It's okay. We endured. Our boys are still there, waiting to return home. We spent so much time in captivity. I think not for nothing. Most of the boys who were exchanged will continue their service. We will continue to defend our motherland. The main thing is to hold on, not to give in. They will soon break their teeth on us.
It's very difficult to be in captivity there, thousands of kilometers from home. Very hard.
President Volodymyr Zelensky says that one of the main goals of the Ukrainian operation in the Kursk region is to increase the exchange fund and return Ukrainian prisoners.
No, I'm laughing at the guy on the tank.
In general.
As long as it's not her accent.
Like, what are you compensating?
Those shirts can go higher.
Says that one of the main goals of the Ukrainian operation in the Kursk region is to increase the exchange fund and return Ukrainian prisoners.
Tank, by the way.
In general, this operation became our largest investment in the process of freeing Ukrainian men and women from Russian captivity. We've already captured the largest number of Russian prisoners in one operation, and this is a significant result. It is one of our goals.
This exchange took place 3 weeks after Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia. According to Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian forces have already captured thousands of Russian servicemen. Many of them are conscripts. The Russian social movement for the search and return of Russian military.
What do we think about Russia's capital?
I kind of like it, to be honest.
It's very iconic. I guess that's when you're a world power, you get to be iconic like that.
Yeah, I guess.
Personnel from captivity.
You see, that looks like shit, though, right there.
That's what Soviet. Building? That's why.
Yeah, what building? Well, I mean, the red square is what I'm saying is kind of nice looking. What is?
Yeah, that
it's
was
got the ice cream building,
But
what building?
That was
is this
Imperial
right here?
Russia. That is a Soviet.
I know,
building.
But what building is this right here? What is the building name?
It's probably the Parliament. I have no idea.
Oh my God! How they need that many floors for their parliament? There's like a hotel in the background too.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, important people, right?
That's their living quarters or something where the hotel is.
Also,
Ministry of Defense. Okay, so it's their Pentagon.
Yeah.
I can't see though.
I don't speak Russian.
I can't see on my monitors. It's too small.
I wouldn't be laughing at her accent. Her accent actually reminds me a little bit of my Russian friend who I got to translate the email, who lives in Japan now. She's the one
the email that didn't get a response.
Yeah, there's still a chance. Send it again.
I think I sent it twice.
But yeah, she's got that thicker accent as well.
Reported that 115 Russian conscripts were returned to Moscow as a part of the exchange. While there is no official confirmation that these Russian conscripts were captured in the Kursk region, many in Ukraine believe the operation
like there's certain places where it's like, oh, that immediately sets the location. France, they only got the Eiffel Tower. Britain, they got Big Ben, and then the fetish headquarter place.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's also British Parliament, right? Isn't that where the fetish?
I think so.
I'm just kidding.
I have no idea. To be completely honest, I was distracted by the fact I was.
And then you got the Red Square in China,
Tiananmen Square.
Mm-hmm.
The palace and the walls. Again, pre-communist. Notice how everything. I said this on fucking Twitter and Chinese bots got real mad at me as I'm like, hey, look, 3rd century piping.
But like
China
when I think of the
works.
capital of China, I'm not. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm not really thinking about the inside of their parliament, which is also very recognizable as well. But only because I cover China so much. I don't know what Russian parliament looks like.
Hundreds of Ukrainians gathered in the main
big table
square of Warsaw to celebrate Ukraine's Independence Day. Many of them, primarily women and children, fled their country and found refuge in Poland following Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022. Today, approximately 1 million Ukrainians live and work in Poland, making it the EU country with the second largest Ukrainian population after Germany. The Polish government has created a favorable environment for Ukrainian refugees to work and live, which has positively impacted the Polish economy.
There is also a benefit component for Poland because many Ukrainians have found jobs
This
here.
guy looks like
They
the
are
villain
working,
in a
so they are paying taxes, they are paying social contributions.
According to government reports, in the first year of the Russian invasion alone, 44,500 Ukrainian companies started operating in Poland, with nearly half owned by women.
Parents
were forced to move here because they lost their house. We live near Kiev, 30 kilometers from Kiev, and basically it was destroyed years ago by Russians invasion, unfortunately. And they feel kind of lost here a little bit. They know Polish, so it's a bit easier for them to assimilate, but still they miss home so much.
Well, I feel safe here. I feel comfortable here. I'm really very thankful for the country where I'm living currently, but I miss home. I would love to be back as soon as possible.
Ukrainian refugees in Poland are rebuilding their lives from scratch, uncertain about when or if they can return to their homeland. Miroslava Longadze, VOA News, Warsaw, Poland.
Arguing in the background of your video for a second. I was like, why is there a child yelling in the background?
Got a grenade? Throw it in, and then we enter, all of us.
This is a training session at the Reservist Military Center in the Kyiv region where civilians turned cadets practice storming buildings. Among them is 41-year-old entrepreneur Dmytro Trutsenko, who moved from Crimea to Kyiv in 2007 to start a business. Now he's preparing for a new career.
I understand this war will probably last for a long time, and I will have to pick up weapons and defend my country. I'm originally from Yalta in Crimea, but I haven't been home for 10 years, so I really want to go back there.
The journalist or the girl?
The course curriculum is based on a similar NATO course and teaches skills like troop leading. Shkolnik, a 24-year-old former soldier who did not want his last name used, says individual battle planning is also part of the course curriculum.
We teach them to perform simple maneuvers so the platoon commander can understand how military tasks are planned and how to perform them.
Shkolnik was wounded in March 2022, defending Mariupol and the Azovstal steel plant. He spent nearly 6 months in rehabilitation, but never fully recovered. Unable to return to the front, he has chosen to help by teaching others.
Like literally before I saw any insignia, just when it cut to him, I'm like, he's one of them. Like I can just tell.
An advanced,
yeah,
3-week course at the Reservist Military Center costs about $300. Civilians can also get free training at centers of national resistance supported by the Ukrainian government. One such center in Kyiv opened in October 2023. 38-year-old war veteran Volodymyr Avdiyenko says military training right now is a civic duty.
We have enemies in various fronts, so we need to be able to defend ourselves. The main idea is that everyone, even civilians, should be militarily trained.
About 1,000 people have completed this 7-week course, with more than 10% of them joining the armed forces of Ukraine, says Avdiyenko. Alisa Krikunenko, a 32-year-old ballet dancer with the Virsk ensemble, is finishing up her training. Her husband has been fighting on the front lines since the start of the invasion.
We learned a lot here. We had engineering training, we dug trenches, we learned to handle weapons, worked with drones, both FPV and Mavic. Now we're learning camouflage skills.
Military training centers like this one are also located in the Zakarpattia, Kharkiv, Kherson, and Volyn regions of Ukraine. Anna Kostyuchenko for VOA News, Kyiv region, Ukraine.
Ukrainian troops moving towards Russia's incursion advances.
They are gaining more ground more than a week into what was their surprise attack. This video, just into CNN, appears to show more Ukrainian forces ramping up in Ukraine's Sumy region.
One of the things that's also
worse than Grey Zone,
Chat's immediately like, no.
Like it's genuinely.
Look, it
so
might be okay.
funny.
It might be okay. He might have a good opinion. Let's see.
Like instantly.
Worth pointing out, Becky, you just showed us that video of the Ukrainians amassing on the border in the Sumy region. They apparently managed to do that completely in secret. Even Ukraine's allies seem to have absolutely no clue that this was happening.
He's not
allies
believe
by surprise,
that.
obviously took the Russians by surprise as well. Now, one of the things that we are indeed hearing from the Ukrainians is that
Ukraine's probably doing this to distract from the bad condition on the Donbass front, but as an innocent anti-Ukrainian American who follows this conflict closely, I've shot on Friday and a little pride to see them bring the chaos to Russia. The Emperor Putin has no clothes. Like, I don't know what they seek to achieve here, because like they can't permanently annex it, right? Like they don't have the logistics. They don't have like the capacity to like consistently bring in additional supplies necessary to annex it. So I don't
Yes,
get
they
it.
do.
Unless they like successfully divert forces. No, it's about trading the land back in a negotiation deal. No, I get that, but you have to keep it for that to happen. It definitely applies a lot of pressure, I think, to Putin. Like it is a massive you, because like Putin is a strong man. Like
I think
making
one of the
Russia
goals was
feel
to
the
get all
burden
those
of the war.
prisoners of war.
Yeah, I would probably say that that's likely a primary goal. Yeah, that it seems highly likely. Really does. Is this a new person?
Well, it doesn't say first time chatter, so
Hmm.
they've been here before. I don't know when. I love POW farm
Another food.
exploit. Yeah, they're not a picture of a food though.
No.
This guy has no knowledge of warfare.
Further is obviously going to harm
no
him.
knowledge
It's
of
going
my
to
work.
humiliate him. But that
He's
also
gonna-
leads to
Okay, how long until he says the words manufacturing consent?
As soon as he says it, next video.
Behaving in an irrational manner, whether it be like nuclear power plants lighting on fire or whatever. This large salient seems more of an opportunity that came from trying to get more negotiating leverage on the front. I think so, but I don't know if you can. What do you call it? If you can't keep it, then can you use it as a trading piece? I think it probably is just more so diverting forces. Here's Rob Lee. Our guys do not feel any relief, says Artem Zhepko, a press officer with Ukraine's National Police Brigade, which is fighting near the strategically important town of Chasiv Yar in the Donetsk region of eastern Ukraine. Russian forces there were still using as many as 10 aerial bombs a day, he said. On Monday morning.
I don't know who that is.
I do. From Syria, though.
Okay.
He knew he's like the Russian identifier in Syria, or was.
Oh, okay.
The attacks near Toretsk continued, said Yevhen Shtrokan, a senior lieutenant and a commander of the combat drone platoon of the 206th Territorial Defense Battalion. I don't feel a decrease in intensity, Mr. Shtrokan said. Everything is being assaulted in the same way.
I just don't see him a lot on my feed.
Article, maybe? But we shall see. Facing Ukrainian incursion, Putin directs his rage of the West. Russian forces are pummeling Ukrainian positions.
He used to be on there all the time for Syria.
Also, we are assuming from a Western democratic lens that Putin is now in danger because people are going to turn against him. There's no proof to demonstrate that. The approval rating for Putipu and the war is still relatively high despite their increase in the...
Is the Chinese Coast Guard called the Plakagu? Is it the People's Liberation Army Coast Guard?
Did you see that dipshit comment on the EEZ? Is that what you're asking about?
Which one? There's a few. Are you talking about this one? Where they posted a picture of America's islands, and it's like, okay, Hawaii. Sure, you can argue Hawaii, right? You can argue Hawaii was an imperialist conquest, right? Alaska was sold to America by the Russians. Guam and stuff, I'm actually not that familiar about the islands down there.
Yeah, but also it's like...
But it's also like their territories of time gone. These are internationally recognized economic zones in water. The Spratly Islands are 1,300 kilometers away and in the Filipino waters. What are you talking about? There is no rational take that someone can have about the South China Sea.
Well, like a lot of those islands the U.S. took in World War II and just kept them.
Ah, okay. So as they were island hopping, they just stayed.
Basically. But like if China wants to take those islands militarily, let them. Go ahead.
What, like the Spratly Islands?
Yeah, no, like I'm fully like I'm saying, like if China wants to have a military operation to claim territory like the United States did, go ahead.
Yeah. Just don't be surprised when the Philippines
exactly.
out of the
That's
water.
what's going to happen after. Right? It's like the United States exploited a time when they were the only power in the region in World War II to take those things. It's not like comparable to everyday like fisherman type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because
Like,
a lot of the
breaks
people
out,
are fishermen.
China will probably take, or World War III breaks out, China will probably take some territory if they're like,
oh, they're gonna take so much, yeah. The first thing they're going for is Taiwan, then they'll go for the second island chain.
Also,
which will hit
all
the
those
Philippines, Vietnam.
territories that are territories of the United States, they renew their territory.
Yes, it's voluntary. It's not. It's
like,
yeah, they can leave at any time. They deal with China all the time.
Didn't one just recently leave too?
No, Guam.
No, it wasn't Guam. It was like Palau or something.
Guam did something in a way that got them benefit over the United States, so they are now benefiting from the relationship.
Most of them are
with the United States.
Most of them are benefiting from the United States,
and that would be why they continue to stay as territories of the United States. They also get to vote for the DNC.
Like we reported it on that Pacific and Asia video with Uday back in the day. I did the reporting on it, talking about how it was like they wanted $1 million basically for climate change. Yeah, and that's enough. Yeah, so like they don't have to fund their military. You know, like can China not have like military contracts with people? Like,
I guess.
Like, and that's the thing is like any territory controlled by China does not have the option to leave.
No.
Unlike the only thing I think I want to know, like I'm pretty sure because there's the debate whether the secession of states is legal or not. I don't know. I don't remember enough about if it's legal or not to say if even states can leave if they choose to.
Okay. Well, that 30-second ads every 10 minutes.
But like but like the argument is like, oh, it's okay when we do it when they're talking about the United States. Oh, it's okay that the United States did it. No. Like that's why the United States has to pay these people, right?
Yeah. Like it's really not that complicated. I don't understand how people don't understand.
Yeah, well, America did it. America controlled territory too. So why can't China is the argument.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy in here has argued it with me and I said, let them.
Yes.
Like go ahead, do it. I don't care. Like if America tried territorial expansion today, how do you think people would react to it? You know, it's just like
they already are. They literally are. Like that's what these island disputes are. It's territory expansion. They're challenging the Philippines on these islands. They have been for 20 years. The Philippines crashed a ship into it to play in
America, though. Like if America went out and did it.
I know, but China is literally right now doing that.
Yeah, but I'm saying if America did it, people would freak out and not tolerate it.
Oh, today? Yeah. 100%. Like if America sailed over to the Mediterranean and was like, "Hey, Turkey, Cyprus is ours now. Fuck you."
Yeah, right? people would be pissed.
Even if America kicked Turkey out and was like a benevolent ruler that actually benefited Cyprus, they still wouldn't be happy with it. People would be crying imperialism. Right, and then you get people going, yeah, but Russia, and then you have the same fucking argument. It's like, yeah, how about you just stay on the side of the people, and then you'll never be wrong. Fuck imperialism, fuck states, fuck authoritarian governments, fuck politicians. It's not that hard of a position to take.
If we're ramming vessels, I'm against it. Wow.
Crazy statement.
Wait until you hear my opinion on Turkey and Greece EEZs and Libya.
Yeah, but making average Russians actually feel some kind of consequences for Russia's incursions in this regard, while also simultaneously weakening Putin in the eyes of Russians when they see him as an authoritarian strongman who's going to bring back USSR territory and might to Russia, is probably going to create additional stress points against Putin that he doesn't like, that he has to deal with ultimately. Like I said, though, I don't know how long they can keep this incursion going. Let's see what CNN has to say.
Forces, they say, are pushing on and are trying to gain more ground. Here's what we're learning. Ukrainian troops sweeping through Russian territory.
Wild? I think that's a perfect name for a drone squad.
I'd like Hornet's Nest would also be a good one.
Yeah. Yep. Dragonflies would probably also be a pretty underwhelming one, but I reckon if you're like the best drone squad and you just fuck people up,
Dragonflies are cool as fuck though.
Dragonflies, because they're so agile. They're really cool. Really, really cool bugs.
Dear Ukrainians, the soldier starts and then says his forces went into a Russian supermarket, but that Ukrainian stores have a better selection. Videos released of several areas inside Russia showing Ukraine soldiers taking down Russian flags and raising Ukraine's. And while the Kremlin claims its forces have held up Ukraine's advances in some areas, posting videos of bombed out alleged Ukrainian vehicles, the numbers the Kremlin...
Could it no longer reduce support for Ukraine in the West? Is there no longer just defending their own land? I don't think people give a shit about that much. I think the only thing that people care about in terms of Ukraine is like how it affects their gas prices. Like defense contractors care about offloading their shitty weapons that they haven't been using, that have just been, collecting dust in their...
They're not defense contractors, Hassan. They're literally military fucking surplus that is expiring, you actual fool.
They're shitty weapons that they're not using, is what he said.
It's expiring munitions, not shitty weapons. They're munitions that America has had just in case. They are expiring, so you fire or sell them. It's very
just in case
simple.
we need to take over some islands.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then on top of that...
Depends on the system.
Like, I said this on Twitter, and I don't think anybody saw it because I have like 20 people reach on my Twitter now.
More than Jonah. I even today I retweeted him and said "Common Jonah W." Nothing. Didn't care. Like, man, dude is a warrior. He just does not give a fuck, huh?
No, I forgot what I was talking about. Give me a second.
How you don't have reach.
Yes. So the tweet. What it was about how disinformation spreads. Yes. Okay. So I was basically playing off this idea of like defense contractors sending shitty weapons. Okay. Not shitty weapons, expiring weapons, as I said. And I said on Twitter, this is how disinformation spreads. If I was to say, and if I was a lib, right? Let's say I'm a Mindy Kaling type super fucking lib, DNC loving Democrat bootlicker, right?
How she don't
fucking interrupt me again. I will forget. So I said basically Biden has done so well with the economy. He's injected $55.7 billion into manufacturing. Right? This is exactly how Russia spreads their propaganda as well. They take little things, they manipulate it, they twist it, and they put it out. Right? I just said the same thing Hassan just said, except I twisted it to make Biden look good. I didn't lie. I did omit things, and that's the whole point, right? Is that he's injecting this cash into the U.S. military, not Ukraine. America's replacing their shit.
Cheese.
They have enough of it. But like that's literally. I don't understand
the oil in the forest.
How is this? I don't understand how this is so hard for people to comprehend. Just how supply chains work. That you're not going to buy and send new weapons. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, that's the sweet release of death. Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
They're not going to be sending the new SIG guns with their ballistic computers. They're sending 40-year-old AR-15s and expiring HIMARS missiles. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Warehouses and then making a pretty penny off of it, and that's the reason why they want to continue it. American State Department officials are interested in hurting Russia as much as possible, undermining it for an adversary's military prowess as best to the best of their ability without using a single active duty.
What were you saying about Mindy Kaling though?
Oh, she announced Pelosi as the mother of dragons.
I hate her so much.
Service member.
Not only does she try and ruin Scooby-Doo, she's now trying to ruin fucking Game of Thrones. Fuck off.
Like putting them in harm's way. And the average citizen just simply cares about like gas prices and how expensive it is to like heat their homes. So like once winter comes around, that's when like pressure.
How so? I mean, it's just, I think it's curious timing. They didn't use the F-16s. We've spoken multiple times about how they're probably not going to use F-16s inside Russia. But yeah, I think this was planned. Yes. Agree.
Amounts. The thing is, these guys that are selling like chips and shit, Turkey directly selling it to Russia, or Western allies directly selling not to Russia but to Kazakhstan and then selling to Russia, and everybody utilizing India as a mediator for oil and gas, has only raised the prices of certain things, but ultimately has not like changed trade all that dramatically. You know what I mean?
Does admit are staggering.
He was right.
Almost 30 villages under Ukrainian control. More than 120,000 Russian civilians evacuated in the.
I hate when you say it like that because it's like you're implying we shouldn't do it. I mean, there is a way to do it, and the best way to have conducted it was to either. And I don't know. I'm not like a military expert at all, but it's
exactly. And this is what John was saying, and I didn't know about this. Is that they're probably just going to be for missile and domestic air defense. So.
Seems like one of the best things you could have done was immediately beef up Ukrainian defenses or come to some sort of detente, some sort of conclusion with Vladimir Putin when he was doing military exercises on the border. If you took his threat seriously, I certainly didn't, very famously, and reinforced the Minsk protocols a third time. But if that wasn't going to happen, then do weapons transfers. And then when Ukraine actually had the upper hand, the leverage after the failed,
way ahead.
Did you just bring out the Minsk agreement?
Yeah.
Supposed special military operation, the supposed special military operation failure before Russia blitzkrieged all the way over to the Dnieper River, in the territories that it pummeled into the ground and then now has permanently annexed. You could have had a ceasefire negotiation that Zelensky has actually put forward that I thought was a decent ceasefire proposal that would push certain aspects of the conversation down a couple years.
I was talking about the HARMs, the HARM missiles. That's literally what they do is they're anti-radar missiles, so they can literally find like all that shit and just like take anything down, any radar system down.
This is what I was thinking. What's he talking about? What ceasefire are we talking about?
Oh no, he was saying when they were building up on the border, if he took their threats seriously.
Okay. I got nervous for a second.
Yeah. Which still is, and then he even mocked himself very famously. I didn't, but they did take it seriously. And what I'm the solution is deterrence. Okay, like why do we claim everything is deterrence except for the war that we needed to deter? Where was the deterrence?
Yeah, exactly.
That was the best point of leverage that Ukraine had. Since then, they've lost a lot of that leverage, and Russia just took over 20% of Ukrainian territory and just sat on it and mined the f out of it and have hardened their positions.
Even thought about invading.
Yeah, exactly.
Ever since, and they just keep trying to take over additional higher land every now and then. That is serving as a defensive position against the front lines that Russia.
These fucking bots, man. Nazis.
Usually they come into the
issue is Nazis.
Yeah.
Yeah, so optics, right? So like people I mean, I even did it because I fell for a lot of like this bullshit, right?
Yeah.
This is another one. You can't be trusted too. But that's what they were saying is like we have to ensure that those arms that we're giving aren't going. I think even a war. Doesn't Elizabeth Warren talk about this? Like Elizabeth Warren was talking about. Because it was during Trump, of course, so that's why they were criticizing it.
Yeah.
And then I think Matt Gaetz was talking about the Azov Battalion, and it was a fucking...
It would not surprise me.
But it was literally, he was citing foreign policy, the Chinese outlet, the Chinese propaganda outlet.
Love it. We love this.
Yeah, since then.
Okay. Continue.
They've lost a lot of that leverage, and Russia just took over, 20% of Ukrainian territory and just sat on it and mined the out of it and have hardened their positions ever since. And they just keep trying to take over additional higher land every now and then that is serving as a defensive position against the front lines that Russia has pushed inside of Ukrainian territory. You know what I mean?
Kursk region alone and more under evacuation orders in Belgorod region to the south. Russian President Vladimir Putin irate, vowing to respond while ripping into Ukraine and its Western allies.
It appears that the enemy, with the help of its Western masters, is fulfilling their will, and the West is fighting us with the hands of the Ukrainians. So it looks like the enemy is seeking to improve its negotiating position for the future. The enemy will certainly receive a worthy response, and all our objectives will undoubtedly be achieved.
All this as Russia and Ukraine blame each other.
I imagine a lot of that territory is probably Crimea.
Appears to be a major fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southern Ukraine, an area under Russian control. So far, no increased radiation levels have been detected. Kiev has published little information about its offensive into Russian territory, but Ukraine's president justifying the incursion.
From the beginning of this summer and only from the Kursk region, our Sumy region suffered all.
I mean, there is something very ironic and
so
rather
the US
funny
only
about, like, more
lifted
war
the
is not
ban
funny. It's still, it's obviously awful, but
this year.
Oh, really?
Yes. So before, nothing could go to them that we sent.
Huh. And I imagine that's probably because they've been dissolved into with a third assault, right?
Well, I think it's more of we should have done that right when they were invaded. that like, okay, as of you can get all the guns now. You know, I think
it would have been a better idea for sure.
Global
really,
times, that's what it was. Yes. Yeah, and like he literally got humiliated. It was so funny. But yeah,
like there is something a little ridiculous about Vladimir Putin being like, how could they do this stuff?
Like I've said before, if they had enough systems that when Russia got bogged down, that they could just constantly be like hitting them with like strafe attacks.
Russia would be
fight on
right
attacks,
now.
Like, you know, hitting them with fucking javelins from like a mile away. Like, what's the fucking targeting acquisition on javelins? And also, can javelins be radar assisted? Like, if somebody else can do the radar tracking, can the missile fire from the unit? Like
2.5 kilometers.
Like, so it is like a mile.
1.5.
Yeah. So. Because that would be cool is like, because, you know, the Apache can do that. It can acquire targets. Like, people can lay stuff for the Apache.
Yeah.
You know? Like, if it was reversed, that the air power and the drones could lay stuff for man-portable missiles and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
Like, come on, dude. Like, that's insane.
That's
an insane
they could have had the
to
training,
ask.
though.
I mean, you did.
That's the point. Is if you started the
artillery
arms dumping that we're doing now, if we started that years ago, like if Obama stood up right away when the little green men showed up in Crimea, use thermals instead of laser tracking. I don't know much about the javelin. I just know the light go green when it's good to go, and then you press button again. Or is that the Stinger? I think the Stinger, you hold the trigger down halfway and then you do a full squeeze once it's acquired.
Mortars, drones. We also monitor every missile strike, and each such strike deserves a fair response.
It's just like, it also is so Israel, dude. Holy shit. That conversation that Vladimir Putin had with Tucker Carlson, a conversation more like a glaze sesh, will live in my mind permanently, because I after that, my understanding of the equation changed so dramatically, where like I saw it with my own two fucking eyes, that he just was like, why can't I be your Israel? America, I would love to be your Israel. Why won't you let me be your Israel? Like, he literally said, we're a capitalist nation too. We're not socialist anymore. We're not communist anymore. We're a fucking capitalist nation. Why can't we be your Israel, please?
And it seems Ukraine's response is not over yet, even as Moscow scrambles to prevent further loss of territory. And that's actually something, Becky, that we've been monitoring as well. The Russians obviously saying they're pulling additional units.
Putin isn't good, but Ukrainians are Nazis universally, so I'd rather support Russia. Come on, dog. That's insane. Bro, your brain is broken by what? Like, I don't know if you read too many Associated Press reports where they just only seem to have dudes with like black sun tattoos and shit prominently displayed, but no, the entirety of Ukraine is not Nazi. That's insane. Yeah, look, the denazification argument was insanely stupid.
It's
not
so
only
crazy.
Because obviously there's national.
It's so crazy that this is still persisting to this day. Like this narrative persisting is fucking crazy.
journalism issues within Russia as the Russian forces as well. And also, more
meanwhile,
importantly,
all
there is
Russians
no
are
denazification.
Nazis.
Like, you don't invade a country to be like, we're going to denazify the country. If you invade a country, you Nazify the country. Those guys are now the best heroes. Like, dudes who would have normally fought against those football hooligans and fascists and whatnot are now looking to them and going, okay, well, you're defending me against the bombs blowing up in my head. I love you now. There is no denazification.
Yeah, I mean, that's
it's
what I
like
was saying about
dehomification. It's so
Hezbollah.
stupid. Once you bomb every
like, it benefits Hezbollah to be bombed by Israel.
Yes. Yeah.
every building block, every city block, all of a sudden, once you start treating everyone like they're Azov battalion or whatever, then everyone is.
Literally, every single one is an Assadist. Every single fucking one.
It's functionally Azov battalion. It also ends up, and this is like another thing that I've said so much. How come when Vietnam got invaded, it became less Nazi and more communist then? Great question. It's because America, the invading forces, aligned with the Nazis. There was also obviously a counterbalance to that sort of thing back then that no longer exists. Ideological counterbalance and also foreign intervention that used to exist back then that no longer exists.
Strongmen were the communists.
Vietnam was never Nazi.
Yeah.
Like it's whoever is the fucking strongman of the place being invaded is who the people are going to rally behind.
Yep.
No, like there were fascists in Vietnam. There were. The Southern Vietnamese government was doing fascist shit nonstop.
It's into that area trying to hold the Ukrainians up. They've also posted video on all of their social media channels, really, of planes from the Russian Federation allegedly bombing Ukrainian positions, Ukrainian vehicles allegedly getting destroyed. But the fact of the matter is that the Russians are indeed asking citizens in regions that are further and further east towards the city, of course, to evacuate those areas, which could be an indication that the Ukrainians are indeed still moving forward. Becky.
It's good to have you, Fred. Thank you. Joining us now is Shashank Joshi, who's the defense editor at The Economist. And it's extremely good to have you. Your analysis and insight so important on a day like today. Ukraine's top military commander has said his forces command 1,000 square kilometers of Russia's Kursk region. About 10,000 Ukrainian troops, as we understand it, have crossed into Russia. Ukraine has, through this war, been outmatched, but this surprise attack has been, it seems, successful. What does this change in strategy and potential shift in power balance mean for this war, do you think?
Well, first of all, Ukraine has changed the narrative. That's the most important thing. Whatever else happens, it has busted the assumption that Ukraine's on the back foot, that it can't regain the initiative. But I will say this, it is still...
His face in response to them changing the narrative. That is the most important thing, though. Because like, it's been it's been a stalemate. You know, that the spring surprise that they were, the counteroffensive, you know, that was advertised, that was supposed to happen in the spring. Right, that never happened. People were waiting for it to happen. Nothing has really happened in development for Ukraine, and it totally changed. The media optics are like the most important thing at the end of the day. You know, words are stronger than guns at the end of the day. Don't believe me? Why does Putin only make nuclear threats instead of using them?
Ukraine? In fact, in the last couple of days...
I don't think they have, but I do think that it gives enough rope to the Western media to be like, oh, they changed the narrative. They're doing the damn thing. But like, what happens when they're no longer doing the damn thing? You know what I mean? This is the thing about like the counteroffensive, right? They brought up the counteroffensive. The counteroffensive is going to happen. We're going to have a crazy, we're going to have this counteroffensive. It's going to be awesome. The counteroffensive is going to be the sickest counteroffensive you've ever seen. They're going to purge the Russian orcs from its territorial boundaries, and then it failed, and then Western media dropped it immediately. Like, they never talked about it ever again. So all this does is seemingly offer false hope to a lot of people. I don't know. It's just the glaringly obvious problem for Ukraine right now is manpower. That's it. Hassan, go back to your country. This is my country. What do we do then? I don't understand why you're so anti-Ukraine.
Okay. I think
he did fine.
Place. Yeah, that was fine. Honestly, not as bad as I expected. That was perfectly fine.
Representatives of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have written to the United Nations Security Council, denouncing Ukraine's alleged support for rebel groups in West Africa's Sahel region. That's according to a copy of their letter posted on social media. Mali cut diplomatic ties with Ukraine at the start of the month, with its neighbor Niger following suit days later over comments made by a spokesperson for Ukraine's military intelligence. The spokesperson said insurgents in Mali's north had received necessary information to conduct an attack in July. Tuareg rebels said they killed at least 84 mercenaries from Russia's Wagner group and 47 Malian soldiers over days of fierce fighting. That makes it potentially Wagner's heaviest defeat since stepping in 2 years ago after Mali pivoted away from traditional Western allies. Ukraine, meanwhile, remains locked in heavy fighting with Russia more than 2 years after Moscow's full-scale invasion. In their letter, the military-led countries asked the Security Council to take responsibility for Ukraine's actions and to prevent subversive acts that threaten regional and continental stability. Ukraine's foreign ministry did not immediately respond to requests for comment,
seriously,
though Ukraine has repeatedly...
What do these countries expect anyone to do about this? Like, Ukraine first has to admit that the ops are there.
Yeah. I don't know what they want.
Like, so
the junta's
Ukraine has to
allegations
admit the
groundless
ops are
and
there, and then these countries have to tell Ukraine that their ops have to leave. Or what is what Ukraine is going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Untrue. A Tuareg rebel alliance has also said it did not receive any Ukrainian support.
Their statement, and I now give the floor to...
The juntas of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have written to the United Nations Security Council denouncing Ukraine's alleged support for rebel groups in...
I had different outlets. I wasn't sure if it was the same one or not. So Reuters basically just lifted VOA or vice versa. I'm curious, actually. Both 5 days ago.
The juntas of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger...
Well, VOA logo might be covering the Reuters one there.
Maybe.
Is that is that normally where they're placed? Do you know?
I'm not really sure.
He's got the what is it? The Wakfu? What is it called? Wak.
Sure.
Joe Biden.
We're not watching that yet.
The Wak?
Not yet.
Look, nuns. Nuns don't work on Sunday.
So, this I was watching just before we went live. There was a specific part I wanted to show because it was very interesting. I wrote it in the chat.
Wak. There we go. That's what it is. Wak. Not Wak. Wak. This person gets it. It's the spirit. It's the spirit of the walk.
Declared that
democracy. First of all, I'll get the introductions done because the people who speak, I had no idea because I didn't listen to the introductions. So we'll get the introductions so we know who's talking.
Why are the nuns there? What's this lady's shirt behind her?
I don't think they're nuns.
Is it like a treasure map?
At the US election in November. And when Australians go to the polls next year, there will be our trademark democracy sausage, as well as growing tide of confusion and information and downright lies.
I will not explain.
On social media. So are we facing a crisis of democracy? David Runciman is here for that conversation. He's a former Cambridge Don turned podcaster who warns of rising
feng shui, you know?
Populism and the undermining of institutions. Roxane Gay is an American writer and commentator who says Kamala Harris's candidacy has given her license to re-engage and dream about the future. George Brandis is an academic at the ANU. Prior to that, he was the High Commissioner to the UK and Australia's Attorney General. And he's the Federal Minister for Youth and has a background running programs that counter violent extremism. And Keith Wallahan is a former barrister, an Army veteran, who is now the Liberal MP for Menzies.
Holy shit. I should have listened to the fucking intro. We could totally watch this whole thing, I reckon, but we're not going to.
In Victoria. Welcome to Q&A.
Great.
Own it and run it.
They're happening in classrooms.
Here we go.
Jessica, I just want to get a better sense from you. What sort of conversations are happening in classrooms? What have you observed?
Like they open the pizza box and it's got a hole in it.
It's more the fact that, so I'll firstly say...
Oh, she asked question before as well. Okay. Because this is the girl I wanted to start with, this girl's question.
Increasingly concerned about the role of social media as the primary source of news and the subsequent spread of disinformation.
And guess what? Perfectly related to what we do.
Don't talk to me about the English translation, okay? No. Walk is the magic. It's the spirit. It's the magic of the walk. Okay?
Yeah, it's Millie Walk.
Information.
It's magic.
Given the decline in tradition.
There's a lot of Cantonese memes in that movie too.
It's the essence. It's the essence of the food. You know, it literally has magic roots into it. Like they believe in magic being as part
and the rise of polarizing and radical.
It's not just
listen to the question,
but it's your ability to put magic into the food. They believe this.
Views, as we consistently see with Trumpist rhetoric. How can we rebuild confidence in democratic institutions among young people, and how big of a role should our government play in this?
David Runciman, I want to bring you in on that. More polarized views coming up in classrooms.
Yeah, and we were talking before about when kids should vote, but we're really cavalier about giving them phones. You know, we don't want to let them vote, but we're perfectly happy to let them have a smartphone. It seems to me that might be the wrong way around. But if the question is about what we can do about it for our democracies, I think the key here is the power of the technology companies. Again, there's often a premium on telling people to behave better, learn how to behave better online, you know, teach themselves how, including kids, teach themselves how to find the right information. But the people who are really unregulated now,
us.
What?
You're not even listening.
Are the platforms, the companies, and there is too much self-regulation in that world. We don't let pharmaceutical companies.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
But we do let these companies on the whole self-regulate, and we trust them too much to manage this space.
I think our audience is proof enough.
Politicians, I think elected governments, I think citizens
soon we'll be yelling at them all the time.
Control of that space, because we all find it really hard to manage it. Not just kids. Everyone is a bit lost in the world of information that's out there, and we need more direct democratic input. These companies are not democratic themselves, right? They're run by people who have unbelievable power. You know, if you think about the way those companies are set up, they're nothing like the democracies that they inform and misinform. We need more democracy.
Actually, it's free market capitalism, so you choose with your dollar.
And run it and control the platforms.
Jessica, I just want to get a better sense from you. What sort of conversations are happening in classrooms? What have you observed about more extreme views?
It's more the fact that, so I'll firstly say that the government's ban on phones in classrooms has been incredible. You know, students, of course, will still go into the bathroom and use them, but phones in the classroom. And I remain neutral.
Bans on phones, we're starting to bring them here as well for school. Like certain states and districts have been starting to implement them. Kids support them.
Just talk.
Okay, I was finishing. I just had two things to say. Is that kids supported the bans? I don't know. Just talk. Okay. Well, you know, I was talking to you specifically, and you just don't listen to what I'm saying. You just walk away. Okay. You know it is. Oh, okay. That was too much. What was too much? Exactly. She a baddie, though. I don't know what's happening. Melted is who? What? I don't know what's happening. I'm supposed to talk? Am I supposed to talk about this Australian segment?
Apologies.
Remain neutral in the classroom.
Anyway, you walked away when I was making the point, and then I had nothing else to say.
I literally said, keep talking. And there's somebody at the door. There's literally nothing I could have done.
All I said was, all I said right after that was like, oh, kids support them. That's it. You were already gone. Like, I didn't have anything else to add besides the kids supporting the band.
Keep talking. Just talk.
I did. I tried the hardest I could.
just repeating that real extreme news. It's like they've constantly got access to that kind of news. And especially with the Democratic election over in America at the moment, that's on the rise again with the governor in North Carolina, for instance, anything that comes out of Trump's mouth, really. And that
what do you think? Who do you think she was referencing when she says North Carolina governor? Surely she means
talking
Florida.
About the No. She's talking about the psycho who's running.
Oh.
He's literally like the most. He's a black guy, but he's like the most outward white supremacist candidate.
Excellent, so good. Look, I literally put this on as background noise while making the list this morning, and I was just cursorily listening And you'll see in a second the American lady makes some really fucking interesting points. And I'm like, I have to add this to the list. I have to add this. So we're going to watch a minimum of 10 minutes of this. I don't know at the back end. Basically, you guys want to move on, we can move on. I think we're basically the only things we have now is the Meet the Press with JD Vance, and that's it.
So Mark Robinson, he's the Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, and he is a nominee for governor in the 2024 North Carolina gubernatorial election. But like open Holocaust denial, you know?
Open.
Oh yeah.
Very cool.
You want to learn about him?
Sure. We'll after this.
I'll find something. Or if anyone has a good thing they can reference.
Yeah, send through. Oh, by the way, guys, this has 4,000 views, so this is fresh off the presses.
That's what I'm hearing.
So are you hearing it on the left and the right?
More the right. Yes, definitely more the right.
And what are the demographics? Like, which are the kids repeating some of these lines? Do they believe it, or are they just...
I think what's really concerning is that it's young boys. It's probably the majority, 14, 15-year-old boys. They're the ones repeating this information.
Roxanne Gay, so that's in Australian classrooms, repeating Trump lines in Australian classrooms.
Are we surprised?
You come all this way.
I know, and you can't leave Trump. It's terrible, but it is alarming. And I think, as David says, it's, we give children these phones and we don't get to control them. I mean, you can put all of the parental controls you want, but my nieces regularly dismantle them in front of me. And so they know more about these phones than we do. And because we don't ask internet companies to self-regulate, we give them these gardens and then they decide to trash those gardens and pollute those gardens. It becomes a really untenable situation where there's all this misinformation. Part of the way we can start to combat this is, of course, through media literacy, but we can only do so much in the classroom. Teachers only have so many hours in the day and their curricula are already overloaded. So we have to demand that these internet companies start regulating hate on their platforms. It's not about silencing conservatism, but there's a difference between conservatism and bigotry. And a lot of what we see, particularly around Trump and the current iteration of the Republican Party in the United States, is just unchecked bigotry. And it is a dangerous thing. And also, I think getting phones out of classrooms is a huge step forward.
Thank you very much. And David Runciman, I want to thank you. I know that you're not feeling well, so we're going to let you go off and have a snooze and recover. Thank you so much for joining us on our panel. Please, everyone. Thank you. And he's been, of course, in Australia as part of the Festival of Dangerous Ideas. He was unwell today, but he still joined us on the screen, which is amazing.
Festival of
now I'd like to bring in
Ideas.
Rohan Hora. Hi, Rohan.
Hi. This is the
Kamala
country.
Harris has just become the first Asian American.
This is the country that banned Milo Yiannopoulos because he got a little spicy. They literally had a fucking mental breakdown because this guy was speaking at a fucking convention. Like, who gives a shit? People want to pay to listen to this fucking guy. Who gives a fuck? And now they're talking about Festival of Dangerous Ideas.
American and African-American woman to lead a presidential ticket in US political history. And for me, as an Indian person, this is a massive milestone. What do you think is the significance of being able to see yourself in political leaders?
Roxanne.
Oh, I think it's incredible. Representation does matter because it shows young people what is possible for them. If you don't ever see anyone who looks like you or who has lived through similar experiences, achieving the kinds of things you might want for yourself, you don't even know what's possible. You know there's a ceiling above you, but you don't know how high up it is. And so I think it's incredible. And Kamala Harris may not be a perfect candidate, but she is a great candidate. And I'm really excited by what she has to offer. I hope in the next 2.5 months, we start to see more of what her actual policies are, because that's what really matters. It's not her identity. It's what is she going to do, not only for the American people, but for people around the world. But I know that for South Asian people and for African-American people, this is huge. And many of us did not think we would see this in our lifetime. And I can only hope that the United States does the right thing come November 4th.
Dr. Anne Ali, I want to bring you in because I imagine growing up, you didn't really see yourself in...
Actually,
were there any Australian politicians?
None, none. But actually, it's really touching, Rohan, to hear you say how much of an impact it has on you, because I never imagined a career in politics for myself. And I have to say, it's not just politics, mainstream media as well. You know, there's very little diversity, and it's true that you can't be what you can't say. I feel really pleased that now
Mark Robinson's so bad that he actually gets cease and desist letters and like letters that he should resign because of the shit that he actually says, which only fuels him as I'm being censored.
Amazing. That's fucking amazing. What a wanker.
When I first entered the parliament. I think when I first entered, it was Linda Burney and I, and from the day we got elected, the two of us together, we have been mistaken for each other since that day, literally. Everyone thinks I'm her and she is me. We have a much more diverse parliament now, not just in terms of gender or like one dimension of diversity, but intersectionalities of diversity, of cultural background, ethnicity, of religious affiliation, a whole range of diversities too, which only makes our parliament better. But I think for me, it was very soon after I got elected, I did an interview on Arabic radio. And
I think she might be Aboriginal. I'm not sure.
After hanging up after finishing the interviewer said to me, she said, you know, you're being elected really makes a big difference. And I was just like, yeah, thanks. And she said, no, really, because I tell my daughter every day that she can be whatever she wants to be, but you've made it real. And I think that says it all.
Rohan, why does it mean so much to you?
Well, I think for me, growing up, I didn't really see people who look like me in Australian politics. But one of the things that I've noticed over the past month or so is the impact that it's had on my family. My mum is around the same age as Kamala Harris. They're both part Tamil. My mum went to the same university that Kamala Harris's mum went to. And
practically knows her.
They're practically Kamala aunties. But seeing the energy and the hope in my parents' faces when we talk about American politics now, it's something that I've never seen before, and it energizes me. It makes me feel like there's something out there that could go
like fucking
amazingly in American politics.
We were talking about that survey. The survey of like if you would care who lives next to you. India is like rated the worst. They care the most of their neighbor's race than any country.
Yeah.
Could reach the highest office in the Western world. That's pretty amazing.
Are you interested in politics, Rohan?
Well,
I would like to declare my candidacy, he says. No, but all serious, does it change the dynamic for you?
Absolutely, because it shows that it's possible for somebody like me to get into politics. And that's something that I haven't seen in my lifetime. It's not something I expected to see anytime soon.
What did Martin Luther King say? Riot is the language of unheard?
I think. Not to speak for everybody.
Yes.
But
I believe that's what he said.
That's the quote they won't say.
They mean a lot to me.
They'll only say, the whole "I have a dream" speech.
Yeah.
And I think to people who have similar experiences.
It's funny because while she tells her story, of course, because that's part of her background, she hasn't really been drawing attention to her identity at all. And a lot of commentators are observing that. Have you noticed that? I mean, this is just who she is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've consumed a lot of media about her identity. She did a cooking video with Mindy Kaling in 2020. That was very Indian. But a lot of the coverage about her has definitely been about who she is, where she came from, her identity. But I think in America, there's a stark contrast to Donald Trump. And the fact that she is Asian American, African American, and a woman really contrasts who he is.
George Brandes, has she really changed the race?
Well, opinion poll evidence seems to suggest that she has. But can I just make the point? I agree with you.
What a boring
role
person.
Models are very important.
Yes.
But as Anne said a moment ago, it's not just about politics. I mean, role models are important. In all careers.
I hate
political careers, in
No.
professions, in business, in sport.
You don't need fucking role models.
Right across the gamut of people who aspire.
You don't need role models because you look up to role models. You need fucking examples. Stop putting people on pedestals, for fuck's sake.
To achieve great success in their lives. They all need role models.
Hi,
And they
do you
need
want to know
people
how
who
to
look
fix this?
Like them, who they can,
Stop.
when they're young, can be their heroes.
I
and they
can't
can aspire
describe
to be
how
like.
little
So
I care about.
I think you're absolutely right.
What was the part that you were blown away by? I'm waiting for it.
It's the whole segment's very interesting. Like the discussion about, like it's almost like they're almost there. You know what I mean? Like it's still very state brained, but they're almost there. It's like it's coming
about
up.
Politics, but it's a much broader question than politics. Now, in relation to Kamala Harris, who can say? I mean, I personally, even though I come from the conservative side of politics, am hoping that Kamala Harris wins because I think Donald Trump is so dreadful. But then I would have voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 because I'm an original believer that Donald Trump is dreadful, not a Johnny-come-lately believer that Donald Trump is dreadful.
So you've been consistent for years.
I've been consistently hostile to Trump for as long as I...
is more general Republican candidate than Donald Trump actually is.
Yes, exactly.
When
That's
it comes
why
to values,
he's conservative. Yeah,
she's closer to John McCain than she is Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
She's closer to Mitt Romney
how about
than
you,
she
Keith?
is
How are you
Donald
feeling about
Trump.
Trump?
Well, as members of the parliament and as in the same position, we respect the decision is the American people's to make, and whoever they elect as Australian.
By the way, the only interesting person on this entire panel, if you haven't figured out, is the American lady.
Representatives, we would like to work with that administration. But to your point, I was born in Ireland, and I remember many houses would have two pictures above the good room. They had a picture of the Pope, and they had a picture of John F. Kennedy. And so for many Irish people, when they saw an Irish background Catholic become the most powerful person in the world, it meant a lot. And I think many people saw that.
Did you have a weird shrine to Kennedy in Ireland in your house?
I'm not from Ireland. I'm from America. So
I guarantee you this guy was born in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, my family came over during the hunger, though. Like that's a long time ago. Like I said, I want to be the first person to repatriate to the motherland in my family.
Interesting.
They've all become so Americanized. They're very tradcath in my family. Even though we fought, even though we historically, my family fought the Nazis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like not my immediate grandfather on my Irish side. He was just I think he also might have been in World War II, but he was a doctor. He was a surgeon.
Yeah, okay.
So like he wouldn't have been in the war anyway.
That's a wild take, dude.
What? The Irish are Nazi supporters? It's because of Hamas.
That's a fucking wild take.
It's because of Hamas.
What I would say is, if you're interested in politics and
I mean, they also some of them are. I mean, look at Claire Daly.
Every fucking country has them, though.
Yeah, like Claire Daly is
what
a
are we
fucking
talking
Nazi.
about? Even Hassan was able to figure this out. He said as much. He's like, even like the Nazi rhetoric is
Irish
stupid
didn't support the Nazis in World War II. Like also during World War I. What we have to understand is during World War I is the Irish War for Independence, and British as punishment used Irish people as cannon fodder in the Battle of Somme. So, like 1 million people died in that battle. It's worse than Stalingrad for like death toll. So this treatment of Irish people and punishment during World War I inflicted a lot of trauma during that generation. So when World War II came around, Ireland stayed neutral because they had just fought a brutal war for independence against the British, and the British were throwing them into fucking artillery the entire time. Like anyone who captured. This is like the entire point of when they start running and start trying to form a government against the British, part of it is because of the drafting into World War I and how Irish people were being treated. There's also Americans who openly supported the Nazis in World War II.
Yeah, there was a whole campaign in the United States where they were like, Hitler's a nice guy, peace with Hitler. Kind of how people are like, peace with Putin. There was a whole group. There was a whole group of they claimed to be anti-war, but they were really just Nazi supporters. Also echoing the Ukraine conflict. Do you also think that Finland is a Nazi supporting country because they utilize the Nazis to kick the Soviets out, then kick the Nazis out? Like, what are you talking about here? Like, there's historical context to these things.
Also,
like the
Nazi collaboration also was Northern Ireland, not Ireland.
Look, I know it was, but
It's like
realistically they just wanted them the fuck out
it's
of
not
the
even
country.
like the original IRA. Like,
yeah,
it's the Northern Ireland version of the IRA, which are way more problematic.
In my party, certainly, the diversity of the people who are joining, who are young,
But also,
from all
like,
backgrounds,
a
there's no
majority
barrier
of
to entry, and nor
any
should there be in
sentiment
politics.
towards the
it's-
Axis powers is generally on an anti-British sentiment. Which
yeah, exactly.
is
It was much more probably a I hope they fucking kill the British.
yeah,
Is
but
what I imagine it was.
generally the broadline policy was neutrality, and that neutrality stayed in. And it's because of how the War of Independence happens during World War One. It's a very interesting war because it's definitely like one of those revolutions that need to be looked at and studied, much like the French Revolution, but it's totally slept on. Because it's very funny, because to this day I encounter people who have different opinions on the Irish War than me, and all these people are more tanky aligned whenever they don't like when they don't like the classic IRA and Collins. They
Interesting.
it's what is this, Delieva, I think his name is. But basically the Collins went to Britain in their parliament and negotiated a treaty, and the treaty made them the same as Canada. So it wasn't full independence. Within a year, they got independence anyway, right? So this other more radical guy, who was more of like the leftist of the time, started a civil war, and his faction of the IRA started fighting Michael's faction of the IRA, and they end up killing Collins. They like they ambush him after like arranging like a meeting, a ceasefire meeting, and they ambush him and shoot him in the head in a gunfight. Right. And so they basically, these people were so radical that they subverted the entire vision of peace. Also, the other thing that they were mad about is that Northern Ireland wasn't included in the negotiations with Collins. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to take what I can get now and go get it later. Like, that was Collins' view. But these people don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power, right? They're that was that type of faction.
Yes.
And these people are the same people who are the Nazi collaborators in the Northern IRA. That's the side. It's like there's two IRAs. There's the Michael side and the other side that is the Northern Ireland branch as well. So people who support the like Northern IRA and like, you know, bombings and the Troubles and stuff like that, people who are like unironically like pro car bombing and not just like pro independence, you know, in general. Right? Because like it's like Hamas, right? People don't tend to be pro Hamas, they're pro Palestinian liberation.
Yeah.
So anyone who like unironically like feels like this, they're like one of those like lefty Nazi types. There's also like Derry, super problematic city as well. Well, I don't know if Derry's actually a city, but
probably more of a county.
It is a county. It's the largest county
There you go.
the largest county. Oh no, it is a city. It's the largest city in the canton of Londonderry, the second largest in Northern Ireland. So like
it's interesting.
Very like very problematic city. Like there's some problematic people that live there. That's probably where Claire's from.
Probably.
Today we published a poll. Now Australians don't get a vote, but on the ABC News website, and even coalition voters prefer Kamala Harris. Are you surprised by that, George Brandis?
No, I'm not. I mean, I really am not. Kamala Harris is not somebody whose political values would align with mine at all. But I do regard Trump, particularly what Trump's foreign policy would look like, frankly, as a real danger to the West. I mean, he, in my view, would on day one throw Zelensky under a bus. He would send a signal to Putin.
They also don't
Putin
technically back Palestine.
And who does? I mean, does anybody seriously think that
their position is different than that? Because they're so strict on their neutrality, and like that's they're like one of the few neutral countries. That's why they recognized Palestine, but like they technically don't actually support any side in the conflict. even though they're like, if they're giving aid, they'd give it to like Palestinian suffering and stuff. It's more complicated than that. Plus, it's not like they have like military, to support anyone. It's not like they can send assets anywhere. But like to her credit, Claire was really against Shannon Airport being used to transfer prisoners to Guantanamo and stuff. So like that's a big thing with Ireland, is that they were complacent in the torture that America did. Their airport was used for the military campaigns of NATO.
She is not from Derry.
I looked it up. Where's she from?
Kilgare or something. So like Central Ireland.
Oh yeah, because she's actually from Ireland, not Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
This is somewhere like in the Baltic states. And if that were to happen, does anybody believe that Trump would defend the Baltic states? Of course he wouldn't. And so what happens to NATO? So I'm really alarmed about, in a geopolitical sense, what the election of, everybody thinks Trump is, I know, think Trump is ghastly. That's not the point.
Well,
the
not everyone does, actually.
Well, most of the people I do, and I suspect, Patricia, most of the people
but
you
there
do,
are a lot of
have a
people, even in
negative
our
view of
poll
him.
in Australia, there are a number of people who find him appealing.
Well, I think those people find him appealing because, for all his faults, he is a very savage antagonist of the left. And people who don't like the left, I don't like the left, I'm from a centre-right party, find his critique, his very aggressive critique of a lot of left-wing positions, although a bit vulgar.
He has no critique. I don't understand how these people can sit in politics, listen to Donald Trump and be like, critiques? Where? I've been watching Donald Trump speeches for 6 months now. Where? Please tell me where the fuck the critique is.
It reaches them. But my point is that there are bigger issues at stake here, which make him too dangerous a person, in my view, to be the president of the United States again.
Roxanne, you said something before that I just love to tease you out on. You said you're energized by Kamala Harris, but she's not the perfect candidate. What are the deficiencies that you're worried about?
It's not that
like
there
Harris
are
is any
it's
better
that
on what?
He's responding to what I said, I think.
there is no such thing as a perfect candidate. And I think that we need to start being real about our political processes and stop expecting politicians who are human to be anything but human. Now, they should be superhuman if they want to lead entire nations.
Oh my God,
but they are human. And so it's more that I recognize
we are
that
a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
Friend. Like a lot of times people seem like they want to befriend politicians, and it's
so
like,
cringe.
why? That doesn't seem
They're all right.
I mean, these people are fine, but in general, like I don't know that I need to hang out with them, but I do want to know that she won't take the world into World War III.
And
Donald Trump absolutely will. He's correct.
I would as well.
The global implications of a second Trump presidency are alarming, and in the United States, the most vulnerable communities will be irreparably harmed.
And it was
just
like
shocking that he's even
on like a 12-hour flight, and it was different Republicans and stuff.
Yes,
and then like one was Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert in between them, and I said obviously number 9, and somebody comes in and says horny jail. I'm like, are you kidding me? That is horny jail.
Yes, this is the difference. You're correct. Harris is she's a neolib.
Yeah.
She's so standard. Like she's so inoffensive in every fucking way. I rewatched her speech. And like, yeah, okay, there's some like warmongery stuff that I think we skipped a little bit.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
She doesn't call for a ceasefire. I don't think she may.
She says we're working for peace and a two-state solution, probably.
Yeah.
This is pretty
like
easily Googleable.
It was something along those lines, and it's just like you couldn't give a stronger condemnation to the entire country. Like, what are you doing? It's just absurd that as this alternate lib, and she's not doing anything. What did you see?
Okay, so remember how I said people who support De Valera are the ones who are going to be like more Nazi sympathetic?
Mm-hmm.
and that's the other side of the IRA. So, Irish Times, Ireland and the Nazis, a troubled history. As a neutral leader, De Valera trod a fine line between Nazi Germany and Britain, not helped by a pro-Nazi envoy in Berlin and his controversial condolences on Hitler's death. So he literally had this guy who literally betrayed the Russian nation out the gate when we were on the verge of independence. Condolences. I read that more as like congratulations for some reason, like congrats on dying, brother.
Elaborate.
He gifted his critics all the ammunition that they desired to stigmatize Ireland.
Yeah.
Like, this guy sucks, and these fucking tankies to this day defend him and say he basically. Okay, let's see. Many respectable Conrad's thought Adolf Hitler was a necessary defense against the red thread of Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union. Okay,
Yeah,
so did he like
surely,
Soviet
right?
Union as well? That's the question.
Probably. Like, I'm genuinely curious how you arrived at this position. Like, I can explain my proposition that China is a fascist ethno-state. I don't think you can justify calling Kamala Harris a fascist. She's at best a neolib.
Allowed to run again, given everything that has happened since.
My guy, Donald Trump and the people behind him want to install the 10 Commandments
as the Constitution.
The Constitution. And they want to ban women from being able to choose their clothing. They basically want to install Taliban level shit inside the United States. I don't give a fuck about Harris. America is the only country left in the world with speech protections. Right? That's not going anywhere. If anybody tries to take out the First Amendment, they're fucked. They will not do it. Now, please tell me what rules they will implement to restrict your speech. And again, elaborate on how Kamala Harris is a fascist.
Since January 6th, after he lost the election.
Even though Kamala Harris is obviously making it more competitive, like, you know, if you look at the Australian polling, and of course we can't vote, I get all that, but she's really shot up a lot over Joe Biden. But in your country, yes, she's had gains, but it's still so divided.
It's going to be very...
The Republicans want to control education so that they can indoctrinate children to be a religious cultist member, because the only way that these people retain their faith is through imperialist conquest. By nature. I ask again, how is Kamala Harris a fascist?
Right, so the conclusion to this article...
And that's because most...
Brexit is simply the latest episode in the enduring test of Irish national leaders face to seek the balance between Britain and Germany. So that's a conclusion on this guy being a collaborator with like Hitler to help his own interest, which is such an interesting way to look at Brexit because it's so true.
Okay, let's look at Britain. The last government was conservative.
So the thing is that
hold on,
because people are being I'm talking right now because I know what they're talking about. Okay, so lately there has been arrests on the fucking anti-terrorism law. That's the issue. So Britain, they've literally somebody posted on Facebook and got like arrested or fined as well. And so this has been a narrative on the free speech section of the internet from Britain because these anti-terrorism laws that sparked these riots exist. And the thing is that Britain arrested people who communications or pamphlets related to any type of like Mujahideen or Al Qaeda after 9/11 too. Like their crackdown on their people was way worse than what the United States does with the Patriot Act. Like the Al Qaeda manuals that we have all come from British arrest records, like the early ones.
Yeah, but again, conservatives implemented those laws. Conservatives, actually no.
The Anti-Terrorism Act. I'm not sure who implements that.
What's the British? Hold on, Digital Rights Bill change. I can't remember exactly what it's called.
No,
basically,
I think this is under Blair.
This girl got arrested. This girl got arrested because she quoted a rap song which had the N-word in it. And this was prosecuted under this law change that conservatives brought in. You dickhead. The Tories have been in control of the UK for 15 fucking years. What are you talking about? Or are you telling me that the left implemented it and then the Tories just kept those policies in? Wouldn't that also make the Tories just as fucking bad? Do you not see how your logic isn't working here? Which is again why I'm trying to ask you
Britain doesn't have a First Amendment.
Yes. Also, like, please, how is Kamala Harris a fascist? I'm asking you a question. Please elaborate.
People have already known who they were going to vote for. Right now, the country's...
Also, are you a Nigel Farage voter? Very important question.
It's incredibly polarized, and we're not actually even having policy discussions. It's really just Trump or not Trump. And that was particularly the case when Biden was running. And one of the things that Kamala Harris has brought into the race is that we are starting to have a richer conversation than just Trump or not Trump. It's still, of course, not Trump. But now people feel like there's someone to vote for instead of merely someone to vote against. And so I'm curious to see what happens. I do think Kamala Harris is going to win. And that's wishful thinking, but I think Kamala Harris is going to win.
Do
you? I do.
I don't know how these people can live in the media sphere and not understand that Donald Trump doesn't have that much support anymore. It's done. As soon as Biden dropped out, it was over.
The thing is that Kamala Harris could win every single swing state and still lose the election. That's the thing, because the electoral college.
Yeah.
The Magna Carta isn't a constitution. And besides the fact the United States is unique with the First Amendment. It's not a comparable thing to any other country. No country does it like the United States does with the First Amendment.
Yeah, which is why I always say that you can't compare America to any other country. It's First Amendment, it's Second Amendment, it's everything. Everything about the United States is unique in a state. Like, you cannot compare them, which is why I get so annoyed when people start comparing gun laws and shit. Like, okay, let's compare 20 years ago.
It's also, especially now with multiculturalism in the United States. It just doesn't exist. And like there are other diverse cities, but like New York, for example, is the most cosmopolitan city.
Okay. Sure, bro. Sure. Yeah, that's
I think they're being sarcastic. I think that's a sarcasm comment.
Sure.
I 100%.
Where do you get that vibe?
Because I cannot tolerate the alternative.
Right. What do you think, George?
Well,
who's they?
I don't agree with all of that. I certainly don't agree that I think it's a terrible thing to say that Trump shouldn't even be allowed to run. I mean,
he's a convicted felon.
He's the nominee of his party. And a very I mean, you can't even call it with any confidence to who's likely to win. How can you possibly say that a person who more than 45% of your fellow citizens at the moment would like to see as president shouldn't be allowed to run for office? Now, we talked about Patricia.
It's closer to like 20%, but whatever.
We've been talking all night about democracy.
We love it.
The thing we love it. The thing about democracy.
Do you?
Is that you have to concede to the other side as much as you would expect them to concede to your point of view. And I mean, tolerance.
It's also crazy to think that any bill that Kamala Harris would write that would inflict on free speech wouldn't be overturned by the current Supreme Court.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many protections in the United States that it really doesn't matter. Like, Trump shouldn't be president for one single reason, and it's the fact that he said, "Vote for me, I am your vengeance vote." That should disqualify him immediately. Like, no.
I'm Batman.
Differing views is the essence of democracy.
Yes, but this is not that.
No, I don't, with respect, I don't agree. I think that it doesn't matter how you've heard what I think of Trump, so we're on the same page on that issue. But on the broader issue of ultimately respecting the sovereignty of the people
good part?
to make a judgment.
Shut the fuck up.
This guy's just so boring. Like, this guy's a bumbling
This
wanker.
guy is so boring.
There is no the left.
Have you listened to a conservative speak in the last 3 months? They don't not talk about trans people, black people, or some kind of racial difference. Like, this is all they talk about. You want to talk to
DEI.
My God. I was in like the whole Gamergate thing when this all started, the stuff that you're now talking about started. I got out of it because that's what you should do. This means nothing. What you were saying means nothing. You said nothing. Please tell me how Kamala Harris is a fascist.
Left, right.
And even though it's a judgment that you wouldn't make, that you might regret or even loathe, is the essence of being committed to democracy.
Would you say that about Hitler? Because Hitler was elected.
And I think when you throw the
wait.
Hitler
Did she
into
just
the
say
argument,
Hitler was elected?
Did
that dumbass just literally say because Hitler was elected?
I think she did.
Bro,
I stopped watching at 34 minutes.
First of all, a fucking vote at gunpoint is not a fucking election.
No, it is not. But Australia doesn't have democracy anyway because we're forced to vote. So,
in a peculiar way. I think
that's the thing.
we are
Democracy
talking
isn't
about
a thing; it's a value, and it's like how much of it do you have?
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Why is your thing green?
And Lisa joins us now. So let's start with this decision by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to exit the race. What more do we know about his reasoning?
A republic is a type of
today.
democracy.
Spent a lot of that time talking about
Every time.
Americans' health and railing against the agriculture industry, pharmaceutical industry in this country. But 3 main points politically I want to make. He said he's suspending his campaign. He feels like he was censored by the media, that we did interview on this program. Second, he said that he's taking him off the ballot, not everywhere, but only in 10 battleground states. And he said he's doing this to help Donald Trump, who he said told him he will try to find a job in his administration. Now, Kennedy also said that...
Did we record a separate video, or was it a clip that I'm yet to upload about the Republic thing?
No, it's a short. It's already uploaded.
It's already uploaded?
You also posted it to Instagram, I think, too.
Did I? Is it I think it's the one that didn't get many views. But of course, the one talking about Trump gets all the views, right? Yes, it was. All right, great.
Okay.
Republic,
noun, a state in which a supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, and which has an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. That is a democracy. You are voting.
God damn. I need to find the short. No, I must have only uploaded it to
I definitely saw it on Instagram.
No, it's definitely on Instagram.
A group of states that form a government is a federation. Thank you.
Where's the audio?
So,
hold on. Can we see it?
Hang on. Hey, let me. I'm covering me. So, the Republic is the governing body. That would be the Congress, right? And the
Shut up and listen. Stop typing.
Senate and the House of Representatives, right? So they're the republic. The republic is elected by a democratic process, a democracy, right? As most republics are. So when it says and to the republic for which it stands, it's saying that the flag represents the government, not you. You're saying a pledge to the government, and the Pledge of Allegiance was written by a commie. So don't forget it, commie.
Bootlicker. Thanks. I hope it's clear now.
America is no democracy. Here we go. Yes, it is. We go to an election and we vote in polls. That is a democracy.
Assassination attempt last month for hours. That's when Kennedy said he had a change of heart about Trump. They met. He said he found they had more in common than he believed after several.
People are so fucking gaslit that democracy means that you're fucking validate your personal choice at the poll.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's about like your own identity and privilege and status.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of pick a choice. You know, it's because of the Subway sandwich shops. You know, they go in there, they could pick the cheese, they could pick the meat they want. Voting is
ability to meet with her. I asked the Harris campaign about that, and they have
democracy. Yes, it is.
Do you know where the root of democracy comes from? Do you know where the etymology comes from?
When people say something is democratically run, what does that mean?
Holy shit. Democracy comes from Greece, right? The word democracy, the root word is demos, meaning the people.
Guess what else is the root word in republic? Guess what's the root word in republic?
I'm actually not sure what it is.
The people.
Oh, really?
yeah. So it's
great.
Publicus. Public, republic.
Yes, okay, yes.
It's an entity of the public is what republic means.
That's
so
great.
it's literally a representative of the public, right?
That's hilarious.
Aaron Carter.
I know
exactly.
that. That's great. That's great. Hold on. Here we go. Democracy, literally ruled by the people. There you go. Do you need a definition of it literally? Like, oh my god. Here, the term is derived from the Greek demokratia, which is coined from demos, people, and kratos, rule, in the middle of the 5th century BCE to denote the political system that then existing to denote the political systems denoting political systems then exist. I'm fucking
Words
retarded.
are hard. Words are hard.
Oh my god.
Words are hard.
In the middle of the 5th century to denote the political systems, then there's no comma. It was throwing me off. Then existing in some Greek city-states, notably Athens. Literally comes from Athens. Literal root words are people and rule. You fucking idiot.
That's just a word, right? So like the Iroquois Confederacy had it still has to this day the highest rated fucking what is it? Not ethics. It's an E word. When they talk about government or government something, government like ethics, but it's not ethics. It's I don't know. Anyway, the Iroquois Confederacy, each village selected a representative to go represent them in the Seaway Council. And that's what America's system is based on. It's not even based on the Greek system.
Yeah.
So that, like, even though they didn't know the word democracy, guess what? Their system was democratic.
Crazy.
Even though the word didn't exist. Because it's just a word to describe something.
Yeah. Here's a video for you, Guy. You should watch this video.
Commented.
So what does this mean for the race?
Okay,
How does it fundamentally change the contours of this
when
election,
people
if at all?
vote. Democracy is when people vote. That's it. That's all it is.
Yep.
When something is run more democratically, like a union, it means people vote. Even a board of directors is a democratic way to run a business.
Yep.
It doesn't mean
you're just
it
wrong.
It doesn't mean that a board of directors is just as democratic as a union.
Mm.
They're both different levels of democracy.
Yeah.
Because
there are levels.
One gives more actual power to the people and votes to the people, and one gives only thing to capital. Republic. America is a republic that is democratically elected. A republic is a type of democracy. Constitutional monarchy, ironically, also a democracy.
I know more than you.
I'm sure there's been constitutional monarchies that are not democratic.
Yeah.
Some polling, and we always remind people polling is great at trends.
It is
This
a
not, we're
type,
not saying
but
these are
not a
absolute
democracy.
numbers, but
Yes,
this does
it
tell
is.
us something
It is
about
a
what's happening with
democracy.
Kennedy and what his change of heart here may mean. So let's look first of all about Kennedy's own support. When we first polled in early spring, when he first was announcing, there he was at about 11%, double digits somewhere. Let's follow along in the spring what was going on. He stayed pretty steady at those levels. Started to see a drop though once we got past June. A big drop.
I've decided I don't care about RFK.
I don't either.
I'm gonna put on some international news. I also need to take a piss. So
who cares about RFK? We got to look at that fucking JD Vance video.
This Sunday, energize. Don't just sit around and complain. Do something.
That is a federation.
Well, let's get to work.
That is not a republic or a democracy. That is a federation. Or a union, depending on how you form it. But unions are often forms of federations. But the European Union is not a federation.
No. The European Union is a union. It's conveniently in the name for you.
The Confederacy the Confederacy is different because they don't form a body at the top. It still stays.
It's still horizontal.
The individual bodies, and that's the thing is that's why the Iroquois could the different fucking states could fight each other and completely disagree, on a policy.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you have one law in every state? What do you mean?
The fuck are you talking about?
Vance, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having us here in Cincinnati. Let's start off with the Democratic National Convention. Some of what we heard this past week.
Every
Vice President
state can
Kamala
make
Harris
their own law.
her
Yes.
case, said that
Every
the tariff
state has
plans
their
that
own
Donald Trump
laws.
is proposing will hurt the middle class. Here's what she said specifically.
He intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year.
Now, the estimates vary, but how do you respond to that charge that Trump's tariffs would hurt the middle class?
Yes, if you step back a little
No,
bit,
it's
Kristen,
not.
there's this whole thing that Kamala Harris did at the convention where she made a bunch of claims about what would happen and not enough actually reflection on what already happened. Because Donald Trump was already president. He used tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs back to our country, and I think he'll do it again. And he did it while keeping prices extremely low. Because if you go back to the Trump presidency, we had 12,000 factories that were built during Donald Trump's presidency. Inflation never really ticked above 2% his entire administration. In fact, was sort of around 1.5% most of the time that he was president. So when Kamala Harris says, if we do the thing that Trump already did, it's going to be way worse than it was last time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's talk about Trump's record during his first term. He did impose rounds of tariffs, and it cost Americans nearly $80 billion in new taxes. Do you acknowledge that imposing more tariffs will ultimately cost consumers?
Well, what it really does is it penalizes importers from bringing goods outside the country into the country. And I think that's just a necessary thing. We know that China and a number of other countries are using effectively slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers. Donald Trump thinks that has to stop. And again, what Kamala Harris is saying, Kristen, is that if you do this, you're somehow going to cause skyrocketing inflation. In reality, Donald Trump already did it. He brought a lot of...
Nope.
Oh, because this was specifically for you and you missed the most important part.
Okay, I really need to go to the toilet. I've been sitting. I've been holding on for 2.5 hours.
Well, then go.
I just did.
Oh, well, now you can rewind.
Well,
yeah. There's there's federal laws, and the republic is not. The republic is the governing body. It's the Senate. It's not even the president. The president is not part of the republic. The president is the president of the union or the federation.
Mm-hmm.
jobs back, and it didn't cause inflation.
But it caused consumers to pay more.
Inflation never really ticked above 2 claims about what would happen, and not enough actually reflection on what already happened, right? Because Donald Trump was already president. He used tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs back to our country, and I think he'll do it again. And he did it while keeping prices extremely low. Because if you go back to the Trump presidency, we had 12,000 factories that were built during Donald Trump's presidency. Inflation never really ticked above 2%. His entire administration, in fact, was sort of, around 1.5%.
Did I who to what now?
Did you rewind it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just check it.
0.5% most of the time that he was president. So when Kamala Harris says, if we do the thing that Trump already did, it's going to be way worse than it was last time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't say either. It doesn't say democracy of America or the Republic of America. It's the United States of America. It's a federation. And it was also a federation that was founded as a confederacy and still called the United States of America. And that was before it was even like more democratic. It was more of a republic then as well. And also the entire idea again of the United States is founded on the Iroquois, and they are a completely different system than anything that exists in Europe or anything like that. So it's a completely like unique system to the New World, where a lot of people were in confederacies. So a lot of confederal systems that form into federal systems to consolidate power exist. What was the main reason for them federalizing,
during
Jack?
his first term, he did impose rounds of tariffs.
Who? The United States?
Yeah.
Probably the British. I don't know.
Tax. They wanted to tax every state.
Yes, that's right. Yes, they wanted tax. Yes. Fucking tax.
And it cost Americans nearly $80 billion in new taxes. Do you acknowledge that imposing more tariffs will ultimately cost consumers?
Well, what it really...
Like, you can't be this stupid, right? Like, this has to be a troll. It has to be a troll.
Did you hear what she just said, though?
No, I was distracted by the stupid comment.
Okay.
You acknowledge that imposing more tariffs will ultimately cost consumers.
Well, what it really does is it penalizes importers from bringing...
JD, I have a question. The Trump tariffs never got removed. They were just expanded on.
But
they then... if you want to really blame them, then they are still... Sorry, if you don't want to blame them, then why are they still implemented and why are the prices going up? If you took them away, would the prices go down?
Did you hear what she said, though?
Yeah, that he admitted it.
Just asking about when the tariffs raise prices. This 10% tariff raise prices.
It would, because it's 10% on everything. And if multiple things made, I'm pretty sure it doubles up.
Goods outside the country into the country. And I think that's just a necessary thing. We know that China and a number of other countries are using effectively slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers. Donald Trump thinks that has to
We
stop.
are too! We use slave labor too, you dumb fuck!
Inflation. In reality, Donald Trump already did it. He brought a lot of jobs back and it didn't cause inflation.
But it caused consumers to pay more. They paid more in taxes,
Hey,
$80 billion.
hey, JD, are those American companies that are using the slaves in China? You ever hear of Nike?
Ultimately will pay more if there are more tariffs.
So economists...
You just acknowledge that?
No, I don't, Kristen, because I think economists really disagree about the effects of tariffs.
Like, you can disagree all you want, but you're completely disregarding everything that we've just explained to you. Everything... We could have been a lot more aggressive. We've been a lot more aggressive in the past.
It's just one of these people whose worldview can't exist if America is democratic.
Like, I don't know
America
why
has
you're
to
so
be imperialist and not care about anything,
Like, I don't understand. Like, words mean things, right?
Votes
mean
are
things.
fake.
It's just very confusing how we can present all
to
this
argue
stuff
definitions of words. Yes,
and you still, even by the universally agreed upon definition of words, that does not fit the United States. Sorry, that does fit the United States. And you still disagree. What are you disagreeing with? Reality?
Definitions.
Like, are you trying to redefine words? Is this newspeak? You talked about free speech before, right? Are you trying to invent newspeak? Does democracy magically now mean autocracy? Like, what the fuck is happening? Words mean things.
And like the foundation of America, the word republic was more universally used back then. We really, it's like post-French Revolution when we start talking about democracy, and then also the influence in World War II, where democracy starts being the more popular word being used. But it's not like really anything really changed. Also, like there's Jacksonianism, right? So like Jackson, like unironically made the country more democratic, and it was like, I mean, I think it was actually before Jackson that they made it more democratic by allowing people who didn't own land to vote.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why like a crazy racist tyrant like Jackson was able to come in.
Bro, I read the definition from Britannica. You cannot get more definition than that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Do you want me to read the Britannica definition of republic for you as well? What other words do you need?
I did. That's what I did.
I sent you a video that is an hour long explaining.
Oh, I did Oxford actually.
Same. Like, click that video link that I sent. It's an hour long video explaining what democracy is. Go and watch it.
Because there can be a dynamic effect, right? So what some economists will say is what you just said, that it will actually raise costs for consumers. But what other people say, and I think the record supports what this other view, is that it causes this dynamic effect where more jobs come into the country. Anything that you lose on the tariff from the perspective of the consumer, you gain in higher wages. So you're ultimately much better off. You have more take-home pay, you have better jobs, and also we have more reliance. Because one of the things we learned during COVID, I don't, by the way, blame Democrats for this, but one of the things we learned during COVID, Kristen, is that if our supply chains are really brittle, if we depend on the Chinese to make too much of our stuff, then prices can skyrocket at a time of crisis. The economists who say that tariffs are bad, they don't take that into account. And we've all learned it the hard way.
And it is economists across the board, really. I mean, the Wall Street Journal says economic data showed that Donald Trump's trade war with China did not achieve its objectives of reversing the declines in U.S. manufacturing or restoring factory jobs. I hear what you're saying. It's a complicated picture, but just on that bottom line point.
What did you do? Who is this? Who is this person?
I don't know. It's just a paper that came up.
Sure. All right, let's read this. By definition, a republic is a representation.
Firefighter EMT, probably some fashy guy.
Republic is a representative form of government that is ruled according to a charter, constitution, and a democracy is a government that is ruled according to the will of the majority.
I don't know where it even came from. Like, it was like some random PDF I just found.
Yeah, are often confused. They are quite different. The main difference between a republic and a democracy is the charter or constitution that limits power. In a republic, often to protect the individual's rights against the desires of the majority.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
No.
It's literally just some guy writing a letter to his local government.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's literally all this is.
Because like this is the whole, it was the second paragraph that I was laughing at. Because like that's where the whole rant originally came from, where I was making fun of that guy for being a commie for talking about the Pledge of Allegiance.
I mean, dude, this is the funniest part here, because he basically admits it, right? If you're confused, he uses the wrong "you're" as well.
Yeah. Isn't that fucking
If you're
great?
confused about what we have in America, it's a republic. Quote, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. It's the same stupid fucking argument that you're making using wrong definitions by people who have gaslit you into believing that the Republic of the United States of America is not a democracy so that they can justify their totalitarian rule over you. You understand this, right? You are being gaslit.
You can't guarantee that Americans won't wind up paying a penny more, can you?
Well, I think that what you can guarantee is that if you don't bring more manufacturing jobs back into this country, you don't make our supply chains more stable, you're going to cause higher prices over the long term. I think that is what is absolutely true.
But you acknowledge they could wind up paying more.
I acknowledge, Kristen, is that unless we bring more manufacturing jobs back to this country,
it can't be a democracy unless everyone participates in every decision, which is not a democracy. That's an anarchist system. It's not even democratic. It's a totally different type of system. Like the more democracy you have, the closer you get to an anarchic system.
Yeah, literally, legitimately, yeah.
Like a democracy, you're talking specifically about elected leaders to represent you and make decisions for you.
Yeah. It's the operation, like the operation of these systems, Australia, America, all these things, it's democratically electing someone to delegate your task of voting for things to that person. That's literally what it is. It's a representative republic. Australia is a representative federal democracy. America is a representative democratic republic. You know, words mean things. Notice how I use two different terms for countries that appearingly seem the same, minus the Commonwealth system.
Yeah, because that's another thing. You have the Commonwealth system.
Yeah, so it's like there are multiple different ways, and funnily enough, different ways to run a country. Crazy, right? There are, as John said, non-democratic republics.
There is republics that are not democratic, but technically they still
like
are.
Korea?
Well, no,
North
the
Korea.
Islamic Republic.
Well, yeah.
The Taliban are a republic, technically.
According to them.
We are going to end up paying more in the long term. Remember, the whole promise.
Even they say that they're a democracy, though. Both of these countries will say that to you. That's the thing.
It's not free, buddy, and it's kind of shit.
A federation of states is not a republic. It's a federation of states.
Wait. We have a soundbite, don't we? Didn't you have a federated states one?
What?
Commie bastards. Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states. Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
All about that one. I was like, what are you talking about?
My own party was as wrong about it as Democrats were, and Donald Trump was right about it.
So
what
it's a republic, not a democracy.
Shipped all of our manufacturing to East Asia and to Mexico, Americans would pay lower prices.
Look up the Magna Carta. Okay, first of all, you keep saying Magna Carta. There's no such thing. It gotta be. I've let it go for too long. That's how they say it in Britain.
What kind of straw man is this? I don't care.
What Kamala Harris actually said in her convention speech. She says that
I have ocular migraines. Instead of seeing a neurologist, which I now am on a waiting list that was a year long for 2 years, and is a specialist and will cost money, I have to manage it with weed. I
just want people to have health care, honey.
You know what's even better? Weed is illegal here, so it's actually harder to get. I would rather not smoke, but I can't get edibles because it's illegal here. I love free healthcare, don't you? Did you know that Labour, the left-wing government, is vehemently opposed to marijuana legalization? I love free healthcare.
She wants to stand up to China on behalf of American workers. If you're not willing to impose tariffs on companies that are manufacturing in China, using slave labor in China, you're not standing up to the
You
Chinese
don't know what a
American
democracy is.
And on pricing and prices right now, inflation obviously at its lowest level since 2021. But let's move on. Robert F. Kennedy, the big news yesterday.
Very big news.
He suspended his campaign, announced he's endorsing Donald Trump. He is also known as someone who has blamed vaccines for autism, antidepressants for school shootings, and recently said, quote,
oh, speaking of
he won't
vaccines for
take
autism, I
sides on
sent
what
you
happened
a
on
bunch of
9/11.
minute-long
Do you
clips
have
of that
any
psycho
hesitation about
governor.
accepting his endorsement?
No, Chris and I don't, because we're going to disagree on issues, right? There are things that Robert Kennedy has said that I
You
disagree
don't
with.
know
I'm sure
what
there are
the
things that he
Magna
said
Carta
that I've said,
is.
excuse me, that he's going to disagree
Again.
with. But I think what his endorsement
There's no such thing as a Magna Carta, okay?
represents is that Donald J. Trump's Republican Party is a big tent party. I was raised by two grandparents who are sort of classic blue dog Democrats. They believed in having a border. They believed that, you shouldn't have censorship in the United States of America. They believed in common sense economic policies. They may disagree with Donald Trump about tax.
Theoretically, let's say the Magna Carta does exist. Okay. Now, is the Magna Carta something that makes something democratic? Is the Magna Carta a democratic document because it's it's their constitution? Or are we arguing that at all? Like, what's the point of the Magna Carta?
Policy, but they believed in some fundamental American values. And I think what RFK's endorsement really shows is that the Kennedy Democrats are actually more at home in the Republican Party of Donald Trump. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris's party, higher prices, doing nothing to fight back against the Chinese, to say nothing of a wide open border. That is not JFK's
if the Magna
Party.
Carta is a democratic document, you agree to that? Is that what you're saying? To be clear.
Here's a quote. This view also became popular in wider circles, and in 1930, Steller and Yeatman published their parody on English history, 1006 and all that, in which, in which they mocked the supposed importance of the Magna Carta and its promised universal liberty. Magna Carta was therefore the chief cause of democracy in England, and thus a good thing for everyone, except the common people.
Because the Magna Carta is one of two founding principle documents that inspire America's government. It's half of the government comes from British common law, and they recycle all those laws, and the other half comes from basically the Iroquois Confederacy. And then they just act like it all came from Greece and Rome and shit when it didn't. They just used Latin words instead of, Iroquois words. Oh, well,
there you go. The rise of democratic parliaments. Yeah, the rise of democratic parliaments in England and Scotland. Magna Carta 1215, limiting the authority of the king. First representative parliament. The version of the Magna Carta signed by King John implicitly supported what became the English writ of habeas corpus, safeguarding individual freedom against unlawful imprisonment with right to appeal. The emergency of petitioning in the 13th century is some of the earliest.
What about the Magna Carta?
This is the Magna Carta.
No, that's the Magna Carta. I'm talking about the Magna Carta.
Oh, the Magna Carta. That's not it. That's not a thing. The rise of democratic parliaments is the specific part that I wanted to.
AKA
democratic. Yeah.
AKA republics.
Crazy, right?
It's not RFK's Democratic Party. We're thrilled to have the Kennedy Democrats where they belong.
Well, and some of the Kennedy family have stepped forward to say that they sharply disagree with this endorsement. But let's just go back very quickly. He says he isn't taking sides on 9/11. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, of course I don't agree with that, Chris. And now, to be clear, I don't know what RFK actually said there. Maybe there was additional context. Of course, you actually have to see what people say before you agree or disagree with it. I certainly have taken sides on 9/11. I'm the pro-American side. I don't think we should have been attacked, and I certainly think hitting back against the terrorists was justified. I don't know what RFK said there, but what I do...
Nothing to do with republics. The Parliament of Britain is a republic. It's a republic, but the body of law. That's what it is. You can call it a parliament as well. When you call it a parliament, it's a prime minister. When you call it a republic, it's a president. That's the only real difference.
Yeah, it's the only difference, really. Yeah, same thing.
You know, is RFK said a lot of.
Did you know Australia is called the Republic of Australia? Pretty cool.
Very interesting and important things. That the Democratic Party has become too pro-censorship. That the Democratic Party, especially in the wake of COVID, became really anti-freedom and anti-child. And you have Democrats saying that we should be masking toddlers in their schools, even though we knew it caused developmental disabilities. I agree with RFK that was crazy.
Well, to be fair, there was a lot of information that scientists were grappling with as it came in, and masks were perceived to stop the spread of the disease. Let's move on.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
But the one thing before we move on that I would say on that is there were important leaders. Donald Trump was among them. RFK was among them, who were saying some of this stuff is crazy. And if we had listened to them, I think our kids would have been much better off in the wake of the pandemic.
I mean, scientists did show that masks help to stop the spread of the disease.
Apologies.
Let's talk about another big issue.
Apologies. Australia is not a republic. Australia is
made up of states.
Sorry.
A republic is an elected body.
Yes. Sorry. Australia is not a republic. Australia is a commonwealth.
Federation or union is the states.
Yes, that is what Australia is. That's what I meant. Is it's a federation. So Australia is a federated state.
That's different than a federation, though. It's a federated state.
Yeah. So
that just means it's an independent state from the Commonwealth. Because this is actually one of the things that, going back to Ireland, that's one of the things they were calling for, is a full federated state of Ireland.
Yeah, because I think we got that in 1901, and then we're still technically a Commonwealth, I believe. And the thing that we want to become is a republic. You know what won't change in this changeover system from a commonwealth to a republic? Democracy. Crazy concept, right? It's almost like...
And you joke that Australia is not a democracy, though.
It isn't a fucking democracy. It forces us to vote.
Oh, but you are voting.
Well, it's a guided democracy, right? It's
managed democracy.
A managed democracy. Yes, let's use Helldiver's terms. That's actually a better way to phrase it. Yes, it's a managed democracy.
Have to be able to balance this stuff, and I think the way that RFK struck that balance was much smarter, unfortunately, than the way that Kamala Harris did.
Let's talk about another big issue. It was talked about at the Democratic National Convention. It's being talked about on the campaign trail. Abortion. Sure. Democrats made the case this week and beyond this week that Donald Trump, if elected, will impose a federal ban on abortion if he wins. Now, Donald Trump says he won't, but can you commit, Senator, sitting right here with me today, that if you and Donald Trump are elected, that you will not impose a federal ban on abortion?
I can absolutely commit that, Kristen. And Donald Trump has been as clear about that as possible. I think it's important to step back and say, what has Donald Trump actually said on the abortion question, and how is it different from what Kamala Harris said?
Social program. Donald Trump wants something socialist.
I was gonna say you could make that argument, and then I instantly stopped because no, you can't.
I have government healthcare. My healthcare is free.
No, Australia is not a socialist country.
My healthcare is free. It's provided by the government.
I think it was Menzies.
I literally
think it was
don't pay
Robert
anything.
Menzies. Yeah, I think it was Robert Menzies that brought in Medicare. I believe. Don't quote me. I don't give a fuck about Australian history. This is winging. So Robert Menzies brought in Medicare, I believe. Then the last two prime ministerships of the Liberal Party have been working to empower corporations and fuck people over. That is not what a socialist state would do. A true socialist state, anyway. They would not be...
Australia
hold on.
Has a higher democracy score.
They would not be... I forgot. Because you fucking interrupted me again.
Australia has a higher democracy score.
It means nothing.
Literally, it's just an arbitrary score, but hey. The only reason America lost points and shit is because Trump literally did stuff to erode democracy.
Yes. Sorry, no, I remember now. It's the only difference between Australia and a socialist state is a socialist state probably wouldn't empower corporations. That's about it. Even then, they just nationalize the corporations and become China. Fascist.
This culture war over this particular topic. If California wants to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, then Ohio has to respect California and California has to respect Ohio. Donald Trump's view is that we want the individual states and their individual cultures and their unique political sensibilities to make these decisions because we don't want to have a nonstop federal conflict over this issue.
They suck.
I'm pretty sure the CFMEU is collapsing at the moment. I'm gonna wait for this story and we'll do stuff on it on Wednesday. But I'm pretty sure the CFMEU is collapsing. Like the union boss was sacked for corruption, and I'm pretty sure shit's going down. So,
well,
no, they're not.
The Vatican is technically more like Iran. You know, it's not far off of a system compared to it. They're both technically republics in the theocratic sense, because theocracies can be republics.
Yes,
because they don't have a king, which is the only thing that classifies it as a republic, is not having a king.
Yeah, exactly.
But like to act like fucking lifetime appointments, because they're not like passed through blood, you know. And technically they do vote for a new pope. The republic technically votes for a new pope. But they're also representing the church, not anyone who's a person. That's different than like the Islamic Republic, which is not just representing a church.
Yeah.
focus on getting food prices down, getting housing prices down, issues, of course, where Kamala Harris has been a total disaster. So I think Donald Trump is right. We want the federal government to focus on these big economic and immigration questions. Let the states figure out their own abortion policy.
Let me just follow up with you a little bit on that point, because I've been talking to Republicans, including Senator Lindsey Graham just last week, who've made it very clear that if Donald Trump is elected, if you are elected, they will continue to press this point. Senator Graham said to me, I'm going to keep saying that there should be a federal ban. If such a piece of legislation landed on Donald Trump's desk,
I've literally myself implemented laws in my county.
I mean, if you're not supporting,
like I helped bring the fucking drug recycling program here. I've fucking I've done the fucking actual process to help tear down statues while the Italians cried about it. Like, yeah, they are actually.
Pizza lasagna.
Just because you don't know.
As the president of the United States, he fundamentally
he would veto a federal abortion ban.
I think he would. He said that explicitly that he would. And
I don't think he's ever said explicitly he would. He said that to you?
Lindsey Graham, Kristen, I would be surprised. I mean, again, I need to see the context on what Lindsey Graham said, because Lindsey Graham himself has not advocated a federal abortion ban. Lindsey Graham has advocated a federal minimum standard. Now, to be clear, that is not Donald Trump's view. Donald Trump disagrees with Lindsey Graham on this, but no Republican, at least no Republican with any reasonable power, is saying that we should have a complete national.
Damn straight.
National abortion ban. I haven't heard that from any of my colleagues. And to be clear, Donald Trump, I think, has staked his position and made it very explicit. He wants this to be a state decision. States are going to make this determination themselves.
All right, let's talk about women voters more broadly. The Census Bureau estimates there are 22 million women between the ages of 20 and 40 who, for whatever reason, do not have children. What do you say to those women who hear some of your comments, including the childless cat lady comments, which you've been asked about, but who feel as though you won't represent them?
What is a true democracy?
One person, one vote. Everyone gets a say in everything.
I guarantee that's not what he thinks it is.
Well, I'd say, first of all, I will represent you. I want to be the vice president for the whole country, and I want to represent everybody. And yes, I made a sarcastic comment years ago that I think that a lot of Democrats have willfully.
I love how JD Vance, all he does is what I actually meant
to. A profound change that's happened in our country where we become anti-family, and I would like to change that. And I think if you talk to young women, whether they have children or don't want to have children, what you consistently hear is that a lot of young women feel like they don't have options. I saw this with my own wife, who's a working mother, who's a very, very accomplished litigator. She has 3 beautiful kids, and always felt like she was having to balance being a good mom with being the kind of litigator that she wanted to be. I just want women to have more choices. I've seen that very personally in my own family, and I think it's something that is broken about our country.
Let me zoom out a little bit. You're calling it a sarcastic comment, and yet some women, and you got the feedback in real time,
because
felt like it was
like
a gut punch to them.
Is like some like it's considered broadly like to be less democratic, but like the idea of like people just need their personal like opinions validated for it to be a democracy is what people seem to believe, which is just like not the case, you know? Like all these things, like if it wasn't a democracy, we could not actually push to end gerrymandering. We could not push to end filibustering, you know, like filibuster also exists. That's undemocratic, but we can still push to end those things, and they probably will end in our lifetime, because it's a democracy and because you can make influence to change things like that. It's both. It's literally both. The republic is not the country. The republic is the governing body that is elected by the people. So the republic is the Congress. The president is the president of the federation, not the republic.
Do you regret making that comment?
Look, I regret certainly that a lot of people took it the wrong way, and I certainly regret that the DNC and
we certainly do.
But do you regret what you said, Senator?
Look, Kristen, I'm going to say things from time to time that people disagree with. I'm a real person. I'm going to make jokes. I'm going to say things sarcastically, and I think that what's important is that we focus on the policy.
He said nothing. What you said is basically what the entire interview has been. It's him going, what I actually meant.
Yeah, but just I put this in here because she asked him about, hey, isn't that 10% tariffs thing stupid?
It is pretty funny. Up. Come on, dogs.
I wonder where JD Vance will be in 10 years. Probably he'll be a childless cat lady.
Well, he said his wife already has 3 kids, so maybe he's already childless.
going to be things that I say. If I'm elected vice president, people are going to say, well, I wish he had said that differently.
This is
I think it's
more
most
of
important
what
to
makes
actually
it
be the
more
person
into
I actually
the
am.
republic
and to
side
say,
of a
those
democracy. And what makes it a democratic republic as opposed to like a different type of democracy. Because there are various types.
Yeah.
And the thing is that because the localization exists, because it still has the confederal roots, which is really good for America, having those confederal roots, the ability to enact policy on a small scale is actually really good. Where the thing is that it's the actual like federal representative that is where you get into the place where it's like, but at the same time, right now, the only place they care about is the swing states anyway. So in my opinion, there still is that mob rule mentality. Just because it's not done in the popular vote, still only certain people's votes matter when it comes to the president of this country. And I don't think that's right. I think that's something else that needs to be changed. Like, I'm very against the electoral college, but I think I think that a ranked choice system is broadly what like a lot of people with my politics think that should happen. And I think that would be a little bit more democratic to do a ranked choice system.
Ranked choice sucks.
That all sucks. It's voting. It's a fucking civic duty, not a fucking game.
And I don't think that me voting for someone should mean my vote goes to somebody else because they didn't get elected. That's fucking retarded. I didn't vote for that person. I don't want my vote going to them. It's that simple.
Well, that's not... Oh, because you have to force the ranking.
Yeah.
Instead of leaving it blank if you want to. See,
Yep,
that's different. That's not what I'm... Like, it shouldn't be like that where you have to fucking put everyone in, like, fourth or first. It should be
Yeah,
like
no,
you could just
you
write the
literally
names
have
down
to
that you
1-7
want,
or whatever it is.
and
Yeah.
that's it.
It's ridiculous. The Australia's system is dog shit.
So is America's, though. I mean, that's the thing is that it's like to act like a fucking like any system is like better than the other. Like, there's certain aspects of each system that are probably like give and take.
Yeah.
And it
Sarcastic
ultimately
comments were made in the
exists in
service of a real
consolidating
substantive
power.
point. This country has become too anti-family. It's too expensive to afford a house. It's too expensive to afford
Why?
groceries. Donald Trump and I want to change that. And unless we get better leadership, we're not going to.
But again, just very quickly.
So it's not
given
a
that
democracy.
people have
What?
told you directly, have
What is not a
spoken out, have
democracy?
said
The
that they
United
were
States?
offended, they were hurt by those
The United
comments. Do
States
you
is
wish
a
you never made
democracy.
those childless cat lady comments?
I think that it's much more important for me to just be a normal human being who sometimes says
So no
things that people
regrets.
disagree with. I have
Don't
a lot
ask
of regrets,
anyone in
Kristen,
Hong
but making a
Kong.
joke 3 years ago is not at the top 10 of the list.
All right. Another big topic in this race is immigration. There has been a lot of discussion about Donald Trump's plans for mass deportation.
Yeah.
According to one estimate, more than 11 million U.S. citizens live in households with mixed immigration status, including more than 5 million children. If you and former President Trump were elected, would you separate families as a part of your mass deportation effort?
Well, we have to start with the foundational issue here, which is we have 25 million illegal aliens in this country right now because Kamala Harris has refused to do her job.
Very quickly, DHS says it's much lower. It's closer to 8 million.
I
I
think
don't know.
there-
Where do you get the 25 million
I
from?
think the 25 million are the people that should have been deported that maybe weren't deported. Plus, you had another 12 to 15 million that have come in since Kamala Harris. Look,
DHS
whatever the number
disputes
is,
that number for the record. They say it's
fair.
closer to 8 to 10 million.
but I think there are
please
reasons to
continue.
think that DHS is underestimating. Whatever the real number is, it's way too high, right? It's millions upon millions of
Jesus
illegal immigrants that
fucking
have come in just since Kamala Harris became the border czar a few years ago. The
She was
first
put in
thing-
charge of the root causes of migration.
Well, the root causes of migration, I would say, Kristen, is that Kamala Harris refuses to do her job as
Ah,
border
you're
czar.
so
Let's just start. I won't answer your
stupid.
question, but I think it's important to sort of sequence this in the right way. So if you want to get control of the illegal immigration problem, you have to stop the bleeding. You have to stop so many people from coming here illegally in the first place. And that means undoing everything that Kamala Harris did practically on day one of the administration. You have to reimpose deportation.
Okay, but she stopped
bringing
migration
asylum to
from
every
the
single person who comes
biggest
in here
countries,
and says
though.
that they need asylum, and
She
stop
did
granting
curb
mass
my.
parole.
So
These
you're gonna.
policies are why we have
hang
the
on.
immigration
So
crisis.
JD's Vance policy is to make migration worse when he on day one by reversing her policies.
Yeah. That's 100% what it is by the sounds of it.
That we have. So I think
We're gonna
focus on
make it
fixing
even
the problem.
worse.
Before we even fix the problem, we've got to stop the problem from getting worse.
And as you know, President Biden passed a series of executive actions, and illegal border crossings are now at their lowest levels in about 5 years. So much so that Greg Abbott is no longer busing people to other cities. But let me ask you this fundamental question. This fundamental question: will families be separated under your mass deportation?
And again,
Does he have any media training? The combativeness makes him look so bad.
Because he's a fucking bad pick. Like,
because you made a point here, I do want to answer this question about families and about
you
made this point that border crossings are lower. Border crossings at the southern border are lower because the Harris administration is sending more immigrants through the ports of entry. So instead of coming through the southern border, they're now being flown at taxpayer expense to the ports of entry.
Hang on. Okay, so isn't this what their entire rhetoric is? Is that you have to come through legally through the port?
Yes. Yep. And yeah, they're disputing that.
He's saying that the only reason their illegal numbers are lower is because she's letting more legal immigration. This is literally why Trump fucked up and only lowered legal immigration. What a fucking idiot.
Over our country. The number of illegal crossings, Chris, and this is a really important point, they're not any lower. They're just shuffling how the people are coming into the country in the first place. And this is very
They're able to process more efficiently, but Greg Abbott's not setting up to other states.
I don't want a border czar who makes it more efficient for illegal immigrants to come to.
He's an actual moron.
Oh my god, I'm dying. The legal crossings aren't lower. They're just doing legal crossings now, bro. Oh my god.
This country, that's why we have the problem that we have.
Senator, to this question, so many people want to know the answer to this. Will families be separated under your mass deportation policy?
I think that families are currently being separated, and you're certainly going to have to deport some people in this country. Now, I think you start with the most violent criminals in our country. Those people need to be deported. That's where you focus federal resources. I think you, of course, have a number of children who are currently living with drug cartel members, not actually their families. We need to, of course, find their families and get them back to their families. But it's very interesting here because what Kamala Harris says is that Donald Trump wants to separate families. Kamala Harris's policies have led to thousands upon thousands of migrant children living with sex trafficking.
Jid, did you know Donald Trump was separating children at the border his entire presidency? A policy he continued on from Obama, and a policy that Joe Biden continued. A policy that you will also likely continue. I don't believe you.
Families are good. He said yes. Families are going to have to be separated, is what he said.
No, he's doubling back. He's backtracking now.
And drug cartels, that is the consequence of her policies.
But there's not a policy to separate families. There's not a policy to separate families.
If you know that your policies will lead to family separation, you don't.
Oh my God. How is she not explaining why they're getting separated? Like, they're getting separated because of US policy. They're getting separated because kids are being sent over without parents because of American policy. They're not being separated by the American government. It's American policy forcing the separation because it's easier to get kids over.
Asking, are you going to mandate
like what
family separation?
Yeah, exactly. Like, the question should be framed differently. Either
Bro's going to deport his own wife.
Like, either attack the point directly and say American policy has created cartels incentivizing child separation because the American government will pick up children out of necessity, right? Now, if they're not being separated and you let the families come over together and then they surrender to Border Patrol together and you deport them, they're still together. Well, look, a deportation that happened without separating children from their family.
He also is going to get deported with his wife then.
Yes. Right? Like, I don't understand how this isn't the narrative that is being taken. How is this at all being considered? I don't get it.
You have opinion over facts.
When?
Like,
where?
This is important. Kamala Harris cannot claim that she doesn't know that her
what
policies
did you just say that was an opinion instead of
everybody
fact?
knows it, and she has to take responsibility for that. That's what real leadership is.
There are some families who have been separated, as you say, some because their parents are criminals. But of course, under the Trump administration, there was a zero tolerance policy, which is an actual policy. But let's move on.
No, please,
because we're running out of time.
Because this is so important.
We are running out of time.
There was a zero. I'll give you more time. There was a zero tolerance policy during the Trump administration, and that led to less family separation than under Kamala Harris's border policies. That's what's so striking about this. actually enforcing our border is the most humane thing for children and certainly for American citizens.
But I don't hear you denying that families will be separated. Let's move on to something that Donald Trump said in North Carolina and yet again Friday night.
Our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't cheat, because we have all the votes you need. You can see it.
Why is Donald Trump casting doubt on the election before it's even happened?
I don't think that's what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, that's exactly what he says here. We need to make sure they don't cheat.
I think that what he's saying is that we want to pursue a set of policies in the Republican Party that make it easier.
Where was his opinion over the facts that he just stated? Do you think that Kamala Harris's policy has not separated families? Do you understand what the policy is? And it's not even Kamala Harris's policy; it's Biden's.
So it's not even Biden's. It's American government policy. Like it's bigger than a person. It's bigger than a party. This is American border policy. Child separation is an American fucking policy, and it's not a direct. Hold on.
Let me explain. No, shut up. Let me explain. So what happens? What happens in the migrant policy? So they just did this policy where they have the cap on how many people can come over before it gets shut down. There's an exemption to that. Unaccompanied minors. So parents have to decide on the other side of the border if they send their kids over alone, because if the kids get over alone, then they are able to get into the country that way. So because of how American policy works, they end up forcing families to make this awful decision on the other side of the border, which we have shown many times in the past with a fantastic report from PBS that is specifically on how this child separation exists. It's different than when they were coming over and they were losing kids in the system with the whole like kids in camps type thing. It's a completely different type of child separation that happens, and it happens even without the border shut down. The unaccompanied minors have always been a thing, and they've always been a Republican talking point at the same time, but nobody's changing the policy to prevent unaccompanied minors from coming over. Exactly. But that's what we're saying now, is that the family separation still happens. If that policy wasn't there in America, the families wouldn't have to be separated. It is American policy that's causing the separation.
Yeah.
So families could just not come as well. They could just stay home and not come and seek asylum or cross the border or do anything like that. It's their choice to make the risk. They can also choose to make the risk with their family and not be intercepted at the border and just come over completely illegally. The whole like got away, as they say in the fucking Republican universe.
Every legal ballot to be cast and counted, but make it harder for illegally cast ballots to be counted. Now, we can disagree about how many of those there are, whether there are a few hundred, a few thousand, maybe more, but just in the last week, okay? So just in the last week, once in Arizona and once in Pennsylvania, there were major court wins that make
one of the things that would have been addressed on that bill that they gutted, though, was this issue that's causing the separation of families.
How could you leave your kids like that? Exactly. So ask yourself this question, right? What would drive a family to not only walk across the Darien Gap, go all that fucking way to the US border, and then instead of going back or staying in Mexico, making the decision to be like, I'm going to send my kid because it's better for my child to potentially get over to the United States rather than going back to their own country? Ask yourself the question, and then ask, should these policies be implemented?
Well,
is this a humane policy?
Jeannie Vance is also right that she has reduced illegal immigration for legal ports of entries. Just that app alone has helped quell. They have addressed the situation. They have reduced the amount of family separation that is happening on the other side of the border. But like, I want to say it's like Abby Martin who said this, like the child separation is still happening. It's just happening on the other side of the border. I think she was somebody who said it, interviewing somebody, but I'm not sure who it was.
It wouldn't surprise me.
But it's such a good, it's just a good way to put it. It's still happening. It's just on the other side of the border. But the thing is that makes the policy that they're doing be compared, like they're trying. It's like you trying to compare it to Trump when they're not comparable. Like one is like completely unhumane and was done for unhumane reasons, right? Like the border shutdown policy isn't a policy that exists to separate children from their families. It's not like a malicious policy in and out of itself. It's because the agencies are overwhelmed and they can't expand them. There's a practical reason for it.
Yes.
Process more secure and more effective. I think that's what Donald Trump is talking about, is we have to pursue, sometimes through litigation, sometimes through better policy at the state or national level, a set of rules that make sure every ballot is legally counted.
Well, it's very different from your message, which is you said, and I'll quote you back to yourself, we have to work as hard as possible to persuade Americans to vote for us. Are you on the same page as Donald Trump? Because again, he seems to be casting doubt on the results of the election before it's even happened.
Of course, we're on the same page, Krista. We talk all the time, and I guarantee you, if you sat here and said, Mr. President, Donald Trump, do you believe
that
we need to
makes me think that Donald Trump hasn't spoken to him since he gave him the nomination.
Could be.
I speak to him all the time. He's my best mate.
Campaign needs to persuade voters as much as possible. Of course he's going to say yes. That's not inconsistent with thinking that we need to pursue a set of approaches that make sure legal ballots get counted, illegal ballots don't get counted.
Do you have faith the 2024 election will be free and fair?
I do, Kristen. I do think it's going to be free and fair, and we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that happens. We're going to pursue every pathway to make sure, again, legal ballots get counted. But I feel very good about where we are. I think we're going to win this race, and I think we're going to win it in a very good election.
All right. Senator J.D. Vance,
thanks, Kristen.
Thank you so much.
Too big to rig.
Okay. My ass hurts.
Can we look at that Republican governor to close real quick?
Yeah.
There's like 3 or 4 minute clips that I sent you.
I got them AR-15s at home, and I like to go target shooting and all that, but that's not what they're there for. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm probably not supposed to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I got them AR-15s in case the government gets too big for its britches. Because I'm going to fill the backside of them britches with some lead. I'm gonna just say it to you. I'm gonna say it to you plain. Your boy ain't going down without. He ain't going down without swinging.
Need an anti-mat rifle for that motherfucker.
Mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing. You know, there's a time when we used to meet evil on the battlefield, and guess what we did to it? We killed it.
Okay.
We didn't quibble about it. We didn't argue about it. We didn't fight about it. We killed it. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, what do? We flew to Japan. And we killed the Japanese Army and Navy. We didn't even quibble about it. I didn't start this fight. You did. You wanted to be left alone. You should have left me alone. We didn't argue and capitulate and talk about, well, maybe we shouldn't fight the Nazis that hard. No, they're bad. Killed them.
But you said the Holocaust was a lie.
Liberal somewhere is going to say that sounds awful. Too bad. Get mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing. It's time for somebody to say it. Get mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing. You know, there's a time.
What a psycho.
Governor Mark Robinson is defending homophobic comments he made. While speaking to a church back in June, Robinson called transgenderism and homosexuality, quote, filth. The lieutenant governor says he wasn't in capacity when he was at the church, only as a person holding to his religious beliefs. There have now been several people calling for him to resign. All of this backlash coming as today is National Coming Out Day. Tonight, WCNC Charlotte got the chance to speak to Reverend Vance E. Haywood, a preacher at an LGBTQ affirming church in Raleigh. He says he believes these comments aren't rooted in faith, but rooted in hate.
So I don't get to take my clergy collar off and go down the street and say one thing and then come back and preach something else in the church. The lieutenant governor does not have the ability nor the authority to say that I'm not speaking on behalf of the office of lieutenant governor when he goes somewhere and talks. So that's one thing. I hope that it will remind leaders of just how impactful our words are.
We've reached out to the lieutenant governor's office for comment. We have
Carolina governor's race, Democrat Josh Stein will face Republican Mark Robinson. You haven't heard of him before. He's the lieutenant governor right now.
That's called willful ignorance. We spent an hour and a half
Well, no. They're talking about the Irish being Nazi sympathizers because they because they have Palestinian sympathies. That's why they're Nazi sympathizers.
Yeah, even though we proved that it's Northern Ireland.
Well, it was
the British aligned side of Ireland.
Well, it's also no. Not only that, like it's De La Vera, who was against the fucking.
It's you know what it is. You know what the direct equivalency is. It's the Bandera bullshit for Ukraine. That's all that is.
You proved nothing, bro. I literally pulled up the source and said, "Oh, this is the guy who sympathized with the Nazis in Ireland, and he was the guy who shot Michael Collins in the head."
Yeah,
I literally said that. I literally pulled it up and pulled up articles about how he and his people, and he was in the government, by the way. His people had offered condolences to Hitler and shit.
Yeah,
and so how people to this day who like De La Vera are fucking people who support Russian Wagner shit.
Yeah. And that's why I say that it's similar to that the Bandera stuff from Ukraine, where they're like, oh look, Ukraine are Nazis because of this one dude 40 years ago, 50 years ago,
and people who still like him.
Yeah. Like, shut up. Who gives a shit? Yeah, Northern Ireland. Yeah, it's fascist Ukraine. Like, get over it.
A Hitler quoting Holocaust denier who has called being gay a filthy abomination that marks the end of civilization.
Awesome.
And said that school shootings are karma for abortion.
Oh my
Trump
God.
Has called Robinson Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids. Sounds like a nice guy.
What should we do? A little greatest hits of Mark Robinson, Oppo?
You got some others? Let's keep going.
So I want to flag that first one, the Martin Luther King comparison, because Robinson likes to attack Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. So he's actually criticizing him there, Trump. Robinson voiced support for passing, quote, a bill saying you can't have an abortion in North Carolina for any reason, called abortion murder and genocide. He refused to commit to protecting IVF. He called public school teachers, quote,
what?
Wicked people. You mentioned the Holocaust, calling it hogwash. You got really mad on Facebook about the movie Black Panther.
Yeah, you're very upset about Black Panther.
In the North Carolina governor's race, Democrat Josh Stein.
Anything else about that, guys? That was because it's a short cutoff.
Yeah, it's just a short. All right.
Hang on. I want to look up real quick what he did say about Black Panther because I think it's funny.
Okay. Soldier in the bunker.
Soldier in the bunker.
Oh, here's it's a Rolling Stone article of his worst comments. Oh, I have to pay for it. Go fuck yourself. Okay, I'm going to images. Okay.
Buddy, your granddad would have slapped you. What are you talking about?
Okay, so the movie Black Panther was created by an agnostic Jew to put to film by a satanic Marxist, was only created to pull the shekels out of your Shavarsi pockets. Shavarsi pockets? I don't know what that word is. I've never heard of it. So
probably some anti-Semitic slur.
How Hollywood needs to validate them. I've been biting my tongue about this silly Black Panther comic book movie, but I can't any longer. It is absolutely amazing to me that people who know so little about their true history and refuse to acknowledge the pure sorry state of their current condition can get so excited about a fictional hero created by an agnostic Jew and put to film by a satanic Marxist. How can this trash that was only created to pull the shekels out of your Skavarzi pockets invoke any pride? If you want something to be proud of, how about pulling your heads out of the sand and start speaking up, telling the hard truths about the excess that they are destroying many Black communities? How about you stop doing the heavy lifting for the Democratic politicians during elections, only to have them pay you in crumbs and ignore you till they need you again? And how about some of you men go home and take your rightful place in that 70% of homes where you're sorely needed? I know a lot of people here will not like this message, but guess what? I don't care. I'm not here to please you. I don't need your validation, and I certainly don't need Hollywood's. Yes. Okay, so it's a slur for Black people. Okay.
Okay.
My grandfather literally fought the Nazis in D-Day, and he was Irish.
All right.
Come on, you. You're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
Not my grandfather. The grandfather was in.
Yeah.
He was there to shelling the beach.
Yeah. Dunce chair for him.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Look at our previous coverage on the border and stuff. It's all on YouTube. You can find the archives there.
You can find literally all of it. I think I posted most of the border stuff. But yeah, it's there. You can find it if you want. But or you can choose to stay ignorant. It's up to you. Anyway, we'll be back same time on Wednesday.
Democracy and stuff on there.
Yeah. Same time Wednesday, same time Friday. All right, we'll see you guys then. Fucking use our ground news link and shit. Whatever. I don't know. We need money. I'm poor. I don't want to be in Australia anymore. Goodbye.